Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku had power of Gilgamesh and fell for May? Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is El Resplandor Dorado del Horizonte Perdido by Vulkyrus_Prime. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. The scorching Mesopotamian sun bathed the great city of Uruk in a golden glow, as if the world itself revered the greatness of its first and only king. The city was alive, its people bustled through the markets, priests offered prayers, and warriors trained on the battlefields. The heart of humanity beat strongly in this corner of the world. At the center of it all, seated atop his golden throne, stood Gilgamesh, the king of heroes, the king of kings. His silhouette was imposing, dressed in golden armor that reflected the light like a sun forged by divine hands. His scarlet gaze, sharp and stern, contemplated the city he had built with his own hands, the jewel he had created to free humanity from its dependence on the gods. However, that spark of pride he had once felt was now fading. His eyes narrowed with a mixture of exhaustion and disgust. His mortal body was reaching its limits. The vitality that had once defined him, the strength that made him defy gods and monsters, was slowly fading. Every breath felt heavy. Every heartbeat was a reminder that even the king of heroes could not escape the cycle of life. "My time is running out," he said, his voice deep and resonant, as if each word were carved in stone. He turned his head toward the endless heavens. "Before I go, I must see what remains of this humanity. I must see the glory they built in my absence." He leaned back against the back of his throne, resting one arm on the pure gold armrest. His fingers drummed patiently on the metal as he closed his eyes. His pupils, crimson tinged, shone for the last time with the light of clairvoyance. The threads of time unfurled before him. Past, present, and future intertwined in his mind. There were no secrets for the king of heroes. What he saw filled him with disgust. First, the humanity he had dreamed of. He had seen golden cities, metal machines that soared through the skies without wings, structures that touched the clouds. Men and women didn't need gods or kings. They had achieved glory on their own. That brought a smile of satisfaction to his face. This is how it should be. Without deities, without masters. Humanity rising above the very heavens. But the vision changed. As if a curtain of shadows had fallen over the scene, the gleaming cities became hives of false lights. Men no longer looked to the sky with a yearning to conquer the stars, but with their eyes fixed on small screens. He saw the quirks. Humanity, now imbued with powers, strutted through the streets as if each one of them were a god. Children with abilities, adults with gifts, all seeking recognition for their abilities. He saw the heroes, but not the heroes he remembered. Not warriors or kings who sought greatness for their people. Not warriors facing impossible beasts. They were men and women laughing in front of cameras, striking theatrical poses while crowds shouted their names. They were fakers. Empty heroes, obsessed with their own fame, adored by an unscrupulous crowd. "Is this what they call heroes in this age?" Gilgamesh whispered, his lips twisting in contempt. "They are nothing more than courtiers of public opinion. Puppets seeking the applause of naive children. No, this is not what I would call a hero." Disgust grew in his chest. What he had once believed to be the greatness of humanity had transformed into a circus show. Heroes no longer rose out of necessity, but out of greed. It was then that his vision darkened even further. A starless void stretched across his mind. The world went black. Darkness enveloped him. This wasn't death, or the end of time. It was something else. In the vast emptiness, he saw a massive silhouette. Gigantic. Impossible. Unknown. Location. The entity that not even the gods could challenge, the weapon of extraction, rose. Its chitinous limbs tore through the earth, and each step was enough to extinguish a city. It was not an enemy that could be defeated with might or power. It was not a beast, nor a god, nor a man. It was something that should not exist. No. Not here. Not now. For the first time, Gilgamesh felt the weight of terror on his back. "I cannot allow this. If Ort awakens, humanity will turn to dust." His gaze fixed on the figure in front of Ort. A small point of light in the darkness. He was a child. A boy with green hair. He stood before the beast, trembling. his eyes filled with determination. He wouldn't back down. No powers, no weapons, no allies. Only his will. But before he could see the end of that battle, the vision changed. The green hair was still there, but the scene was different. Now he was at the top of a building, his feet on the edge of the abyss. The boy was alone, staring into space. He was crying. Her breathing was labored, her shoulders shaking with each sob. A voice echoed in her mind. You can't be a hero without a quirk. The boy leaned forward. His left foot was no longer on the ledge. He swayed, teetering between life and death. Gilgamesh felt the chill of that decision. It was the same sensation he felt when he faced death for the first time. No. His voice resonated with divine force. The threads of time trembled. The vision was about to fade away, but he wouldn't allow it. Not this time. Gilgamesh wasn't going to allow that child, the only light against Ort, to become another lost soul. If humanity won't give you a chance, then I will. Take it, boy. The space was broken. A golden fissure crossed the air behind the boy. A golden portal opened in the void, and from it, treasures from all ages emerged. Swords, spears, shields, grimoires, sacred relics, each floating with its own light. A vast treasure that even the gods would envy. The gate of Babylon opened for a single child. Use my treasures, nameless boy. Steal the glory of the heroes, claim what humanity has denied you. Take my legacy. Conquer the world or destroy it, but never doubt your own worth. Gilgamesh's voice echoed like thunder in the boy's mind. A golden glow lit Izuku Midoriya's face. His once dull eyes were now bright. He turned around. The tears were still there, but his breathing was no longer that of someone defeated. Izuku's gaze changed. He no longer looked down. I looked forward. Gilgamesh, sitting on his golden throne, smiled for the first time in a long time. Get up, child. The battle has not yet begun. In the infinite abyss of the future, Ort waited. But this time, he would not face a submissive humanity. He would face a child who had stolen the glory of kings. The sky was tinged with a dirty gray, opaque clouds that seemed to stretch endlessly over the city. The wind blew gently, caressing his face with a coldness that penetrated his bones. Izuku Midoriya stood there, at the edge of a building's rooftop, his body swaying with every breath of the breeze. His gaze was empty. Her eyes, normally full of admiration and hope, were now dull, lifeless, broken. His mind kept repeating a single phrase, one that had pierced his heart harder than any punch Bakugo had ever given him. You better give up. Without a quirk, you can't be a hero. The voice of All Might. The voice that had been his beacon, his light in the darkness, now became a shadow that crushed him. Each word echoed in his head like an eternal sound, growing louder and louder. You better give up. He muttered, repeating the words as if accepting them would bring him some kind of peace. His lips trembled, his throat tightened. Without a quirk, I can't be a hero. Tears pooled in her eyes. It was hard to breathe. The lump in her chest wouldn't go away. Why did it have to be this way? So, why was I born this way? He asked the air, but the world didn't respond. Not the heroes, not the gods, not anyone. No one was there for him. For years, he'd endured the scorn of others. Useless Deku, powerless Deku, dreamer Deku. But there was always a spark of hope, a voice inside his head telling him that if he tried hard enough, if he didn't give up, he could become a hero like All Might. But now that voice had faded away. No more, no more, she whispered, looking down. The world looked so small from there, the cars moving like insects, the people like colored dots moving aimlessly. She let her feet move a little further, her toes barely touching the edge. Just one more step. Just one. Maybe in another life. Maybe. In another life I can be a hero. He closed his eyes, gritting his teeth tightly. His breathing became ragged, and the wetness of his tears trickled down his cheeks and onto his neck. His body trembled like a leaf about to be swept away by the wind. Just one step, he thought. Just one step and it's all over. The world was so big, so cold, and he was so small, but before his body could lean forward, a different voice roared in his mind. It wasn't like All Might's voice. It wasn't kind, it wasn't warm or comforting. It was an ancient voice, powerful and authoritative, that echoed as if the universe itself were proclaiming it. Lift your head, child. Izuku's eyes flew open, his heart raced, and adrenaline coursed through his body like liquid fire. The voice wasn't coming from outside. It was a presence in his mind. What? She stammered, her breath hitching. Her body twisted reflexively, her feet moving away from the edge. Her gaze darted frantically, searching for someone, for something. Who are you? What's going on? He asked, his voice breaking, rubbing his eyes as if that would erase what he had just heard. Silence. The voice resonated with such power that her body shuddered. It wasn't an ordinary order. It was a decree, a sentence that couldn't be disobeyed. You have no right to surrender. Not now, not here. Izuku staggered back, his breathing quickening, and a chill running down his neck. There was someone there. He couldn't see them, but he could feel them. Your world is rotting, boy. Heroes who strut, clay gods who feed on the adoration of the masses. You're not the only one who's disgusted with this era. Who are you? Izuku asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I don't understand. Why are you here? The wind stopped. The world felt silent, and then, in front of him, the air rent. A golden crack, as thin as a razor's edge, appeared before him. The fissure extended in all directions until it formed an intricate symbol. A perfect circle surrounded by runes and unknown symbols. From the golden crack, a warm, blinding golden light began to seep out. Izuku raised an arm to cover his eyes. The energy was so dense, so overwhelming, that his breath caught in his throat. When the light finally faded, something hovered in front of him. A dagger. No, it wasn't just a dagger. It was a key. The object floated in front of him, rotating slowly. The hilt was decorated with intricate engravings of pure gold, each line seeming to contain a story written in a language Izuku couldn't understand. The blade seemed impossible to sharpen, yet it still emanated an aura of power. Bab-ilu. The voice spoke the name with the force of thunder. The key that opens the gates of glory. The entrance to my treasure. Take it, boy, take it, and the world will be yours. Izuku stared at the dagger with wide eyes, his hands shaking. I don't understand. What treasure? What do you want from me? Silence. The voice echoed, louder this time. I am Gilgamesh, the king of heroes, and I do not permit cowardice or self-pity. I did not come to give you answers, child. I came to give you a path. The world you despise is full of charlatans, but you can be the thief who steals the glory of the gods. Take the key, Izuku Midoriya. How do you know my name? He asked, his voice shaking. I know everything, boy. Just as I know the beast that's coming. ORT will rise and the world won't be ready. Izuku felt a chill when he heard that word. He didn't know what it meant, but his heart reacted as if someone had placed a weight on his chest. I can't. I'm just a boy. I'm not strong, or special, or have a quirk. I can't. Then stop talking. The voice became softer, but no less authoritative. You don't have a quirk. So what? You don't need one. I didn't have a quirk, but my name is written in human history. I forged my own power. You will too. The dagger came closer to him. Izuku raised his hand slowly, as if afraid of being burned by the touch. His breathing was shallow. His fingers closed around the hilt of the Bab-ilu, and when he held it, the world seemed to stop. His body felt heavy, but firm. As if the burden of 1,000 stories, 1,000 legends, and 1,000 heroes were watching him from the other side of time. The world won't give you a chance, kid. Then take it with your hands. The key in his hand glowed, and for the first time in his life, Izuku Midoriya felt like he wasn't alone. The cold vanished. The empty feeling in his chest, that crack that had grown with every slight, every blow, and every cruel word, disappeared. The world around them turned luminous. Gold in every direction. From the hilt of the Bab-ilu, a dense, pure energy flowed through his veins. He could feel it coursing through his arms, his chest, and his head. His heart beat with a force he had never felt before, as if a flame had been ignited within him. The dagger, now glowing with a divine radiance, warmed in his hand. It didn't burn, but its heat was undeniable. What is this? He stammered, his gaze fixed on the golden weapon. The key, the dagger, the Bab-ilu, was now beating in time with his heart. The portal opens, child. Gilgamesh's voice, deep, powerful, and unwavering, rang out once more. This world has forgotten the greatness of humanity. Let them remember. The air was broken. It wasn't a sound. It was a rupture in reality itself. A golden fissure stretched before him, cleaving the sky with the elegance of a sword cutting through water. And from that fissure emerged golden paths, an endless network of luminous trails that stretched toward the horizon, the sky, and infinity. Izuku took a step back, his eyes widening in shock and terror. It was too much. It wasn't just a manifestation of light. They were paths, golden highways, perfect lines that opened and branched out in every direction, as if each line represented a possible destination, an untold story, a realm that existed and didn't exist at the same time. What is this? What's going on? He screamed, feeling the weight of something much bigger than himself. The sky, which was once gray, turned golden. People looked. From the streets of Musudafu, people stopped. Cars slammed on their brakes. Phones, cameras, and every eye were glued to the scene in the sky. From a distance, the golden roads seemed to form a constellation. No, not just a constellation. It looked like a symbol, a mark, a divine imprint. What is that? A man on the street muttered, pointing his finger. The pro-heroes patrolling the city also stopped, their expressions filled with confusion and caution. Endeavor, the number 2 hero, watched the phenomenon from a rooftop, a look of discomfort crossing his face. Is this the power of a quirk? He asked, frowning. It doesn't feel like one. This is different. In schools, children stopped talking. In the offices, workers approached the windows. In their homes, families turned off their televisions to look at the sky. The world watched, and those who saw it would never forget it. It was just a moment of pure silence. A moment when the whole world felt that something had changed forever. Izuku's body trembled as his heart pounded wildly. His legs gave way and he fell to his knees. Breathing raggedly, his hands gripped the dagger, feeling like the power he'd summoned wasn't something he could control. Stop, I can't control it, he screamed, squeezing his eyes shut as the golden glow intensified. Child, power is not controlled, power is asserted. Gilgamesh's voice was calmer this time, but still unwavering. This power is not for you to understand. It is not for you to tame. Only open the door and take what belongs to you. Izuku felt a scorching heat in his hand. He looked at the golden dagger and saw the particles of light begin to break down into tiny golden dots. His physical form was dissolving, as if he had never existed, but the feeling of power didn't disappear. No, it wasn't disappearing. He was part of it. What's going on? Why did you choose me? She asked, her voice breaking, tears streaming down her face. Because this world won't give you a chance, the voice replied calmly, but with unquestionable authority. So I gave it to you. The remaining gold of the dagger disintegrated into fine specks of light that flew toward Izuku's chest, embedding themselves in his heart. His body shuddered, arching back as heat flooded every fiber of his being. The symbol of a golden key flickered on his chest, like an invisible mark no one else could see. The Bab-ilu has returned to the treasury, but the door remains with you. Gilgamesh's voice sounded one last time. Now, nameless boy, every time you reach out your hand toward glory, a door will open. You don't need a quirk. You don't need the gods. You only need the will of a king. Use my treasure and become more than they are. The wind returned. The sky returned to its gray hue, the golden light show faded like a forgotten dream. The golden roads vanished without a trace. The murmurs of the crowd in the streets turned to whispers, then to silence. The newscasts were quick to cover the phenomenon. Headlines exploded in seconds. The golden light that split the sky, a new quirk or a divine sign. Experts can't explain the strange golden symbol seen across the country. Heroes on alert. New threat or new ally. Izuku remained kneeling on the rooftop, his breathing still ragged, his chest rising and falling rapidly. He felt his heartbeat resonate with a different force. He didn't feel stronger, or braver, but something inside him had changed. Something inside him was no longer empty. With his eyes fixed on the sky, Izuku took a deep breath, feeling the presence of something he could no longer see but knew was there. I don't understand. I don't understand why you chose me, he whispered, his eyes still moist. But I'm not alone anymore. His gaze hardened. He no longer looked down. He no longer looked into the abyss. I looked forward. For the first time in a long time, he felt like his life wasn't trapped. He no longer had to wait for someone else to save him. He didn't need anyone to tell him he could be a hero. Now I had the door. I had the key. If the world doesn't give me a chance. He stood up, head held high, his gaze filled with something he hadn't had before: fire, conviction, anger, and hope. Then I'll take it. All Might's words were still there, but they no longer mattered. The voice of a king had spoken, and the world would tremble at his awakening. The glow of foresight faded. The crimson light in Gilgamesh's eyes went out, like the last spark of a burning fire. His breathing was slow and heavy, each breath a challenge to his weary body. His time was running out. With a clumsy movement, he dropped his arm onto the throne's armrest, feeling the cold texture of pure gold. His throne, his world, his kingdom. It all belonged to him, but it no longer felt like his own. The world of men had changed too much. Tch. Pathetic. His voice, though weak, still resonated with the firmness of a king. His eyes lifted, gazing at the heights of the palace he himself had built. He no longer had the strength to stand. There was no one to support him. Not Enkidu, not Siduri, not the warriors of Uruk. They were all gone. Disgusting. Her gaze shifted toward the horizon. The fields of Uruk were bathed in the light of the setting sun. The city bustled with life, but her mind was no longer there. Her mind was still looking toward the future. The image of Izuku Midoriya, of that little boy crying on the edge of the building, was still etched in her mind. An ordinary boy, without power, without destiny, without glory. But also without chains. His lips curved into a smile of mockery, but also of satisfaction. How many of the so-called heroes of this age could claim the same? Not one. The idea amused him. No, more than that. It tempted him. Hero, savior, or destroyer, child, what will you do with what I've given you? She whispered, her voice barely a murmur between gasps. Her gaze closed slowly, her eyelids heavy as lead. It would be fun to watch that world fall in your rage. A dry laugh, almost a whisper, escaped his mouth. What is more merciful, allowing humanity to be devoured by or letting this child decide its fate? I didn't know. He didn't care. Either option would be a sight fit for a king. His body leaned back on the throne. His face no longer displayed the imposing strength of yesteryear, but rather the calm of one who has fulfilled his purpose. He no longer had to keep looking. He no longer had to carry the future with him. The weight of the world is no longer in my hands, now it's in yours, thief of glory. His crimson eyes closed. The light that once illuminated the world slowly faded, but Gilgamesh's smile, that smile of defiance and superiority, never left his face. The king had decided. The king no longer needed to look. In the Tower of Eternal Sleep, far from any time, beyond any space conceived by human logic, stood a white marble tower. Immense, infinite, a structure that shouldn't exist in any timeline, but was there, standing on the border between dreams and reality. Merlin was there, sitting on a large branch of a flowering tree, his legs dangling like a child at play. The wizard gazed toward the horizon. But there was no horizon in the Tower of Eternal Sleep. All was mist, an endless void where only the images of history and the destinies of humanity were projected. His gaze was fixed on one of those projections. No and Uruk, no and Gilgamesh. But in a little boy with green hair who wiped his tears with the sleeve of his school uniform. Now this is curious. Merlin smiled, that sly, immortal smile that didn't reveal whether he was amused, concerned, or intrigued. His gaze sharpened as his fox hair swished gently behind him. It's not often Gilgamesh chooses to get involved. Not even when humanity is on the brink of its end. He lifted a lavender flower between his fingers, turning it slowly as his amethyst eyes narrowed. His mind analyzed every detail, every line of destiny that lay before him. The boy's paths multiplied. There were thousands, millions of possibilities, and they all sprang from a single instant. The moment the boy decided to take the key. How ironic. Humanity, which you both despise and love, still clings to dreams, doesn't it, Gilgamesh? Merlin said, dropping the flower into the void. The flower disappeared before it hit the non-existent ground. You, who never trusted them, give one of their children your greatest treasure. What a strange sight. He leaned back, using the tree branch as a backrest, his eyes never leaving the projection. He could see Izuku standing on the rooftop, the golden key symbol still glowing on his chest. So, Izuku Midoriya, the magician thought as he crossed his hands behind his head. What will you do with the door open? Merlin knew that Gilgamesh wouldn't hand over the power of the Gate of Babylon to just anyone. That key, the Bab-ilu, wasn't a symbol of power. It was a judgment. To open the door, one had to possess more than strength. I must have had the desire. He had to have the conviction to take what the world did not give him. That boy. Merlin let out a small laugh, soft and cheerful, almost mocking. He's hungrier than any hero I've seen lately. His laugh turned into a full-blown giggle. It wasn't the cruel laugh of someone who enjoys the suffering of others, but the laugh of someone who has encountered the most delicious irony of fate. A quirkless kid stealing the hero's glory. Oh, this show will be better than any dream I've ever had. From his tower, Merlin could see everything, but he rarely intervened. That wasn't his role. He watched, laughed, and sometimes gave a little nudge in the right direction. But this time, something was different. He felt the presence of something much larger than a child or a king. Location. Oh, so that's what you saw, Gilgamesh. Merlin stopped laughing. His expression turned serious for the first time in a long time. The petals of the tree around him moved gently in the dreamlike wind. The beast of extinction. So you saw Ort on the horizon. And this child, he is the last piece on your board. A silence fell over the tower. Merlin closed his eyes, feeling the gravity of the situation for the first time. Well, I can't blame you for that, King of Heroes. His smile returned, but this time softer, more genuine. If I could change history with one last bet, I would do it too. The tree blossomed more intensely, pink petals flying in all directions. Merlin sat up, hands in his robes, pockets, staring at the child's projection once more. Entertain me, Izuku Midoriya. Show me if you are worthy to steal the glory of kings, or if you will be the first to burn under its weight. The magician lay back once more, his eyes closed and his smile intact. The world would no longer move through his hands, but now he would have something much more interesting to observe. Musutafu, Commercial District. The jingle of a small bell rang out as the door of the electronics store opened. Mei Hatsume ran out with a wide smile on her face, her eyes shining with boundless energy. On her shoulder, a small, faded cloth backpack swung with each of her steps. Hey, those motion sensors are mediocre. I could make one that's half the cost and twice as efficient. She said aloud, speaking to herself with unwavering confidence. Her fingers moved quickly, gesturing in the air as if she were drawing an imaginary map. I'd just have to readjust the transmission speed and tweak the response frequency. Easy. Even though she didn't have the money to buy the latest gadgets, it never stopped her. For Mei, seeing was enough. She could study each part in the shop windows, deducing how each piece worked just by observing the joints, connectors, and visible microcomponents. Her mind was her laboratory. He. I just need a few spare parts and this will be a piece of cake. He let out a small, satisfied laugh as he walked down the street. His enthusiasm was contagious, even though there was no one around to hear it. But then, the world stopped. A golden flash, not just any light, it was a golden fracture that crossed the sky as if someone had split the firmament with a celestial knife. The golden lines extended in all directions, branching out like roots growing into the air itself. The gray evening sky was lit with the brilliance of something unlike anything Mei had ever seen before. Everyone stood still. The cars stopped. Passers-by looked up. What is that? Someone shouted in the distance. Is this a communications system failure? A man said as he took out his phone and began recording. It's a quirk phenomenon. It must be a massive quirk. Another person shouted. The murmurs, the shouts, the confusion. Everyone looked on. Scared, intrigued, or simply amazed. Except for me. She didn't freeze. She acted. Quirk. My gears. That was no ordinary quirk, he said, his eyes already shining with a different spark. There was something about the golden light, something artificial but magnificent, as if every golden line was designed with pinpoint precision. Her heart began to pound. Her eyes flew open. No, this isn't a quirk. This is technology. His sense of invention was instantly activated. His body reacted instinctively. With a single movement, he activated his quirk. Zoom. Her eyes flashed with a pink glow, and suddenly, the whole world expanded around her. His field of vision expanded. The buildings in the distance suddenly came into view. Every detail, every corner of the city, every person, every object, everything was within her sight. Everything magnified, every line, every connection. People looked up at the sky, but May looked at the source. Show me, show me, show me, he murmured with an eager smile as he focused his vision on the exact spot where the golden roads converged. There he saw him, a boy his age. He was standing on the rooftop of a building, his feet firm against the concrete, but something was wrong. It was not the posture of someone confident. No, it was the posture of someone who had been on the verge of falling. What the? He blinked several times, focusing his vision more precisely. Her quirk allowed her to see details clearly. A boy with green hair. His school uniform was in disarray, as if he'd run or tripped. His face showed tiredness, but his eyes. Those eyes, May thought, feeling a chill run down her spine. Those aren't the eyes of someone giving up. Those are the eyes of someone who's already made a decision. Suddenly, the golden light surrounding the boy intensified. May felt her heart race, her body reacting immediately. This wasn't a normal visual effect. The light seemed to emerge from him, but it wasn't his. It was different, as if a door had opened behind him. Golden roads extended from his back toward the sky. Yes, 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 yes. It's technology, no doubt about it. He shouted, a smile of pure excitement spreading across his face. There's no way that's a quirk. That symmetry, those connection patterns, that was calculated. Calculated, and I saw it all. The golden glow faded as quickly as it had appeared. The world returned to normal. The sky returned to its dull gray, traffic resumed, and people began pulling out their phones to talk about the strange phenomenon they had just witnessed. But for May, that moment was seared into her mind. I found it. With his heart beating like a drum, his eyes fixed on the direction where he had seen the child. That kid, he did it. I don't know how, but he did it. Does he have that technology? He has to have it. There's no doubt about it. His fingers moved frantically, as if he were already mapping out what he'd seen. He couldn't let it go. Not now, not after seeing it. Invention is the art of curiosity, and Mei Hatsume was the master of curiosity. I have to find it, he shouted, his smile wider than ever. Her body moved before her mind could process it. She ran with the same energy as when she had a new idea for her babies. She didn't look around, she didn't worry about traffic, she didn't even notice that people were still staring at the sky in confusion. She had a mission. That kid had shown a technology that didn't exist. It must be some kind of advanced projection technology. Or maybe a dimensional gate. No, it's not that. Never mind, I'll find out when I see it up close. His mind was a whirlwind of ideas, theories, and hypotheses. Each one crazier than the last. But they all led to the same conclusion. That kid has something. Mysterious boy, whoever you are, I'll find you. There's no way you're leaving Mei Hatsume out of this. She shouted as she ran, her backpack bouncing with every step. She wasn't a heroine. He had no interest in fame. But invention was his life. And now, his life was tied to the golden light that had split the sky. Mei Hatsume, the girl who lived only to build the future, had just seen a glimpse of the future with her own eyes. And I don't intend to be left behind. His breathing was steady, his eyes fixed on his target. She didn't need to be a heroine. She was an inventor. And now, more than ever, he wanted to get his hands on that golden mystery. Wait for me, mysterious boy. I'll find you. Office. All Might's office. The room was quiet, silent, interrupted only by the distant murmur of the students outside. Sunlight filtered through the window, casting long shadows on the wooden floor. Toshinori Yagi, known to the world as All Might, sat with his head in his hands. His gaze was hidden by the shadows of his messy hair. The weight of guilt felt heavier than ever. I was too hard on that boy, he muttered to himself, his voice weak and broken, very different from the one he used when he was in public. His skeletal form trembled slightly, and his eyes squeezed shut, as if by doing so he could banish the image of that child. I had no other choice. I can't allow him to live with false hope. The image of Izuku Midoriya returned to his mind. Her eyes filled with tears. Can I be a hero, even if I don't have a quirk? And his answer was a death sentence. No, you can't. You'd better give up. That look, that broken look. Izuku's expression was unlike any other child All Might had ever seen. He'd seen despair before, fear, anger, even hatred. But what he saw in Izuku was something worse, resignation. I was too harsh, but I had to do it. He justified himself once more, as if repeating it made the guilt less intense. The world of heroes has no place for the weak. If I didn't make that clear to him now, someone else would do it much worse. He closed his eyes, and for a brief moment, he could see his teacher, Nana Shimura, looking at him from a distance with that sad expression she always gave him when he made a mistake. Don't look at me like that, Toshinori thought, gritting his teeth. The door opened. Sorry to intrude, Toshinori. The voice of Mirai Sasaki, known as Sir Night-Eye, entered with the sound of the door sliding. It was a cold, precise, and controlled voice. Each of his words carried the weight of absolute certainty. Sir Night-Eye was always right. I've brought someone you should see. Mirio Tagata walked in behind him, his usual energetic smile on his face. His blonde hair and confident posture projected a bright image, almost as if he were already a recognized hero. He was the kind of person who never wavered, even in the face of adversity. All Might Sensei, it's an honor to be here, Mirio said, smiling brightly as he gave a small bow. All Might raised his head, smiling with effort. Ah, Mirio, yes. I'm glad to see you here. Her gaze shifted from Mirio to Sir Night-Eye. The two stared at each other in silence, but the silence was deeper than either of them expected. It was the culmination of a conversation they had had days before. The decision had already been made. This is the boy, isn't he? Sir Night-Eye asked, his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on Toshinori. His eyes were stern, but there was also a hint of expectation. He will be your successor. All Might nodded slowly. Yes, he has everything he needs to be a symbol of peace. Everything, except doubts, added Sir Night-Eye. That sentence hit Toshinori harder than he expected. He clenched his fists, looking down at the ground. Doubts. The image of Izuku came back to his mind. That tear-stained face. That look I'd seen before. He didn't want to think about it, but the comparison was inevitable. Mirio and Midoriya were children with the same bright smile, the same blind faith in heroes. But now, Izuku no longer had that smile. And that was his fault. I was too harsh. It's all right, All Might Sensei, Mirio said with a smile as he pounded his chest with his fist. I'll give it my all. I'll be a symbol of peace for the world to look up to, just like you did. Toshinori forced a smile. I know, I trust you, Mirio. He stood up from his chair and reached out his hand towards Mirio. The moment had arrived. Hold out your hand, Mirio. Mirio did so, smiling with his eyes closed, trusting All Might blindly. Toshinori placed a small lock of his hair in the boy's hand. Eat this, Toshinori said with a small, forced laugh. Huh, that's weird, Mirio said, but he obeyed without hesitation. He stroked his hair with a smile of absolute confidence. At that moment, Toshinori felt something. A shiver. An invisible weight. Something was wrong. It was as if the universe had twisted. As if the path I'd been following until now was no longer there. What was that? All Might whispered as he stared at his hand. The emptiness felt deeper. At that moment, the sky broke. A golden flash crossed the horizon, as if the world were breaking into pieces. Sir Night-Eye immediately turned around, his eyes wide with a look of surprise he rarely showed. He activated his quirk, Foresight, to see the future, but he saw nothing. There was no future. What the? Her breath caught as her eyes flickered in disbelief. She tried once more, focusing on the timeline of the next few minutes, but there was nothing. The future has disappeared. Sir Night-Eye looked at All Might. His face was pale. What did you do? He asked, his voice trembling. I didn't do anything, Toshinori replied, his gaze lost in the golden flash that still shone in the sky. The gray afternoon sky was cut by a golden symbol, lines stretching like roads in all directions. The same symbol thousands of people were already seeing from the streets. Sir Night-Eye didn't take his eyes off All Might. All Might, something changed. The timeline disappeared. Toshinori felt a weight in his stomach, as if something invisible was crushing his body. The sensation was familiar. He'd felt it before. No, what's wrong, All Might Sensei? Mirio asked, not understanding the tension in the air. Toshinori looked at his palm. It was the same one he'd used to deliver one for all. But now, that hand felt empty. I made a mistake. His eyes looked up at the golden sky, and the guilt he had been ignoring until now grew larger. The future he'd wanted to build had crumbled. The timeline was no longer fixed. Now, fate was no longer in the hands of one for all. Now the future was in the hands of the thief of the glory of kings. Musutafu, Midoriya residence. The sliding door opened with a soft creak, letting in a blast of cold air from outside. Izuku Midoriya walked in slowly, his head down and shoulders slumped. The darkness of the house was interrupted by the warm, flickering light of a table lamp. It was late, much later than usual. The silence inside the house was oppressive, but it didn't last long. Izuku, his mother's broken voice echoed from the living room. Inko Midoriya came running from the kitchen, her face filled with worry. Her loose green hair was moving erratically, and her gaze reflected all the fear accumulated over hours of waiting. She had been crying. Her eyes were red and swollen, with wet lines still visible on her cheeks. Oh my God, Izuku. Where were you? I called you so many times, I thought something had happened to you, I thought. She interrupted herself when she saw him, when he really saw it. Your little Izuku. His son. His only son. He had the look of someone who had lost something important. His face was pale, with dark circles under his eyes more pronounced than usual. His body slightly hunched as if he were carrying an invisible weight on his back. His green eyes weren't those of a child, they weren't those of a dreamer. They were the eyes of someone who had seen the abyss. I'm sorry, Mom. Izuku murmured, his voice breaking, not daring to meet her gaze. His throat trembled with every word. His entire body shook, as if the energy was leaving him with every step he took. He closed the door behind him and lowered his head. I didn't mean to worry you. Inko ran to him. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around him with the strength of a mother afraid of losing the only thing she has left. She squeezed him so tightly that Izuku felt the air leave his lungs. Don't say that, please, don't say that ever again. No matter the reason, Izuku. No matter what you're facing. Come home. Always, always come home, she cried, her voice breaking and filled with sobs. Inko's tears fell on Izuku's head. Each drop was a reminder of the reality he'd ignored. She'd always been there. Always. The one person who never stopped supporting him, even when everyone else saw him as useless. And he'd been on the verge of abandoning her. Her lips trembled, and then the truth hit her mind with the force of a hammer. He almost left her alone. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, she repeated, the words coming out of her mouth like a plea. Tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. She couldn't hold them back, not this time. Not after everything she'd been through. Her body shook with each sob, as if every fiber of her being was breaking from the inside out. I almost gave up. He thought, feeling the lump in his throat tighten even further. I almost jumped. I almost left her alone. He sank to his knees as his mother held him. Inko stroked his head, like she did when he was younger, and read him stories to help him sleep. She was his mother. The only person who had never told him to give up. I'm sorry, Mom. I didn't know what to do. She sobbed, clinging to her mother's clothes like a small child afraid of being abandoned. Claim back everything that was denied to you. Gilgamesh's voice echoed in his mind. Loud, powerful. The world won't give you a chance, so take it in your own hands. Izuku's eyes slowly opened, still filled with tears. His breathing calmed. not immediately, but slowly. His mother's words and the King of Heroes' voice collided in his mind. Both were true. The world never gave him anything. His mother gave him everything. If the world won't give me a chance, I'll take it. He let his mother hold him a little longer. Her breathing steadied, and although the tears hadn't stopped, her eyes no longer reflected despair. There was something else there. Something new. Determination. He slowly pulled away from his mother, his eyes still red, but this time he looked her straight in the face. He didn't lower his head, he didn't hide his face. For the first time, he allowed himself to be honest. Mom. I promise. I won't put you through this again. Inko looked at him, her eyes still brimming with tears, but this time her gaze wasn't one of concern. It was one of relief. Of love. She hugged him once more gently this time. That's all I ask, Izuku. It doesn't matter what happens. It doesn't matter if you have a quirk or not. It doesn't matter if you fall 1,000 times. Just come home, okay? Her voice was softer now, but her love was palpable. Izuku nodded, his body tired from the emotional burden. But as he leaned his forehead against his mother's shoulder, something inside him ignited. I don't have to keep asking for permission. I don't have to wait to be accepted. If the world won't give it to me, I'll take it. That night, in his room, Izuku sat on the edge of his bed, staring into space. The darkness of the room was only interrupted by the dim light from the street coming through the window. In his hands, he clutched his shirt as if he could somehow remove the mark he still felt on his chest. Chapter. The symbol of the golden key was still there, invisible to the world's eyes, but not to his own. He could feel it like a heartbeat, as if every time he breathed, the door responded with an echo in his soul. A thief of glory, huh? He muttered to himself, remembering Gilgamesh's words. A king let me into his treasury. I can't waste it. He looked at his hands. They were shaking, but no longer from fear. His body was exhausted, but something else had ignited inside him. He didn't feel like a hero, he didn't feel strong. But this time, he didn't feel useless either. Claim what was denied to you. I will claim it all, she said aloud, letting her words fill the empty room. Her voice no longer trembled. It was small, yes, but firm. Determination was beginning to take root in every word that left her mouth. Everything they said I couldn't have. Everything they told me I didn't deserve. Everything. I will take it all into my own hands. He clenched his fists tightly, and for a moment, he could feel the weight of something else. Not his shirt. A grip. Cold, dense, real. Something was there. The door was open, and for the first time in his life, Izuku had a choice. He got out of bed, breathing heavily and with a fiery gaze. The world won't give me a chance, so I'll take it. Midoriya Residence. Saturday morning sunlight filtered through his bedroom window, illuminating the floor with small patches of gold. Izuku Midoriya sat on the edge of his bed, staring down at his hands. So much had happened in such a short time, too many things. His mind kept reliving the previous day, Gilgamesh's voice still echoing in his head like thunder in the distance. The world won't give you a chance, so take it in your own hands. Steal the glory of heroes. Izuku looked at the palm of his right hand. He squeezed it tightly until his fingers ached. There was no visible mark, but he still felt the warmth of the symbol that had glowed on his chest. He didn't know if it was real or if it had all been a dream, but something inside him told him he wasn't the same anymore. I don't have a quirk, he muttered to himself, looking down in a mixture of doubt and hope. But I have something else now, don't I? What am I supposed to have, exactly? He got out of bed and headed for the kitchen, his mind full of questions. His mother had already gone out to buy some things, so he had the house to himself. For the first time in a long time, the silence of his home didn't feel suffocating. Good. I'll find out today. Izuku sat down at the kitchen table, looking at his hands again. If it's a power, then it must have some sort of command or activation, he thought, recalling the quirks he'd seen throughout his life. Some quirks are activated by words, others by movements, others by emotions. He frowned, concentrating as he raised both hands in front of his face. Open. Gate. Gate of Babylon, he shouted, waving his arms wildly as if casting a spell. Nothing. Gate. Open. Access to the treasures. He tried a sequence of words. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Golden door. Portal. Open the chamber. Access to the vault, he shouted even louder. Nothing. Her face turned red with embarrassment. Peef. I look like a complete idiot. He sank onto the table, his head resting on his arms. His breathing was calm, but his mind kept spinning. He remembered the day before, the way the golden light had surrounded his entire body. The golden lines in the sky. Gilgamesh's words, so clear, so precise. Claim what was denied to you. Steal the glory of heroes. No one will give it to me. I must take it. So how am I supposed to take it? He asked into the air. Her stomach growled, reminding her that she hadn't eaten anything since dinner last night. With a sigh of resignation, she got up from her chair and walked over to the refrigerator. The old white refrigerator had a few stains on the surface, but what caught his attention most was what was on top, a couple of envelopes of receipts and invoices. Izuku stared at them. They were his mother's expenses. Rent, water, electricity, and two of them were clearly marked with the word, overdue, in bright red. That word hit him hard in the chest. She's always worried about the bills, he thought, feeling a weight on his chest. She always has to make sacrifices so we can live. His jaw clenched and his breathing became heavier. He couldn't stop staring at those envelopes. He knew how much effort it took his mother to keep them afloat. And then, something happened. A familiar warmth appeared in his chest. He didn't realize it right away, but his mind had crossed a line. The desire, the need, the determination to change things. The invisible symbol flashed, the air to his right distorted. It wasn't a loud noise, more of a soft whirring sound, as if someone had slid a knife through the fabric of the world. A golden fissure appeared, floating next to him, the size of his hand. Izuku's eyes widened. What is that? The golden fissure expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it became a small golden portal. It was a perfect circle, surrounded by a thin line of golden energy that pulsed with every beat of his heart. Izuku froze. He didn't know whether to move or run. His body was frozen between shock and panic. Did I do it? He asked aloud. The portal opened completely. Something fell. First, a gold coin. It gleamed as it hit the ground, spinning with a pure, clear metallic sound. An ancient coin, with symbols and letters I didn't recognize. Then, another coin, and another. Then, a small ruby gem. And then, more coins. Silver, gold, emeralds, jewels. The objects fell slowly, as if sliding from the entrance of an open vault. Their brilliance was hypnotic. What? He yelled, backing away, his eyes wide. Shut it, shut it, shut it. He waved his hand as if closing a door, and the golden portal slammed shut. The fissure disappeared soundlessly, as if it had never been there. Silence returned. Izuku stood there, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Cold sweat ran down his forehead. His breathing was heavy, his mind racing faster than ever. His eyes lowered to the ground. There they were, the gold coins, the jewels, and the precious gems. They were all still there, scattered around the kitchen, reflecting the sunlight with a warm glow. This can't be real, he said, his voice breaking, leaning forward to pick up a coin. He lifted it carefully, held it in front of his eyes, turning it over in his fingers. It was real. It was heavy. It felt cold to the touch. It was not an illusion. It wasn't a hallucination. It's pure gold, she whispered, feeling her legs start to shake again. She looked around and saw the other jewels and coins. Each one was unique, with precise details, as if forged by ancient artisans. I did it. His mind was filled with an undeniable truth. I opened the door. Gilgamesh's words repeated themselves once more in his mind. Take it with your own hands. Izuku dropped to his knees, his hands shaking as he stared at the golden coins. I can do it. I can change everything. She covered her mouth with her hand as her eyes filled with tears. This time, they weren't tears of sadness. They were tears of hope. For the first time in his life, he didn't feel powerless. For the first time, Izuku Midoriya had the door open. And now I knew I could take whatever I wanted. The air was charged with an unusual tranquility. Izuku was still kneeling on the kitchen floor, surrounded by golden coins, gems, and small pieces of jewelry that had fallen from the portal moments before. His breathing was heavy, and his eyes were fixed on the shining gold in front of him. The sunlight streaming through the window made the coins gleam like golden torches. I can change everything. The thought repeated itself in her mind. Her heart began to beat faster. It was the first time she felt in control. Not partial or temporary control. Absolute control. There's no need to suffer. There's no need for Mom to keep worrying. Her eyes fell on the receipt envelopes on top of the refrigerator. The word, overdue, was still there, like a mark of shame that had been there for months. No more. Not this time. The invisible symbol flashed again on his chest. The world went wrong again. The air to his left distorted as if someone had dipped their hand into the surface of a lake. The familiar hum was heard again, soft and steady. No, 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 wait, wait. Izuku raised his hands as if he could stop the process, but it was too late. The golden fissure appeared again. This time it was bigger, the size of a small window. The door was open. From the golden crack, more gold coins began to fall. But this time it wasn't one, not two. There were dozens. Clink, 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 clink. A metallic clang filled the kitchen. Gold coins bounced on the floor, rolling until they hit the furniture. A walnut-sized ruby landed with a plop on a towel. A small emerald-encrusted crown rolled slowly out, stopping next to a chair leg. Stop. Shut it, shut it, shut it. Izuku yelled, raising his hand. His mind focused on a single command, shut it. The golden portal slammed shut, as if a door had been sealed with a sharp bang. The air stopped distorting, and the humming faded. The only sound left was the clink of one last coin as it spun on its axis before falling on its side. Clink. Izuku looked around. The kitchen floor was covered in gold and jewels. It was a treasure. A real treasure. No, 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 no. She murmured, her voice shaking as she crawled on her knees, trying to gather some coins and stuff them in her hands. This can't be happening. No. If Mom sees it. The front door opened. The sound of the bolt echoed through the house. Izuku's body froze completely, his eyes wide open. No. No, not now. Izuku, I'm back. I bought the vegetables on sale, so get ready because we're making stew today. Inko Midoriya's voice was soft and tired, but full of love. The sound of his footsteps approached from the hallway. Each step felt like the echo of a drum beating directly on Izuku's head. No, he can't see me like this, he thought, looking at the gold coins. He wanted to move, hide them, shove them under the table, push them away with his hands, do something. But he couldn't. His body wasn't responding. His mind was clouded by panic, guilt, and uncertainty. Then he saw her. Inko Midoriya, her mother, entered the kitchen. She was carrying 2 cloth bags in each hand, visibly exhausted. Her shoulders were slumped, her hair was messy, and there were dark circles under her eyes. She looked tired, so tired. It was the first time Izuku had seen her like that. He hadn't noticed before, or maybe he'd wanted to ignore it, but now, he noticed everything. The world felt heavier. She's always been like this, hasn't she? All this time, she's been carrying this alone. The sound of the bags hitting the floor was soft, but to Izuku it felt like an explosion. Inko looked straight at her son. His eyes opened wide. He saw the gold. He saw the jewels. The silence became absolute. Izuku, what is this? Inko asked, her voice breaking, her hand going to her mouth. Her eyes instantly filled with tears. Are you okay? What happened? Did they do something to you? Tell me. She took a step toward him, but her eyes remained fixed on the gold. On the coins, on the rubies, on the small crown that glittered next to the chair. She's going to think I stole something, that I did something wrong. What do I say to him? What can I say to him? Izuku fell silent. His lips parted, but he couldn't form words. He wanted to speak, wanted to explain, but what could he say? I got it from a golden portal because an ancient king gave it to me, didn't sound very convincing. Inko crouched down in front of him, her eyes filled with concern. Her mother, the only person who never turned her back on her. Izuku, son, what happened here? Her voice was a whisper, shaky and filled with fear. She reached out to him, wanting to touch his face. Tell me you're okay, please. Tell me you're not in trouble. Those words pierced him. The weight of his guilt hit him full force. It wasn't about the gold. It wasn't about the portal. It was about everything he'd been hiding. She's been carrying everything, and I was about to leave her alone. Her eyes filled with tears. She couldn't hold it in any longer. Mom, her voice broke, sobs escaping her throat. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Inko immediately hugged him, holding him tightly against her chest. Shish, shish. It's okay, Izuku, it's okay. It doesn't matter about the gold, it doesn't matter about any of that. It doesn't matter at all, my son. I just want you to be okay. Tears fell from both of them. She didn't ask where the coins came from. She didn't ask about the jewels or the crown. At that moment, she only cared about her son. Izuku clung to her. The last barrier in his heart was completely broken. Mom, I promise I won't leave you alone, ever again, she said, her voice filled with tears, but also with a determination she'd never had before. I'll make everything different. Everything will change, Mom. I promise. Inko hugged him tighter, not fully understanding the words, but feeling the weight of his emotion. The warmth of his mother's embrace comforted him, but it also suffocated him. Izuku could feel it. The pressure of her arms around his back wasn't just love. It was concern. His mother was trembling, not because of the cold, not because of tiredness, but out of fear. The fear of a mother who had seen too many television reports about crimes, robberies, and children getting into trouble with bad company. The fear of a mother who had always done everything she could to protect him, even when the world refused to do so. She's waiting. She could feel it in the way he breathed against her hair. I could feel it in the way his chest rose and fell. She's waiting for an answer. But his mind was blank. There were no excuses I could give. There were no lies I could tell. I can't lie to you. Not her. She pressed her lips together, feeling the pressure growing in her chest. She knew she had to speak. She knew every second she spent in silence would make her mother more worried. But, Izuku, Inko's voice sounded soft, almost fearful. It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter if it was an accident. It doesn't matter if you made a mistake. She slowly pulled away from him and looked into his eyes. The eyes of a mother. Just tell me the truth, he said, his voice full of love and fear. No matter what it is, please don't lie to me. Those words were more powerful than any blow Bakugo had ever thrown. Don't lie to me. Izuku felt the world shatter around him. He couldn't hide it, not from his mother, not after everything she'd done for him, not after seeing how much he'd endured. Tell him. She swallowed hard, feeling a lump in her throat. Her hands were shaking, but she didn't look away from her mother's gaze. Not this time. Mom, what I'm about to say sounds crazy, she began, her voice shaking with every word. I don't know how, or why, but I'm not lying. I don't want to lie to you. Inko looked at him patiently, but the concern in her eyes was more intense now. What did you do, Izuku? Her gaze seemed to ask. Yesterday. Her throat closed suddenly. She didn't know where to begin. She didn't know how to explain it. How could she? How do you explain to your mother that you opened a magic door and took gold and jewels from an ancient king's treasure? She won't believe me, but I have to try. I was in a very dark place, Mom, she said, feeling the pressure in her chest grow stronger. Her heart was beating so hard she could almost hear it. Tears started to well up in her eyes again, but this time she didn't let them out. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know where to go, and Izuku, Inko whispered, leaning down to take his hands. Her touch was gentle, but her grip was firm. You don't have to explain everything if you don't want to, but please don't leave me alone without knowing what's wrong with you. That was the spark. That was the phrase that broke all his defenses. Izuku closed his eyes tightly. The words came out suddenly. I wanted to jump, Mom. He cried, his voice raw and broken, as if each word tore a piece of his soul away. I was about to jump off a building because All Might told me I couldn't be a hero. He told me that. The hero I always admired told me to give up. And I couldn't. I couldn't take it anymore. Inko froze. His eyes widened. No, am I Izuku? Tears fell silently from her eyes, one after another, but she didn't take her eyes off her son. She didn't move, she didn't run, she didn't let go. But someone spoke to me, Izuku continued, his voice hoarse and his breathing ragged. I don't know who it was, but their voice was loud, louder than All Might's. Louder than anything I've ever heard. He rubbed his eyes with the back of his hand and continued speaking, his voice now lower, more controlled. He told me not to wait for the world to give me anything, to take everything into my own hands. And then a key appeared, a golden key. Inko blinked, confused. A key? He asked, frowning. Yes, Izuku said, his breathing steadying. I don't know how to explain it, but that key allowed me to open a door to the treasure of the kings. He pointed to the coins and jewels still scattered on the floor. That's where all this comes from, Mom, he said, with a small but genuine smile. I didn't steal anything. I didn't hurt anyone. I just opened the door. Silence returned to the room. Inko looked at the golden coins. She looked at the rubies. She looked at her son. Her little Izuku. I didn't know what to think. I didn't know whether to cry or scream. Door. Treasure of the kings. Golden key. You're not lying, Inko whispered, her gaze fixed on her son's. There was no hesitation in her voice, no anger or distrust. You're serious, aren't you? This isn't a dream, is it? Izuku shook his head. It isn't, Mom, I promise. The world felt smaller at that moment. Izuku expected his mother to reject him. I expected to see fear, confusion, maybe even anger. But she leaned down, slowly, and cupped his face in both hands. She looked at him closely, observing every detail of his expression. Looking for lies, looking for fear. He found nothing. My little Izuku, she said in a soft, sweet, but sadness-filled voice. You went through all of that, and yet you're here. Yet you came back home. He hugged her. He said nothing more. He asked no more questions. It doesn't matter if it's gold, or a magic door, or a golden key, he said with a small smile as he stroked her hair. The only thing that matters to me is that you're here. That you're safe. Izuku felt the weight of guilt disappear. Not completely, but enough. Thank you, Mom, he said, his voice filling with tears again. Silence reigned in the kitchen, broken only by the soft sound of gold coins tumbling on the floor before coming to a stop. Inko Midoriya and Izuku sat opposite each other at the kitchen table. Around them, jewelry, gold coins, and precious gems were still scattered, reflecting the midday light. It was a surreal scene, as if the kitchen had been invaded by the treasures of an adventure movie. But it wasn't a movie. It was real. Inko wiped her eyes with the sleeve of her sweater. Her gaze was filled with concern, but this time there was also a strange mix of acceptance. My son is telling me the truth. She didn't understand everything that was happening, but she knew one thing for sure, Izuku wasn't lying to her. Okay, Izuku, Inko said, her voice soft but firm. I want you to tell me everything. Don't leave anything out, okay? No matter how strange it is. No matter if you think I won't understand. Just tell me. Izuku nodded slowly, his still shaking hands resting on the table. His gaze focused on his fingers, unable to look at his mother directly at first. He knew this would be difficult, but he'd already made his decision. There would be no more secrets between them. He took a deep breath and raised his head. It all started yesterday, after school. I was having one of those days. You know, one of those bad days, Izuku said, his voice cracking slightly. Bakugo pissed me off more than usual, pushing me against the wall in front of everyone. No one said anything, like always. Inko pressed her lips together. It wasn't the first time she'd heard about Bakugo, but she'd never known how far his bullying had gone. I was tired, Mom. Tired of it always being the same. I thought if I could ask All Might, he'd give me a different answer. Inko's eyes widened. All Might. Viste All Might. Izuku nodded slowly. Yeah, I found him by accident while chasing a slime villain. I thought if I asked him, he'd tell me something different. I thought he'd tell me I could be a hero, even without a quirk. She bit her lower lip, feeling the shame and pain return. But it wasn't like that, he said, looking down. He looked me in the eye and told me that it was better for me to give up. Inko's heart broke at that moment. No. She said, her voice barely audible. No, Izuku. He told me I couldn't be a hero without a quirk. That it was dangerous for someone like me to try. Inko felt a lump in her throat, but she didn't interrupt. She knew Izuku needed to get it all out. I walked around the city for hours, aimlessly. My mind kept repeating those words. Her voice trembled. I thought it was all over for me. That there was no reason to go on. Inko brought her hand to her mouth, stifling a sob. I climbed a tall building, and stood on the edge. Inko's breathing stopped. Her body tensed, her face filled with a horror she couldn't hide. No. Not my baby. Not my Izuku. Izuku looked up and, for the first time, looked her straight in the eyes. I was going to jump, Mom, she said, her voice firm, but tears were already streaming down her cheeks. I was going to jump because I thought there was no other way to escape everything, but then, something happened. His face changed slightly. It wasn't just sadness anymore. There was something else. Something strange. I heard a voice. Inko frowned. A voice. Yes. Izuku nodded. It wasn't just any voice, Mom. It wasn't a human voice. It was loud, so loud that the world felt small next to it. It was like the universe itself was speaking to me. Lift your head, child. Izuku closed his eyes, remembering the exact moment the voice echoed in his mind. It was the voice of someone named Gilgamesh. The air felt thicker. Gilgamesh. Just saying that name made something change in the room. Inko felt a chill run down her spine. Her body reacted before her mind could process it. The kitchen felt smaller, heavier. Izuku looked at his hands, feeling the same warmth in his chest as the night before. The invisible symbol echoed again. He told me the world wouldn't give me anything. That if I wanted something, I should take it. And then, he gave me something. He raised his right hand. He gave me the Bab-ilu, the golden key that opens the door to his treasure. Inko felt something invisible moving the air around her. It was as if the name, Bab-ilu, was echoing from somewhere far, far away. With that key, Mom. I opened a door, a golden door that split the sky. His eyes looked at his mother with sincerity. There was no doubt in his voice. There was no fear. There was only truth. The sky was filled with golden light. Paths of gold opened everywhere, as if the world had been cut with a sword of light. Everyone saw it. Everyone saw it. Inko remembered the morning news. A golden phenomenon that crossed the sky. Witnesses claimed to have seen a fracture in the sky. And then, today, Izuku continued. I saw the receipts, Mom. I saw how much you've been carrying alone, and I thought, I want to change this. I want it to be different. And then another door opened. And coins fell out. Gold, jewelry, all of this. Izuku spread his arms, pointing at the treasure scattered on the ground. Inko Midoriya looked at her son. He looked at the gold coins. He looked at the jewels. And then she looked at him. He slowly rose from his seat, his body still trembling. He walked to the center of the room and bent down. He picked up one of the golden coins and turned it over in his fingers. The gold was real. It wasn't a trick. It wasn't an illusion. It was real. Inko squeezed the coin in her hand and took a deep breath. He turned to Izuku. I don't understand any of this, Izuku, she said, her voice shaking. I don't understand what a Bab-ilu is, or who this Gilgamesh is. I don't understand why he chose you, or why he gave you all of this. Her voice broke. Tears streamed down her face. But there's one thing I do understand, she said, kneeling in front of him and taking his hands. You're my son, and I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you decided to stay. Izuku burst into tears, letting out everything he had been bottling up. Mom, I promise, I'll change everything. No more late bills. No more burdens for you. I'll make everything better. I promise. Inko hugged him tightly. You don't have to do it alone, Izuku, she said, stroking his hair. The floor was still covered with coins and jewels. But for the first time, that no longer mattered. Izuku realized something important. He was not alone. And that was worth more than all the gold in the world. The atmosphere in the kitchen remained tense. Inko Midoriya and Izuku sat once more at the table, a mountain of gold and jewels still scattered on the floor. Sunlight continued to stream in through the window, illuminating the coins with a warm, almost divine glow. It was a sight that would have felt majestic if not for the feeling of fear weighing on their hearts. What are we supposed to do with all this? That thought was on both of their minds. The first time they saw it, they felt awe. Then, curiosity came. But now there was fear. Having too much power can be just as terrifying as not having any. Inko sighed as she looked at the gold coin she still held between her fingers. It was beautiful. The lettering etched into its surface resembled no modern language. The purity of the gold was undeniable. It wasn't a replica. It wasn't a forgery. It was authentic. But, what good is gold in this world? He turned to Izuku, his gaze filled with concern. Izuku, we need to talk about this. Izuku lifted his head, still wiping his eyes with his sleeve. He looked exhausted, but calmer than before. His mother wasn't judging him, and that was all he needed. I know, Mom, he said, rubbing the back of his neck with a tired expression. We can't keep this. It's too obvious. If anyone finds out we have so much gold and jewels, they might think we did something wrong. They might think we stole it. The word was not said, but it was there, present in the room. Inko knew it. Izuku knew it. Look, son. Inko placed the coin on the table and slid it with her fingertips. This gold, it's real. And it's valuable, far more than anyone could imagine. But we can't use it. Izuku looked at her, confused. Why not, Mom? It's gold. Gold as money. We could pay all the bills with this. We could fix up this house. We could buy everything you need. We could. Izuku. His mother interrupted, her voice firm but not angry. She leaned toward him, taking his hands. It's not that simple. Izuku remained silent. The fear in her mother's voice was unmistakable. It wasn't just a mother's concern. It was the fear of a person who understood the reality of the world. Think about this, honey, he said, his voice softer this time. If you suddenly take this gold coin to a store or a bank, what do you think they'll do? They won't accept it. Pure gold isn't used as payment. It's not used in banks. It's not money. Izuku frowned. But gold has value, right? It's more valuable than money. That's what they always say in the history books. Inko nodded. Yes, gold has value, but to turn it into money, we'd have to sell it. And to do that, we'd have to take it to a pawnshop or a precious metals dealer. And why don't we do it? Inko looked at him seriously. And how do you explain to someone where you got all this gold, Izuku? Izuku looked down. There was no answer to that. If a gold dealer sees this, they'll ask questions, Inko continued, her voice calm, but her concern evident. And if anyone finds out you have access to something like that, they'll come after you, Izuku. Not heroes, not the police, worse people. People who don't care that you're a kid. The mafia, the villains, the opportunists. Izuku understood immediately. He wasn't stupid. Naive, of course, but not stupid. He knew how dangerous it would be to display this amount of wealth in public. People will do horrible things for less. So what do we do, Mom? She asked, her voice thick with frustration. She slammed both hands on the table, not hard, but enough to make her helplessness clear. I don't want you worrying about the bills anymore. I don't want you carrying everything alone. I don't want you so tired all the time. I want to help. That's why I have this power, Mom. To help you. His voice broke again. Inko got up from her chair and went to him. She hugged him tightly, wrapping her arms around his head, as if she were protecting him from something she couldn't see. I know, Izuku, I know, she whispered, her voice shaking. I know you want to help, baby. And I know you'll do everything you can. But please, promise me you won't do anything that might put you in danger. Mother, promise me, Izuku, she said more firmly, pulling away from him just so she could look into his eyes. I don't want to lose you. I don't want you to go to jail. I don't want anyone to see you as a criminal. I don't want them to see you as a thief. The words hit Izuku's heart like a hammer. Thief. The word echoed in his mind. Gilgamesh had told him to steal the glory of heroes. But, did that make him a thief? I'm not a thief, Mom, he said, wiping his tears with his arm. I'm not a thief. I'm just using what they gave me. Inko didn't respond. She remained silent for a moment, watching her son's face. Then she nodded with a sad smile. I know, Izuku, but sometimes, the world doesn't see things the way we do. The world only sees gold and a child who shouldn't have it. So what do we do, Mom? Izuku asked, his voice filled with tiredness. Inko looked at the gold and jewels on the floor. A fortune, a temptation, a danger. He took a deep breath. We'll keep it. Izuku blinked. We'll keep it, Inko repeated more confidently. We're not going to use it now. We're not going to show it. We're not going to sell it. We'll keep it. Where are we going to keep it? It's too much, Mom. Trust me, son. Inko looked at him with a determination he hadn't seen before. I'll find a place. For now, don't use your power to bring in more gold, okay? Don't use it unless it's an emergency. Don't draw attention to yourself. Don't open that door, until we figure out how to do it without anyone knowing. Izuku nodded slowly. I won't open the door. Good, Inko said with a soft smile, though her voice was shaky. Then we'll settle the bills the way we always have, okay? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about money. Izuku looked at the gold coin on the table, and then looked at his mother. But, Mom, we don't have to worry about money anymore. We just need to learn how to use it. Musudafu, Sunday morning. The sun shone brightly, gently warming the city streets. Cars passed by, vendors opened their shops, and people hurriedly walked toward their destinations. It was a peaceful day, or at least it should have been. Izuku Midoriya walked down the sidewalk, hands in his pockets and eyes downcast. His head was full of thoughts. Thoughts about his mother, about the gold, about the Golden Gate, and about the name he couldn't get out of his mind now. Gilgamesh. Just thinking about him made her chest feel warm, as if the symbol she'd felt before was shining again. Gilgamesh's presence didn't feel far away. It was as if, in a way, he were still there, watching. I shouldn't open the door again, he muttered to himself, kicking a small stone along the way. He looked at the ground as he walked, paying no attention to his surroundings. But Mom's still carrying everything. I want to help her, but I can't use the door. The memory of the conversation with his mother was still fresh. She had asked him not to do anything reckless. Not to show the gold. Not to use the door. Not to attract attention. I can't keep doing this, he said, clenching his fists in his pockets. I have power now. What's the point of having it if I can't use it? And then something hit him. Literally. Gah! Izuku yelled as he felt something heavy hit him from the side. His body was pushed so hard that he lost his balance and fell backward onto the sidewalk. The air was knocked out of his lungs. I found you, a female voice shouted with excitement. Izuku couldn't see anything. His face was pressed against something soft, warm, and quite squishy. He tried to move his head, but his nose was pressed against a surface he didn't recognize. Oh, what the? His voice was muffled by the pressure. His arms began to thrash about, trying to free themselves. Something was on top of him. Something very heavy. Yes, 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 yes. I found you. You're real. It wasn't a mistake of my eyes. It wasn't just any quirk, it was something better, said the voice, clearly excited, with a tone of inexhaustible energy. Izuku tried to turn his head, and when he finally managed to do so, his face turned red. There was a girl on top of him. A girl with messy pink hair and big eyes with crossed pupils. And his face was buried between her breasts. MMMFFF. His eyes widened as he tried to back away, but her body was completely on top of him. His hands instinctively moved to her chest to push her away, but when he realized what he was touching, his face turned even redder. What's going on? Someone help me. She tried to scream, but her voice was muffled. The girl, instead of reacting, smiled even more. He. No, you're not getting away from me, mystery boy. I found you and now I'm not letting you go, she said with a mischievous smile as she leaned closer to his face, her cross-shaped eyes focusing directly on his. You have no idea how many streets I had to walk through to find you. But I found you. Izuku couldn't think anymore. His brain was on overload. Who is this girl? Why is she on top of me? Why can't I breathe? What is happening? Finally, with a titanic effort, Izuku used both hands to push her away from his face. The girl leaned back, sitting on his abdomen, a huge smile on her face. Her pink hair blew in the breeze, and her eyes watched him with an intensity that made Izuku feel like an animal trapped by a predator. You, Izuku gasped, his face completely red. Who are you? And why did you charge at me? You could have killed me. The girl looked at him with her head slightly tilted, but her smile never disappeared. I'm Mei Hatsume, genius inventor in the making. Thanks for asking, she said with a voice full of pride, pointing at herself with her thumb. And you are the boy with the golden glow. Izuku froze. The color drained from his face. What are you talking about? She asked with a trembling voice, trying to remain calm, even though her heart was pounding in her chest. Mei leaned toward him with a sly smile. Oh, don't play dumb, I saw it with my own eyes. I used my quirk, zoom. I saw that golden light cutting through the sky and I saw you there, on top of that building, with the golden roads all around you. I saw everything. His eyes sparkled with pure excitement, as if he'd just found the greatest toy in the world. So I decided to find you and here I am. Did he see me? He saw me. Izuku felt cold sweat run down his back. No. No one was supposed to see me. Ah, I knew that wasn't a common quirk. Mei continued, her smile growing. That light, that geometry of perfect lines, that energy pattern. That was high-end technology. And I want to know how you did it. I don't know what you're talking about, Izuku yelled, flailing his arms clumsily as he tried to lift her up. Get off me, please. I didn't do anything, I swear. I don't believe you, Mei replied with a hearty laugh. Someone with that level of projection isn't a novice. I know what I saw, and you're not going to fool me, mystery boy. Tell me, how did you open the door? How did you make the connection? Did you use a quantum projection device? Quantum projection? I don't even know what that means. Izuku thought, his face completely red. No. Wait, was it a particle accelerator? No, that wouldn't make sense, maybe an energy flux resonance. Mei muttered while biting a nail, her eyes filled with pure passion. Yeah, that makes more sense. Tell me everything. Izuku felt his life slipping away. Why is this happening to me? I have no idea what you're talking about. Izuku screamed at the top of his lungs, finally managing to free himself from her and crawl away. And leave me alone. Mei sat on the floor, grinning from ear to ear. Oh, no, she said, pointing her finger at him, her eyes shining. Now that I've found you, I'm not letting you go, mystery boy. You're mine now. Izuku knew, in that instant, that his life would never be the same again. Let me go, please. I didn't do anything, Izuku yelled as his right arm was forcefully yanked by Mei Hatsume, the pink-haired, cross-eyed girl who had charged at him. She wouldn't let go of his hand. And though Izuku tried to resist, he realized something unsettling. She was stronger than him. It wasn't overwhelming strength, but it was enough that he couldn't break free. Her body was smaller than Mei's, and her physical stamina wasn't impressive at all. I can't even let go of a girl, he thought, feeling the heat of embarrassment rise to his face. People on the street watched the scene with curiosity. A boy being dragged by an eccentric girl with a big smile on her face. Ah, young lovers, an old woman commented, smiling nostalgically. Look at that, those kids sure have energy. A man laughed as he pointed at the couple. Izuku wished the earth would swallow him up. Shame. Pure and utter shame. Not only could he not let go, but now everyone thought it was a romantic scene. Why did this have to happen to him? I said let me go. I'm not going anywhere with you. Izuku yelled, pulling his arm back with all his might. Oh, shut up, Mei replied without even looking at him, her smile still firm and her eyes shining with determination. I found you, and now I'm not letting you go. Not after what I saw. You have too much potential. Potential for what? I don't even know what you're talking about. Potential for invention, of course, she said with a cheerful laugh as she increased her pace, forcing him to almost run after her. You and I are going to create something that will make all the heroes green with envy. An invention that will change history. I don't understand anything she's saying, Izuku thought, staring at her hand trapped in his. His heart started pounding, not from running, but from the feeling of his hand being held by a girl's. I'm holding hands with a girl. No, no, no. Focus, Izuku, focus. But I couldn't. Between the excitement, the embarrassment, the physical exhaustion, and the attention from the people on the street, her mind was on the verge of collapse. Seriously, please tell me where we're going, Izuku asked with a trembling voice. Mei looked back, smiling so energetically she looked like a little girl who had just received her birthday present. To my workshop, of course. Where dreams come true and explosions happen all the time. You don't want to miss that, mystery boy. Explosions. What? The sound of the keypad was the first thing Izuku heard. Mei quickly typed a code into the electrical panel at the entrance, her fingers moving with uncanny precision. Beep, 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 beep. There was a small sound of acceptance, and the metal door began to move upwards with a loud mechanical squeak. Crunk, crunk, crunk. Clank. He stopped. The door only went up halfway before jamming. Mei looked at the door with a raised eyebrow, as if judging its performance. HMPH. You again, huh? He crouched down naturally, looking at Izuku with a smile. Come on. Don't just stand there, he said as he slipped under the door with ease. Izuku blinked twice. Wait, I don't even know if I want to go in there. He protested, but she was already on the other side. Suddenly, his hand appeared from under the door and grabbed hers. Too late, mystery boy. Come here, he said with surprising force. Wah! Izuku yelled as his body was pulled under the door. His back brushed against the bottom frame and his jacket got a little dirty, but before he could complain, he was inside. The smell hit him first. The smell of metal, burnt oil, and a hint of something I couldn't identify. Mei's workshop was chaos. Machine parts were everywhere. Loose gears, pieces of bent metal, tools scattered in no apparent order. Disassembled appliances were stacked in a corner, as if he'd scavenged them from the trash. Multiple empty fire extinguishers lined up near the wall, each with burn marks. The floor had oil stains and burn marks from past explosions. In the corner, a messy bed with wrinkled gray sheets sat next to a small refrigerator. Dirty clothes were piled in one corner, mixed with electronic device parts. What is this? Izuku asked, staring at everything with his mouth open. My workshop, Mei replied proudly, raising her arms as if she were presenting her masterpiece. This is where the magic happens. The birthplace of the greatest inventions of the modern world. No. This isn't a workshop, this is a disaster area. Izuku thought as he watched a small, headless robot moving across the floor. Mei slammed the door shut, making sure no one could get in. The sound of the door slamming shut was louder than necessary. Okay, here we are. Now let's talk about you, mystery boy, she said, pointing at him, as if she were making a big revelation. Izuku froze. What are you talking about? He asked, trying to sound casual, but his voice trembled. Mei leaned forward, hands on her hips, eyes shining as if she'd just seen her greatest invention. Her face was inches from his. Don't fool me, mysterious boy. Her voice was a whisper that made Izuku step back a little. I saw the golden light. I saw the golden paths in the sky. I saw how you were at the center of it all. You have something, and I want to know what it is. Izuku felt his heart pounding. Too hard. I don't know what you're talking about, he said, his voice shaking. Mei smiled, not the smile of a mischievous child, but that of a scientist who had already solved the riddle. Oh, you don't have to tell me, she said, her smile widening. I'll find out for myself. He turned around and walked over to a table full of tools. A screwdriver, a soldering iron, a hammer. Izuku started to sweat. Don't come near me with that. I'm not a dismantling machine. Mei turned around with a maniacal laugh. All in the name of science, mystery boy. The heat in the workshop grew more intense. Not from the machines, not from the screwdrivers thrown to the floor, nor from the sparks from the cutting metal. It was the presence of the golden portal. A soft, deep sound echoed in the air, VVVVVVMMMMM. The space above Izuku's left shoulder twisted, as if the world were folding in on itself. Lines of golden energy flickered, and a golden fissure appeared out of thin air. Its shape was perfect, circular, and it pulsed slowly around the edges. The gate of Babylon was open. What? Izuku's eyes widened, his breathing quickened, and his heart began to pound. No, no, no. Not now, not now. The tip of a golden spear emerged from the portal. A magnificent weapon, gleaming, perfect. The spear's blade was intricately carved, with inscriptions that seemed ancient but full of meaning. Golden light surrounded it, as if the weapon itself were alive. The tip of the spear pointed directly at Mei. Time stood still. Izuku felt his throat close. No, he thought with all his might. I don't want to hurt her. I don't want to harm her. It was different from before, when the coins and jewels fell to the ground. Now, the intention was different. The gate of Babylon had felt his emotions. His fear. His desire to escape. His instinct for self-preservation. The door had responded to those emotions, manifesting something that could defend him. A spear. A weapon. No, no, no. I don't want this, Izuku said, his voice shaking, staring at the portal over his shoulder. His mind was in a panic. Close it, I don't want to hurt anyone. But it didn't close. Mei Hatsume also froze. Her eyes opened wide, bigger than ever, and her usual smile disappeared for the first time. But it wasn't fear that showed on her face. It was amazement. Oh, Mei murmured, her cross-shaped pupils focused solely on the spear. It's beautiful. Her heart began to pound, and it wasn't from fear. It was because of the emotion. It's technology. No, it's not just technology, he said, his breath hitching, his body leaning forward as he slowly drew closer to the spear. It's something else. It's something else. I've never seen anything so pure, so precise, so perfect. Izuku felt panic. Don't come any closer, he screamed in his mind. Stop, Izuku yelled, reaching out with both hands toward Mei. His voice carried a power he didn't even know he possessed. Don't get closer. I don't know how to control it. Mei stopped dead in her tracks. He blinked twice, looking at Izuku with a surprised expression. You can't control it, he said, raising an eyebrow. So, it's not a machine. The world felt even denser. The presence of the portal didn't disappear. The spearhead was still there, motionless, but the energy it emitted was overwhelming. Why won't it lock? Lock, lock, lock. Izuku thought with all his might, his eyes wide with fear. He felt the heat in his chest, the symbol of the key, the BAB-ILU, burning brightly. He knew the door was controlled by his will. But he couldn't calm down. He couldn't control his emotions. Come on, mysterious boy, don't lose your head, Mei said, smirking. She held up both hands, showing she had no intention of coming any closer. Breathe, just breathe, okay, like when you're disarming a bomb. Slowly, without any sudden movements. You won't help me, Izuku yelled, his voice shaking. He, of course you can. Mei replied with a carefree smile. Look, if that portal opens with your will, then close your eyes and think of it as the kill switch. Like an emergency button, I have it on almost all of my babies. An off button, Izuku thought, his breathing becoming more controlled. An off button, yes, I need to turn it off. He took a deep breath. Again, I don't want to hurt anyone. I don't want to hurt Mei. I don't want the door to control me. The warmth in his chest began to subside. Yeah, that's it, Mei murmured, smiling broadly, her spiral pupils swirling as she watched the portal. You're doing well. Controlling energy is just like controlling a machine. Focus, feel the pressure, and release it slowly. Just like taking apart a combustion engine. Close the door, Sierrala. The golden glow flickered. The fissure began to close, slowly, as if the world were returning to normal. The spearhead was the first to disappear, sliding back into the portal, as if the weapon knew it was no longer needed. Yes, that's it. Close it. The golden fissure closed completely with a dry sound. The golden light faded. The world returned to normal. Izuku sank to his knees, breathing heavily. His body was shaking, his muscles tense, and his mind completely exhausted. I did it. I closed it. That was amazing, Mei suddenly shouted, breaking the silence. Izuku raised his head, stunned. Mei was jumping up and down with excitement, her hands waving like she had just won the lottery. It was like watching the birth of a new prototype war machine. That was awesome. The precision, the power, the elegance. I want to do something like that. I want to build something like that, she shouted excitedly, running up to Izuku and shaking him by the shoulders. Tell me how you did it. Tell me how it feels to control it. Can I touch the portal next time? Izuku was completely exhausted. His eyes slowly closed, exhaustion finally taking over his body. The warmth in his chest was still there, but weaker. No, I don't know. I don't know how, Izuku mumbled, his head tilted forward. It doesn't matter. We'll figure it out together, Mei said, grinning from ear to ear. You're my new baby, mystery boy. We're going to make history. Izuku knew, at that moment, that his life would never be the same. Not because he had power. Not because it had a golden door. But because Mei Hatsume would not give up until she discovered all its secrets. Izuku breathed heavily. His body was exhausted, his muscles trembling from the effort of controlling the Golden Gate. His mind was still clouded by the intensity of the situation, but he felt relief. He had done it. He had closed the gate of Babylon. I did it, he whispered with a weak smile, leaning his head forward, his breath coming in short gasps. I didn't hurt anyone. I didn't hurt Mei. He remained on his knees, his forehead almost touching the ground. His entire body was exhausted, sweat dripping from his forehead onto the oil-stained floor. He wanted to rest, just for a few seconds. Just a few seconds. Suddenly, he felt something. Oh, he blinked, feeling something tug at the back of his jacket. Zip. WW what? Izuku yelled in panic as he heard the sound of a zipper suddenly opening. He turned quickly, but before he could process what was happening, his jacket had been removed from his body with the precision of an assembly machine. Mei Hatsume held his jacket up, examining it with her cross-shaped eyes. Nothing in the jacket, he said with an expression of pure analysis. No secret compartments, no circuit boards, that rules out an external trigger. Hey, what are you doing? Give me that, Izuku yelled, reaching out for her. But it was too late. Next, Mei said with a big smile before launching herself at Izuku with the speed of a demolition machine. Wait, no, Izuku screamed, backing away in panic, but the tiredness in his legs made him stumble and fall on his back. Mei's gaze grew more intense. Her cross-shaped eyes focused on him like the sensors of a drone tracking its target. And in that moment, Izuku knew there was no escape. No. Izuku's shirt flew through the air. His pants followed the same path. The shirt and pants fell onto a pile of dirty clothes in the corner of the workshop. And there was Izuku, sitting on the floor, with only his underwear. His face was red, redder than a tomato. Her hands moved quickly, covering her chest and waist in desperation. Her eyes looked frantically around, as if searching for a way to escape this situation. What are you doing? What are you doing? You can't undress me like that. It's harassment. It's illegal. Her voice was in absolute panic, speaking so fast that her words jumbled together. Calm down, Mei replied, patting his chest, sides, and back with technical precision. I'm not doing anything weird. I'm looking for the triggering mechanism. It could be a proximity sensor, a thermal switch, or even a biometric interface. He patted her back. Nothing here. He patted his chest. Not here either. He touched her shoulders, pressing hard. Nothing here either. Where is it? Where is the core of the system? It can't just be your willpower. That doesn't make sense. Izuku was on the verge of tears. Not out of sadness, out of pure shame. Please leave me alone. I'm going to die of embarrassment. He screamed, his face red and his voice breaking. He wanted to disappear. He wanted to vanish into thin air. He wanted the golden door to open and send him to another world. I can't believe this is happening. I can't believe this is happening. Mei frowned as she gave his upper torso one last inspection. Then she stepped back and stood with a hand to her chin, thinking aloud. There are no control boards, no connectors, no traces of circuitry. No input or output ports. No marks of implants. No external power entry points. It's natural. May jumped back, raising both hands toward the ceiling, as if she had achieved enlightenment. Eureka! You're using a pure organic interface. That's awesome, he shouted with such intense excitement that his eyes literally spiraled for a moment. There are no external mechanisms. You are the control core. That means your body is the interface itself. The hardware and software are integrated. Ah, this is more advanced than any hero technology I've ever seen. Izuku was still on the ground, shaking in pure embarrassment. He covered himself with both hands, his body hunched over, trying to appear as small as possible. He had no more energy. Please, give me back my clothes, she murmured in the weakest voice she had ever used. May finally looked up at him. Your clothes? He asked, as if he'd just noticed he was practically naked. Oh, don't worry about that. Clothes only get in the way when it comes to uncovering the scientific truth. Izuku looked at her with dead eyes. She doesn't understand the gravity of the situation. This girl is a danger to humanity. But, I got it, May said, smiling broadly. The gate responds to you. It means the energy is linked to your will. Not a quirk, but your own determination. It's a perfect system of psychosynaptic control. I don't want to know anything about that. Give me my clothes, Izuku yelled, tears falling as he clung to his lost dignity. May shrugged, as if it were a minor detail. Okay, don't be so dramatic, mystery boy. Take it, he said, pointing at his shirt and pants in the pile of dirty clothes. Izuku stood there, not moving. He didn't cry, he didn't scream, he didn't speak. He just accepted his fate. May smiled, wiping her hands with an oil-stained towel. Well, mystery boy, you've got potential. I could make a dozen babies based on what I just learned from you. Izuku didn't respond, his face still red and his eyes lifeless. He'd accepted that his dignity had died in that workshop. And as much as he wanted to escape, Izuku knew he couldn't run away from the chaotic inventor who had now decided he was her baby. The sound of the keys echoed in the room. The constant clicking of the keyboard was almost hypnotic, each key pressed with expert precision. May's computer wasn't ordinary. At first glance, it looked like a hodgepodge of various parts held together with tape, exposed wires, and parts from other computers. It was a visual disaster. The monitors were of different sizes, one square and one widescreen. There were makeshift cooling tubes dripping water, and at the top of the main tower, an empty energy drink can was stuck in what appeared to be a fan. But it worked, and it worked well. Good. Let's see if there's any footage of that golden phenomenon on the public security camera network. There you are, beautiful sky, May said, her fingers moving at incredible speed. Her cross-shaped pupils shone with the excitement of a discovery. Behind her, Izuku was in his own battle. His enemy. Shame. His battlefield. May Hatsume's pile of clothes. He bent down to pick up his shirt from the floor, his breathing slow, but his face still red. His dignity was hanging by a thread. Just get dressed, Izuku, just get dressed and go home, he muttered to himself, his voice filled with desperation. Forget all this, just pretend it didn't happen. But the universe would not be so kind. When he reached for his jacket, he noticed something tangled in the sleeve. Something soft, but heavy enough to make the jacket fabric hang oddly. Izuku blinked, not understanding what it was. What is this? He thought, gently pulling it free. He was black, it was soft, it was elastic, and he had suspenders. His brain stopped. Quote. His hands trembled, his eyes opened wide. His breathing stopped. It can't be, no. It was a bra, a black bra. One of the glasses fell into his hand. The fabric felt soft and cool against her palm. Her body froze. The gears of her mind began to spin so hard she could almost hear the pieces creaking. No. His body did not move. He couldn't move. He didn't know how to move. The image of that black bra was etched in his brain. Her face turned even redder. No, redder would be an understatement. Her face was burning. Quote. A soft plop was heard. Izuku fainted. He fell on his back with his arms outstretched, his body hitting the ground with a thud. His eyes stared into space. His soul had left his body. The black bra fell gently onto her chest, as if gravity itself wanted to ensure that the shame was complete. May turned around, her attention shifting from the screens. What are you doing on the floor, mysterious boy? He noticed the black bra on her chest, blinked a couple of times, and then burst out laughing. Oh, if you wanted to help me wash my clothes, just say the word. I'd really appreciate it, she said, a big smile on her face, as she stood up and walked towards him with calm, casual steps. Izuku remained motionless. His body was there, but his soul had already fled to the afterlife. Empty eyes, soft breathing, her face completely red. May crouched down in front of him, leaning forward, looking at him curiously. His cross-shaped eyes slowly rolled around, watching him. Did you faint? Hey, you can't sleep in the middle of an invention workshop. There are sharp metal parts everywhere, she said, waving her hand in front of his face. When she got no response, she gently slapped his cheeks with both hands. Wake up, mystery boy. You can't give up now. We're just getting started. Nothing, not a single reaction. Izuku was on another plane of existence. TCH, guys, May said, lifting the bra with one hand and examining it. I don't understand why you all make such a big deal about these things. They're just clothes. Without even thinking, she tossed the bra onto the pile of clothes, where it joined the chaotic mountain of garments. Then, as casually as someone brushing dust off their clothes, she began slapping Izuku's cheeks with rhythmic precision. Wake up, he said every time his hands hit her cheeks. There's no time to sleep. Science waits for no one. Floor, wake up, he said more forcefully, leaning even closer to her face. Finally, Izuku blinked slowly. His eyes darted back and forth, still reeling from what he'd just experienced. The image of the black bra was still seared into his memory. Am I dead? He asked, his voice soft and husky, as if he had just woken up from a deep sleep. No, silly, May replied with a big smile. But if you keep acting like this, something worse could happen to you. Come on, get up. There's still so much to do. May jumped up, turned to the computer, and began typing with the same energy as before. As if nothing had happened. But for Izuku, everything had changed. She sat down slowly, her hands on the floor and her head bowed. Her hair covered her eyes, and her body was still trembling. Not from fear, not from the cold. Absolutely shameful. I can't see the girls in my class again, she thought, her face still red. I can't see my mom again. I can't see anyone again. He took his jacket with trembling hands, looked at it for a second, and quickly put it on, zipping it up to his chin. He needed to feel some protection. Something to cover his broken dignity. May continued working, oblivious to Izuku's mental breakdown. To her, the world had already moved on to the next big idea. The golden portal, a dimensional opening. Yes. It's possible it's an extra-dimensional storage chamber. He murmured as he typed an equation on the screen. Or maybe it's a quantum resonance. Yes, that would explain the nonlinear matter falling out of the portal. Izuku sat in a corner of the workshop, his knees hugged to his chest and his gaze lost in space. I was no longer thinking. I no longer felt. It just existed. But deep down, I knew one thing for sure. I would never touch another person's piece of clothing again. Not even by accident. Not even by mistake. Not even by my own will. Mystery boy, hey, come help me with this equation. May shouted. Izuku didn't respond. There was no more Izuku. Only the remnants of his soul remained. Tower of Avalon. Beyond time and space. High in a tower shrouded in the mists of time, where the laws of the world did not apply, Merlin, the Wizard of Flowers, observed the history of the world. Not with the eyes of an ordinary man, but with the clairvoyance of a being who had seen every corner of humanity. His gaze could traverse time, space, and dimensions. And at that moment, His attention was fixed on a green-haired young man named Izuku Midoriya. PFF'd. He he he. Ha ha hey hey. A small noise was heard, almost inaudible at first. Merlin was holding back laughter. In front of him, Izuku's magical projection from Hatsume's workshop continued to play. Merlin had seen the grand opening of the Gate of Babylon, had felt the moment the golden spear had burst through the portal, and had even felt a slight shiver of excitement. A weapon worthy of a hero, he had thought at the time. But nothing, absolutely nothing, prepared him for the scene that came next. PFT, PF wahaha. Ha 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 ha. Merlin's laughter echoed throughout the tower. The laughter of a man who had lived thousands of years and who, for the first time, had seen something that surpassed everything he had witnessed before. No, I can't take it anymore. This is too much. A bra, dropped by a bra, ha 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 ha. Merlin clutched his stomach as his body leaned forward, his breath caught in the intensity of the laughter. I have seen heroes face dragons. I have seen heroes defy fate. I have seen heroes face their own mortality. But this is too much. Fu, the small feline being who accompanied him, sat in a corner of the room, looking at Merlin with an expression of pure judgment. Nu, the sound was short and precise. But in that, Fu, lay an infinite amount of judgment. Fu didn't need to speak for his message to be clear. Are you really laughing at this, Merlin? You, who spend your time flirting with every woman who passes by you. You, who have made seduction your favorite pastime. You, the infamous womanizer of the court of Camelot, are you mocking a boy who fainted over a bra? You have the right to say that. Merlin, still laughing, noticed Fu's gaze. Her laughter began to calm down, her hands wiping the tears of laughter from her eyes. Oh, come on, Fu. Don't look at me like that, he said between small chuckles, trying to regain his composure. Don't you see, this boy is special. Look how far he's come, yet he's still capable of being defeated by something as simple as embarrassment. That, my dear friend, is a scene you don't see every day. Nu, Fu continued to look at him, motionless, with his eyes full of pure judgment. Oh, please don't get all moralistic now, Merlin replied, wiping his eyes. Yes, I know I'm not the purest of heart, but even I know comedy when I see it. A hero defeated by a bra, Fu. A bra. Fu narrowed his eyes. The trial intensified. Oh, stop. Merlin waved his hand, trying to ward off the judgmental look. It's not the same, and you know it. I don't faint. I'm elegant, Fu. Elegante. Fu bowed his head. Don't look at me like that. I am Merlin, the wizard of flowers. The master of seduction. The observer of the destinies of heroes. Don't compare me to an innocent child, Merlin said, raising one hand dramatically to the sky, as if reciting a poem. Fu didn't move. The trial persisted. HMPH. Merlin crossed his arms, puffing out his cheeks like an angry child. You miss the point, Fu. You see, the real beauty of this isn't just the bra. It's the fact that the boy has seen the golden light of the sky split. He has faced the presence of Gilgamesh himself. He has had the chance to touch the treasury of kings. And yet, what breaks him down isn't a mythical spear or a legendary sword. It's a mere piece of clothing. Fu continued looking, without moving, without making a sound, without showing emotion. The trial was eternal. Bah, what do you know about comedy, Fu? You're a mystical animal, not a theater critic. Merlin crossed his arms, now offended, and slumped into his magical observation chair. He looked back at the projection of Izuku. The boy was sitting in the corner of Hatsume's workshop, hugging his knees, his gaze completely lost. His face was still red, and his eyes were empty. He had accepted defeat. Poor boy, Merlin said, a small laugh still escaping his mouth. He's facing a kind of monster that even the greatest heroes cannot defeat, shame. Merlin leaned back in his seat, his smile no longer mocking, but soft, full of understanding. But that's also why I like this guy, he admitted, with a smug expression. Heroes who laugh at themselves and accept their weakness always become the strongest. No matter how many times they fall, they'll always get back up. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees as he watched Izuku from a distance. Come on, kid, you're not done yet. The door has opened for you. The door that connects the past to the present. It doesn't matter if the world tells you to give up. It doesn't matter if you fall. The important thing is," he paused, looking closely. Izuku slowly stood up, his eyes still downcast, but his hands firmly clenched into fists. "That you always get up." Merlin smiled calmly. Fu walked over to Merlin and jumped into his lap, giving him a little headbutt. "New." Merlin looked at Fu and let out a small laugh. Yes, I'm not an innocent child, I get that. But come on, can you blame me? It's a unique spectacle." Fu looked at him one last time before closing her eyes and curling up in his lap. "That's right, Fu," Merlin said, stroking Fu's head as he watched the projection. "That boy, Izuku, he doesn't know it yet, but he's about to make history. Not just because of the golden door, but because he'll face things far worse than shame. And then, he will become someone worthy of the treasures of kings." Merlin smiled, not mockingly, but respectfully. "Come forward, boy, the door is open for you." The sound of the keyboard keys continued to echo in the air, but for Izuku Midoriya, that sound was no longer important. His breathing was still slow and controlled, and his mind, once filled with confusion and embarrassment, was now calm. His entire body was relaxed, but his eyes had changed. They were eyes of determination. The eyes of someone who has grown tired of being dragged along. "The world won't give you a chance, so take it with your own hands." Gilgamesh's words echoed in his mind with the same force they had the first time. This time, however, they didn't feel like a warning, but like a reminder. "If I don't do something now, I'll never change." Izuku put both hands on the ground. His fingers dug into the cold, hard surface. "I'm not going to hide anymore." With a strong push, he stood up. Slowly but surely. Mei Hatsume, who had been concentrating on the computer, heard the sound of Izuku's body moving. Her hearing was attuned to the smallest details. She turned her head curiously, expecting to see him trembling, or embarrassed, or still hunched over in humiliation. But that was not what he saw. What he saw made his heart beat faster. Izuku wasn't hunched over anymore. He was standing up. His back is straight. His fists are clenched. His gaze is steady. It was a subtle, but real transformation. Mei's eyes opened wide, cross-shaped pupils slowly rotating as she focused on every detail of her body. "Oh," she murmured, her tone of surprise unusual for her. Something in his chest shook. It wasn't the thrill of discovering a new invention. It wasn't the thrill of solving a technical problem. It was something else, something different. What is this?" she thought, her breathing quickening without her realizing it. "Why is my heart beating so hard?" Her gaze never left his for a second. Her green hair was disheveled, her face still showing traces of embarrassment, but those eyes. Mei had seen the heroes on TV before. The look on All Might's face before launching himself at a villain. The look on heroes who face death and still keep going. But that look, the look Izuku had at that moment, was the same. "Fine, I'm tired of this," Izuku said loudly, slapping both of his cheeks with his hands. The sound of slapping echoed throughout the workshop. "I'm not going to let them drag me down anymore. I'm not going to let shame control me anymore. Not anymore," she declared with a firmness that made her own body feel lighter. His shoulders were no longer drooping. His fists were no longer shaking. And his voice was no longer that of someone apologizing. It was the voice of someone who had made a decision. Mei stared at him, her heart pounding. That look, that's the look of heroes. His mind, always full of ideas and projects, stopped for a moment. It wasn't the look of someone just putting on an act. It wasn't the look of someone just trying to impress. It was the look of someone who had decided to change their destiny. Mei bit her lip, trying to understand the feeling in her chest. Ha, she let out a small laugh, which grew slowly. She couldn't help it, she didn't know why, but the emotion was energizing her. Hey, yes, that's it, that's what I wanted to see. Mei shot up from her seat with a giant smile, her arms outstretched as if welcoming a special guest. That's the spark that ignites the invention. Ah, mysterious boy, you're finally acting like a well-calibrated machine. Izuku turned to her, blinking in confusion. That. Mei took a couple of steps toward him, hands on hips and the biggest smile she'd ever shown. What I said. The spark. The spark that makes engines start, gears turn, and machines come to life. You've got it, mystery boy. Spark? Izuku asked, still breathing heavily. Yes, the spark. The spark that heroes have. The spark that inventors have when they see an impossible idea and decide to do it anyway. That spark, mystery boy. That spark is the force that makes the world go round. Mei shouted, her body shaking with excitement, her cross-shaped eyes rolling rapidly. Izuku's heart was pounding, but this time, it wasn't out of fear. It was out of emotion. The spark, he thought, clenching his fists tighter. Maybe I've had it all along. He raised his head with a small smile, his eyes full of determination. If the spark is already in me, then I'll light it, he said firmly, looking Mei straight in the eyes. Mei felt something strange in her chest. Her heart was beating even faster. Her face heated slightly, but she paid no attention to it. What mattered was the excitement she felt. A feeling she had never felt before while working on her inventions. Yes, that's it. Mei nodded vigorously, hands on her hips. Take it all. Don't let the world tell you what to do. If the world puts a limit on you, break it. That's what real inventors do. And the heroes too, Izuku said with the same intensity. Mei was silent for a moment. The emotion in his chest suddenly changed. It was warm, but also uncomfortable. Hey, he smiled, his face a little red, but his smile didn't fade. So, I guess that makes us equals, huh? Inventors and heroes. Breaking the rules, changing the world with our hands. Izuku smiled. This time, it was a smile full of strength. Yes, he said with conviction. Let's break those rules together. Mei felt her heart beat so hard she thought it was going to break. It wasn't fear. It wasn't excitement about an invention. It was something else. The spark. So this is the spark they were talking about, the spark of heroes. Ha ha ha, I like it, mysterious boy. Let's do it together. Mei extended her hand towards Izuku, with a big smile full of confidence. Izuku looked at her, then looked at her outstretched hand. Without hesitation, he took it. At that moment, something changed. Not just for Izuku, not even for Mei, but for the whole world. Because when two sparks meet, the only thing that can happen is that the fire is lit. The air in the workshop was different. It wasn't just the smell of metal, burning oil, and welding fumes. There was something more. Attention. The rusty gears of Izuku Midoriya's mind had begun to turn again. His body was tense, but his spirit was unbreakable. For the first time, he wasn't trembling with fear or hunched over in shame. No, this time I was firm. In front of him, Mei Hatsume stared at him. Not with the analytical eye of an inventor looking for loose parts. Not with the mischievous look of someone who enjoys the embarrassment of others. It was a look of recognition. And that changed everything. Mei was smiling, but this time it was different. His smile was softer, less wild. He took a step forward. His face was much closer now. Too close. Izuku's eyes widened slightly, but this time, he didn't back down. Not this time. I will not escape. I will not back down. Even though her heart was pounding, even though the heat of shame still lingered in her chest, she didn't look away. The world won't give you a chance, so take it in your own hands. Gilgamesh's voice echoed in his mind like distant thunder, but this time, it didn't frighten him. It gave him strength. Mei leaned even closer. Her cross-shaped eyes stared into Izuku's, as if examining every corner of his being. Her face was only inches from his. Izuku could feel her breath against his skin. Her face was red, yes, but this time it wasn't shame that dominated her body. It was determination. I like you, Mei said with a big smile, showing her white teeth. Her eyes didn't leave Izuku's, and for a moment, all the noise in the workshop disappeared. The world became small. There were just the two of them. Izuku felt his heart pounding, but this time he didn't lower his head. He didn't look away. He didn't run away. I'm Mei Hatsume, she continued, with the same confident tone a king would use when introducing himself to his people. Nice to meet you, mysterious boy. Mysterious boy. No. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Izuku took a deep breath. This was his chance. "Izuku," he said with a firmness he didn't expect from himself. His voice didn't tremble. It didn't break. His eyes didn't leave Mei's. She blinked, surprised. "Oh?" he asked, tilting his head curiously. "My name is Izuku Midoriya," he said forcefully, his chest puffed out and his fists clenched at his sides. "I'm not just some mysterious boy. I'm not invisible. I'm Izuku Midoriya, and from now on, I won't let the world drag me down anymore." His voice echoed around the room. Mei's eyes widened for a second. But then, he smiled. It wasn't the mischievous smile from before. It was the smile of someone who knows greatness when they see it. He, I like that," Mei laughed, taking a step back, a sparkle in her eyes. "Yeah, that's it. Izuku Midoriya, the boy who refuses to be invisible. Sounds like a movie title." Izuku couldn't help but smile too. It wasn't a big smile, but it was genuine. "Yeah, sounds good," he said, letting out a small laugh as he scratched the back of his head. The two were silent for a moment. It wasn't an awkward silence. It was a moment of understanding. Mei took another step forward, this time without the intention of invading his personal space. His eyes shone. "So, Izuku," she said, crossing her arms. "You have power, but you don't know how to use it, do you?" Izuku blinked. "Huh, how do you know that?" Mei burst out laughing and leaned forward, her smile playful. "Because I saw the whole thing, silly. I saw the golden door open, that golden spear come out, and you freak out like a kid seeing his first robot in action," he said with a big grin, his eyes shining brightly. "But I also saw you close it." Izuku remained silent. "Not everyone can do that, Izuku," Mei said, pointing at her chest. "Having power means nothing if you can't control it. But you controlled it. You did it your way. And to me, that makes you special." Izuku's heart felt lighter. I didn't know why, but those words felt right. "Then, Izuku Midoriya," Mei extended her hand toward him, this time with a serious and determined expression. "If you want to learn to control that power, you'll need someone with vision, creativity, and, most importantly, the ability to turn crazy ideas into reality." Izuku stared at her. He saw his outstretched hand. He saw the confidence in her eyes. And he saw something else. "He's not joking. If you want, I can help," Mei said, with her biggest smile yet. "Inventors don't work alone, mystery boy. Neither do heroes. So let's join forces and turn your spark into an explosion that shakes the world." The gears of Izuku's mind turned rapidly. He didn't need to think about it much. He didn't need to look back. "So, if I accept, what would we do together?" he asked with a slight smile on his face. Mei spun around, stretching her arms out across the workshop. "The answer is obvious, Izuku. We will conquer the world of heroes," he shouted, his voice filled with emotion. "You provide the spark, I'll provide the technology, and together we'll build things that even the greatest heroes won't be able to ignore." Izuku looked at Mei's hand. Then he looked at her face. And then he looked at his own hand. This time he didn't hesitate. He took Mei's hand firmly. "Deal," he said with a big smile, squeezing her hand tightly. Mei burst out laughing, her energy filling the entire workshop. "That's the way to talk, Izuku. From now on, you and I are going to change the world with our own hands." The air was filled with sparks of ideas. Not the actual sparks from exposed wires or short circuits that often occurred in invention workshops, but sparks of creativity, imagination, and possibility. Mei sat on the floor, legs crossed, a massive sketchbook on her knees. Her pencil moved at incredible speed, creating sketches of machines, control devices, and schematics that Izuku couldn't fully understand, but that looked like they came straight from a futuristic engineering manual. "So if the gate responds to your will, that means the signal isn't coming from an external device," Mei said, her pencil moving frantically over the paper, drawing a series of concentric circles with lines connecting them. "Which leads me to think, the signal is coming from you directly. That means your body is acting as both a transmitter and a receiver at the same time. Oh, that's so cool. We need to measure your resonant frequency to see how many hertz of energy your body produces when you activate it." Izuku sat across from her, listening intently. I was impressed by the way Mei analyzed everything. Her mind moved at a speed I'd never seen before. Her cross-shaped eyes rotated, reflecting the intensity of her focus. "It's not that simple, Hatsume-san," Izuku said, looking down for a moment before looking directly at her. "I still don't fully understand how it works. There's no button or activation word. It just happens." I wasn't ready to tell him the truth. Not yet. I couldn't tell him about Gilgamesh. I couldn't tell him about the golden key. I couldn't tell him that his power came from a gift from a king who had seen the end of humanity. Not because I didn't trust her. Not exactly. It was because he didn't yet understand that power himself. "Exactly," May suddenly shouted, pointing her pencil at him with a victorious smile. "If there are no keywords or voice commands, then that only leaves one option: direct mind control. That's incredibly rare. Pure mind control requires incredible precision. It means your brain is sending electromagnetic signals that activate the gate." Izuku laughed a little. I couldn't deny that May's excitement was contagious. "I'm not sure if that's it, but we could think of it that way, I guess." May slapped the notebook with the palm of her hand, smiling even wider. Exactly. That means we could replicate it. If we understand the signal frequency, we could use it to make a control key. A portal control device. A portal control device. That doesn't sound so bad. Izuku stared at his own hands for a moment. He clenched them into fists and then loosened them. He remembered the feeling of warmth in his chest when the golden door first opened. "I don't need an external key. I already have the key inside me," he thought. "But if I can control it better, it wouldn't be a bad idea." The two continued arguing for hours. May filled page after page with ideas and diagrams. Izuku asked questions when he didn't understand something, and while he couldn't always follow May's logic, little by little, the pieces began to fall into place in his mind. The two of them were building something together. It was the first time Izuku felt like he wasn't alone. A loud roar interrupted the process. Growl. May's eyes stopped moving. Her pencil stopped writing. He slowly turned to Izuku, with a mischievous smile. "Was that your stomach, mystery boy?" she asked, tilting her head at him with a big smile. Izuku immediately turned red, covering his stomach with both arms. It wasn't me," he protested quickly. Growl. This time, it was stronger. The two looked at each other for a second before bursting into laughter. The roar was so loud that there was no way to deny it anymore. "Looks like we're both starving," May said with a big smile. She stood up abruptly and walked over to the small refrigerator in the workshop. She opened it with a jerk and began rummaging through it. What do we have here?" "Oh, perfect." He pulled out 2 boxes of frozen pizzas. He held them above his head as if he'd just found treasure. "A royal feast, Izuku. Cheese and pepperoni pizzas," he shouted excitedly. "Ah, that sounds good," Izuku said, smiling as his stomach growled again. May turned on the makeshift electric oven, which appeared to have been modified with parts from a microwave and a toaster. The appliance sizzled for a moment before igniting. Izuku looked at her out of the corner of his eye. He saw the unmade bed in the corner. He saw the pile of clothes. He saw the small refrigerator. And then it hit him. Does she live here? His heart sank for a moment. Where are her parents? Why is she alone? He didn't ask. He didn't dare to ask. After all, he too had secrets he couldn't share. I knew exactly how it felt to have a secret that couldn't be told. As May prepared the pizzas, Izuku looked at the floor with a softer expression. I'm not the only one struggling with something. But when May turned around with the pizzas ready in her hands, her smile was as bright as the sun. There you go, pizza ready to eat, she shouted excitedly, serving one onto a plate for Izuku. She plopped down on the floor next to him and began devouring hers without the slightest concern. Izuku didn't say anything, he just smiled. Thanks, May, he said, taking his slice and feeling the warmth in his hands. Not just the warmth of the pizza. May looked at him with a raised eyebrow as she chewed her food. Why are you thanking me? It's no big deal, Izuku smiled, not looking at her directly. I don't know. Just, thanks. May didn't respond, but for the first time, her smile was softer. Not the smile of a crazy inventor, nor that of someone who seeks to create impossible things. It was the smile of someone who had found someone to share a moment with. As they ate in silence, the noise of the oven and the crunch of the pizza filled the room. It wasn't awkward. It wasn't lonely. For the first time, they both felt like they had company. Izuku took a bite of his pizza, his gaze drifting to Mei's bed for a moment. There was something about her he recognized. I'm not the only one who has a secret, he thought, chewing slowly. I'm not the only one trying to take control of my life. He looked at Mei, and for the first time, he didn't just see her as an eccentric inventor. He saw her as someone who also wanted to take the world in her hands. Just like him, and the world, although it didn't know it yet, had begun to change. A spark that would never go out. Two united wills. The inventor and the hero. The silence was deafening. There were no metal sparks, no hammer blows, no whirring of electric motors that usually filled the room with life. Screwdrivers and wrenches were scattered on the floor, but none of them were moving. The oven was off, the lights flickered dimly, and the only source of sound was the soft tick-tick-tick of the clock on the wall. Mei Hatsume was sitting on the floor, hugging her knees. Her forehead rested on her arms, and her pink hair fell like a curtain around her face, hiding it. Her body didn't move. The warmth he had felt when Izuku was there had faded. The workshop felt colder than ever. TCH. He clicked his tongue, gritting his teeth as he looked at the door where Izuku had left. He was gone. It was obvious. She couldn't stay forever. But then, why did she feel so alone? It's okay, Mei, she thought as she lifted her head, quickly wiping her eyes with the sleeve of her dirty overalls. It's okay. You've been alone before. You were fine before you met him. It's no big deal. It's no big deal. But then because it felt like it was. The bed in the corner seemed smaller than usual. The refrigerator hummed with a constant mechanical noise, but today the sound felt more annoying. The silence was what hurt him the most. Mei stood up abruptly, her expression annoyed, almost furious. Enough. There's no time for this, she said aloud, forcing a smile. Come on, Mei, there are things to do. Babies to build, ideas to make reality. He forced himself to move. He forced himself to work. She grabbed one of her tools from the table, turned on one of the work lamps, and leaned over one of her most recent projects, a small, spider-like drone she hadn't yet finished. The gears were out of place and the wires were dangling, but that wouldn't stop her. Just tighten this, and adjust this, he said, turning a screw with precision. His voice sounded mechanical, emotionless, as if he were reciting a to-do list. It didn't work. Click, click, nothing. The drone did not turn on. Mei sighed and dropped the tool. His body felt heavier than usual. He slumped into the nearby chair, his arms dangling at his sides, his head tilted back. He stared at the ceiling. I hate silence. He brought his hands to his face, rubbing his eyes hard. His throat felt tight. His chest felt heavy. Why do you feel this way now? He didn't used to care. She was always busy. There was always something to fix. There was always a baby to build. But now, after talking to Izuku, after sharing that moment with someone, I felt the difference. She whispered, looking down at her own hands. The hands that had been busy for so long, but now felt empty. Memories came to her, without warning. The orphanage. Children running around. Some were laughing, others were fighting. The caregivers weren't always there for everyone, and the older ones took responsibility for the younger ones. But Mei was always alone. You're weird, Mei. You're always playing with your junk. Don't go near that, it's going to explode. She had always been the weird girl who played with screws and wires. He was always making babies, as he called them. It was easier to talk to machines than to people. At least my babies don't make fun of me, she had told herself many times as a child. At 14, she was forced by law to leave the orphanage. There was no room for children older than that. The government gave her a small apartment and a survival allowance. It wasn't much, but it was enough. Enough to survive, but not enough to live. With that money, he bought some second-hand tools. He started fixing things for his neighbors. Broken fans, burned-out microwaves, old phones. That's how he survived. He bore the weight of loneliness. He bore the weight of responsibility. But he never let himself cry. I don't need anyone, she had told herself so many times that she now believed it. Until today. Today, Izuku Midoriya entered her life. And for the first time in a long time, someone looked at her as more than just the girl who fixes things. He didn't treat her like a stranger. He didn't make fun of his babies. He looked at her with the same determination as a hero facing a villain. Damn mystery boy, she muttered, gritting her teeth as her eyes filled with tears. Tears streamed down her cheeks before she could stop them. Hot, uncontrollable. I didn't need you here. I didn't need anyone, he said, his voice shaking. But that was a lie. And she knew it. May covered her eyes with her hands over her face, letting the tears fall. She didn't scream. She didn't sob. There was no one to hear her. I was alone. Why did you abandon me? She murmured, her voice so weak that even she didn't recognize it. His parents. They left her at the orphanage and never returned. Because, what did he do wrong? There was no answer. There was never an answer. Mei Hatsume, the girl who always smiled. Mei Hatsume, the eccentric inventor who never stopped talking. Mei Hatsume, the girl who never stopped waiting. That night, he cried for the first time since leaving the orphanage. Tears fell on the metal and tools in his workshop. There was no one to see her. There was no one to listen to her. But the loneliness was there. She fell back into bed, without even undressing. The weight of loneliness was more than she could bear that night. There were no babies to fix. There were no machines to keep her busy. And for the first time, I didn't want to fix anything. She hugged one of the pillows on her bed and closed her eyes tightly. The tears did not stop. I don't need anyone. I don't need anyone. But this time, his own voice sounded weak. Why did you want him to stay a little longer? Silence responded. Silence always answers. He pretended to be asleep. He pretended that tomorrow would be another normal day. He pretended not to care. But before she fell asleep, she murmured one last thing. Mysterious boy, don't take long to come back. Sleep caught her without warning. Curled up in her bed, her face buried in her pillow, Mei Hatsume dreamed of something she thought she had buried long ago. It was not a happy dream. It wasn't one of those dreams of sparks, gears and explosions. It was a memory. April 18th. 1 month ago. Silence was the only thing that accompanied her. The room was lit only by the dim light of a hanging bulb. The workshop he had built little by little was filled with appliance parts, gears, and scraps of metal, but at the center of it all, stood Mei Hatsume, alone. Her 15th birthday. I had a small cake I'd bought at the nearby convenience store. It wasn't anything special, just a cream cake with strawberries. It didn't even have a candle. What for? I had no one to share it with. He sat in front of the cake, holding a plastic spoon. He looked at the little cake for a while. Happy birthday, May, he said softly, smiling weakly, staring at the cake as if waiting for an answer. There was no response, only silence. 15 years, huh, not bad, she said, trying to sound casual. She lifted her spoon and took a small piece of the cake, bringing it to her mouth. The sweet taste filled her tongue, but she didn't notice anything special. It tasted just like any other day. She chewed silently, her eyes looking at the table in front of her. The gears in his mind weren't moving. The engines in his heart were off. Happy birthday, May, he said it again, this time even more quietly. The lump in her throat appeared without warning. Suddenly, she felt as if she couldn't breathe. Her shoulders tensed, and her eyes began to burn. She bit her lower lip hard, trying to stop it. Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, there's no reason to cry. But the tears came anyway. TCH. How stupid, why am I crying over this? He muttered, wiping his eyes with the sleeve of his overalls, his movements clumsy and hurried. It's just a day, it's nothing special. Birthdays don't matter. But they did matter. They always mattered. He remembered birthdays at the orphanage. The other children always had someone make them a card. Someone gave them something, even if it was just a broken cookie. But nobody made a card for May. Because he was always working with his junk. Because she was always alone. That year, When she turned 14, she had to leave the orphanage. The day she left, the orphanage director gave her a box of her things and walked her to the door. There were no special goodbyes, no words of encouragement. Just a door that closed behind her. The next stop was the government office. That's where everything felt most real. "Full name," said a man with a dry voice as he wrote on a form. "Mei Hatsume," she replied, her back straight, trying to sound confident. "Age, 14. Quirk." Mei smiled. This was the part she liked to say the most. "Zoom. I can see objects in incredible detail from far away. I can even see the gears inside machines if I focus hard enough." He expected to see admiration on the man's face. There wasn't one. The man just looked up for a second, looking at her indifferently. "It's not a combat quirk." Those words crushed her. It was the first time someone had said that about his quirk. "It's not a combat quirk." "Well, no, but it's very useful for engineering and mechanics," he said, with a big smile on his face. "I can see broken parts on things no one else can. I can fix anything." The man did not respond immediately. He just wrote something down on his form and then let out a sigh. "Minimum subsidy," he said, without even looking at her. "What does that mean?" Mei asked, frowning. "It means you don't have a quirk that's useful for being a hero, so you'll only receive the minimum amount for your sustenance," the man replied in the same monotone as before. "If your quirk had been more promising, you would have received a larger allocation. But with that, at least you can survive." Survive. That word echoed in his mind as he signed the document. Not living in thrive, just survive. When he arrived at his new home, he found a small apartment. 4 walls, a bed, a refrigerator, a stove, a bathroom. He stood in the doorway, silently watching everything. There was no one there to greet her. There was no one there to say, "Welcome home." "It doesn't matter," she said to herself as she placed her box on the floor. "I can fix anything." But there was nothing to fix. Back to the present. Night of May 18th. May's dream faded, but the feeling remained. He opened his eyes slowly, feeling the weight of the world on his chest. His breathing was shallow, but each inhalation hurt. "Damn it," she muttered, feeling the wetness on her cheeks. "I'm crying again. She sat up in bed, hugging her knees, her breathing shaky. He looked around his workshop. It wasn't just a workshop. It was his home, the home she had built with her own hands. But now, more than ever, he felt empty. It had been fine before. Or so I thought. As long as I had babies to take care of, I would always have something to do. But this time, there wasn't enough work to fill the void. He brought his hand to his chest, feeling his heartbeat. "I don't want this." He remembered Izuku's smile. He remembered his voice saying, "I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm not invisible." She wanted to say that too. She also wanted someone to see her. She also wanted to stop being invisible. "Mysterious boy," she murmured, closing her eyes tightly. "Come back soon, okay?" Silence surrounded her, but this time, it wasn't as dark as before. Because for the first time, she didn't feel completely alone. Somewhere, someone had seen her. And that, for now, was enough. He lay back on his bed, hugging his pillow. Her eyes closed, still with traces of tears. "Happy birthday, May," she murmured to herself one last time, her voice trembling. And this time, even though there was no answer, she didn't feel so alone. Musudafu Street. The night sky was clear, the stars twinkling with a soft light. The air was fresh and clean, and the street was quiet. Only the footsteps of Izuku Midoriya could be heard, returning home with a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. Lightness. It wasn't just the relief of leaving May's workshop after a tiring day. It wasn't just the satisfaction of having learned something new about his power. It was the feeling of not being alone. "This is what it feels like to have a friend," he thought as he walked with his hands in his pockets, looking up at the sky. It's warmer than I thought." He thought of May, with Hatsume. Chaotic, loud, energetic, direct, but also, someone who didn't judge him. He didn't call him weak. He didn't call it useless. She didn't look at him with pity. He looked at him with interest. And that was new. A small smile formed on his face as he clenched his fists in his pockets. I think I like him," she admitted softly, her face reddening slightly. The memory of May approaching his face suddenly appeared in his mind. His heart gave a little jump. "Ah, no, 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 no. Don't think about that, Izuku," she screamed in her mind, shaking her head. "There's no way I'm thinking about that now." But the image didn't go away. That cheeky smile, that curious look, the rapid beating of his own heart. He covered his face with his hands, trying to get the image out of his head as he continued walking. I'm thinking too much. Focus. Just focus on getting home." Izuku stood in front of his apartment door. The porch light was still on. His hand slowly reached for the door handle. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. It's late. Too late. He took out his phone and checked the time. 11:10 p.m. Oh no, I have 20 missed calls from Mom. He hadn't sent any messages. He hadn't called. He didn't tell his mother he would be late. Ah, Mom. His mind froze for a moment. She's going to be worried. No, no, no. She's worried. Too late to regret. He took a breath and turned the door handle. The click of the lock sounded louder than usual. He pushed the door slowly, his heart pounding. His body felt heavy again. I wasn't ready, Izuku. A shaky voice came from the other side of the door. Before he could react, a pair of arms wrapped around him tightly. Izuku, you're okay. Thank God, you're okay. Inko Midoriya hugged him tightly, her face pressed against his shoulder, and her sobs spilled out like a storm. Izuku felt the weight of the world fall on him. Mom. His voice trembled as he slowly raised his hands. His body tensed, and his mother's warmth enveloped him. No, 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 no. Don't cry. Mom, please don't cry. His throat closed. His breathing became unsteady. She was crying for him. I thought you'd. Inko couldn't finish the sentence. Her sobs choked her words, and she held Izuku even tighter against her, as if she was afraid he'd disappear if she let go. Izuku understood immediately. 2 days had passed since he was about to jump off the building. 2 days since he was ready to give up completely. 2 days since his mother almost lost her son. Izuku felt tears welling up in his own eyes. It was too much. I'm sorry, Mom, she murmured, her voice shaking, gritting her teeth as she tried to hold back her tears. I'm sorry. I should have warned you. I should have called you. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Tears began to fall. He couldn't stop them this time. It doesn't matter, Izuku. You're here. That's all that matters, Inko said, her voice breaking, not letting go of him. Her shoulders shook with every sob, and her breathing was erratic. I have you here, I have you here, I have you here. That's all that matters, my son. Izuku felt the weight of guilt crush him. I had thought about leaving her. He had been so blinded by despair that he didn't realize how much it would hurt her. No, I won't do it again, Mom, he said, his voice breaking as he hugged her tighter. I won't leave you alone. Never, I promise. I promise, Mom, and he said it with all his heart. Inko held him for a long time, until her sobs finally turned into small sighs. She pulled away slightly, just to look into his face. Why, you're okay, right? He asked, wiping the tears from her cheeks with his thumbs. Did you eat? Are you feeling okay? Does anything hurt? Izuku nodded slowly. Yes, Mom, I'm fine, she replied, with a small smile. This time, she meant it. I had pizza with a friend. Inko's eyes widened slightly. A friend? He asked, his tone of concern lessening just a little. Izuku nodded, scratching the back of his neck. Yeah, it was a strange day, but I think I made a friend. Inko smiled softly, her eyes still filled with tears, but this time, it was different. I'm happy about that, Izuku, she said, stroking his hair lovingly. I'm so happy for you. Izuku felt the weight of guilt, but he also felt something else. Heat. They entered together and closed the door behind them. The house felt warmer than usual. Fuller. As he prepared to sleep, Izuku stared at the ceiling of his room. Today was a good day. Today was not a lonely day. For the first time in a long time, I had something else to dream about. He closed his eyes, listening to the quiet sounds of his home. The warmth of his mother's hug was still there. The sound of Mei's laughter was still there. And for the first time, Izuku Midoriya felt whole. "I'm not going to give up. Ever again," he said softly before falling asleep. Because now he had something to protect. His mother. Her friend. And the spark that had lit in his heart. Secondary school. The classroom was as noisy as ever. The students were talking, laughing, and making comments to each other, but Izuku Midoriya was in his own world. Your notebook. His notebook of heroes. Your personal sanctuary. He turned the page and there it was. Mei Hatsume's drawing. His eyes are cross-shaped. Her messy pink hair. His big smile full of confidence. The drawing was precise, meticulous. Every line of his hair had been traced in detail. Every tiny grease stain on his overalls had been rendered precisely. His eyes looked real. Zoom. The ability to see accurately from a distance, down to the smallest details of mechanical parts. Technical ability. Advanced level in mechanics and invention. Those were the notes written on the sides of the drawing. But what caught his attention most was beautiful. His own handwriting. A word I didn't remember writing. Ah, he scratched his head, staring at the word as if he didn't know how it got there. When did I write that? His face began to burn slowly. No. I wasn't thinking about that. It's not what it looks like. I was just writing things about his quirk and his ability. That's all. He looked around quickly, making sure no one was watching. The universe wouldn't be so kind. What do we have here, Deku? Said a familiar voice, cold and mocking, directly over his shoulder. Izuku's world froze. No, not now, not today. Bakugo Katsuki. The noise disappeared from the room. Before he could do anything, Bakugo had already snatched the notebook from his hands. No. What is this, Deku? A diary of your pathetic life? Or is this your hero notes, again? Bakugo flipped through the notebook, laughing mockingly as he looked at each page with disdain. Ah, look at this. Hero drawings. Oh, wait. Who is this? Izuku felt his heart stop. Give it back, Kachan. Give it back now, he said in a louder voice than usual, standing up from his seat. But Bakugo didn't listen. He never listened. Huh, who's this girl? Your crush, Deku. Drawing your imaginary girlfriend, huh? Bakugo said as he waved the notebook in front of the class, making sure everyone could see the drawing. The laughter began. Some boys laughed silently, others looked on curiously. But Bakugo was about to do something else. Something worse. He saw it before it happened. The spark. A small explosion in Bakugo's hand. The heat that concentrated in his palm. Not this time, no, Izuku said, his voice the loudest he'd ever used in his life. The air changed. Bakugo lit the spark in his hand, smiling with that superior look. This drawing is too good for someone like you to have done it, Deku. But don't worry, I'll fix it for you. His voice was full of venom as his palm began to glow. Izuku didn't think, he acted. Don't you dare, Izuku yelled, his heart burning hotter than ever. Then the world changed. A golden flash appeared behind Bakugo. Not one, not two, but 3 golden portals. VVVVVVMMMMM. The air twisted. Lines of golden light surrounded the circular portals floating behind Bakugo, spinning slowly. It was a low, rumbling sound, a hum of pure power. Bakugo blinked, looking over his shoulder. What the hell? The chains flew off. They were fast, precise, inevitable. Golden chains shot out of the portals, surrounding Bakugo in an instant. They wrapped around his wrists, ankles, and waist. Clank. They tensed. They squeezed together. What the hell is this? Let me go, you damn Deku. Bakugo screamed, struggling with all his might. But he couldn't move. The chains did not break. They didn't stretch. They did not weaken. They were unbreakable. I said give it back. Izuku yelled, taking a step forward. His eyes weren't filled with fear. This time, they were filled with anger. The other students didn't laugh. They were scared. The Deku they knew never raised his voice. The Deku They knew never looked at Bakugo with that intensity. This wasn't Deku. This era Izuku Midoriya. Bakugo glared at him, his eyes filled with rage. Deku, what did you do? Let go of those damn chains. Izuku walked towards him, slowly, without fear, with purpose. His notebook was still in Bakugo's hand. What I did was enough, Kachan, Izuku said, his voice so firm it sent a chill through everyone. You always take what you want. You always think you have the right to destroy my things. But this time I won't let you do it. He reached out and took his notebook from Bakugo's hands. This time, Bakugo couldn't resist. Izuku's eyes looked directly into Bakugo's. There was no fear in them. No more. This notebook is mine, she said, clutching the notebook to her chest. And I'm not going to let anyone burn it. Not you, not anyone else. The students said nothing. Not even Bakugo could say anything. The chains suddenly came loose. They disappeared in a flurry of golden particles. VVVVVVMMMMM. The portals slowly closed, leaving only the still air. The golden light faded. Everything went back to normal. But nothing was ever the same again. Izuku turned around and returned to his seat. No one dared to speak. No one dared to laugh. Even Bakugo remained silent, his eyes wide. Izuku opened his notebook. I look at Mei's drawing again. Beautiful. This time, he smiled. He didn't delete it. I'm not going back any further, he muttered to himself as he continued writing his notes. The spark had already lit the fire. And this time, nothing could put it out. Bakugo's paw, rage, fury, shame. The supposed king could not move. Katsuki Bakugo, the invincible, the unstoppable, the best in the class, was trapped. Literally trapped. The golden chains clung to his body with a strength he couldn't understand. He felt the pressure on his wrists, his ankles, his waist. It was as if thousands of invisible hands were holding him at the same time, squeezing with a force unlike anything he'd ever experienced before. He couldn't move. It couldn't explode. He tried to move his fingers to light a spark, but his body didn't respond. It was as if his own body refused to obey. What the hell? Let me go, let me go. He roared at the top of his voice, fighting with every muscle in his body. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break the chains. It wasn't just a physical bondage. It was something more, something absolute. It was humiliating. Let me go, damn Deku. I'm going to crush you. I'm going to turn you to dust. His voice was strong, but his body didn't move an inch. Their explosions did not activate. He couldn't light the spark in his hands. No. No, 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 no. I wouldn't accept it. I wouldn't accept it. I wouldn't accept it. Era Katsuki Bakugo. No one could tie a king. And less Deku. No Deku. Never Deku. But there it was. Deku walking towards him. With those eyes. They weren't the eyes of the Deku he knew. The Deku of always had eyes full of fear, eyes that always looked at him with a mixture of admiration and terror. But those eyes weren't filled with fear. They were full of resolve. The useless Deku, the quirkless one. The one who always ran, always retreated, always apologized. No more. What I did was enough, Kachan, Izuku said in a firm voice. He wasn't shaking. That voice. When did your voice become so firm? Bakugo looked at him with eyes full of rage, but he couldn't help but see something else. Something I've never seen before. This isn't the Deku I know. Bakugo gritted his teeth so hard he heard his jaw crunch. Don't you dare look at me like that, Deku. Don't you dare put yourself above me. He roared, but his body still didn't respond. The chains tightened further. He felt the strength in them. It wasn't just physical strength. It was authority. It didn't matter how much he screamed. No matter how much he struggled. The chains did not give way. It was as if the world itself had decided it would not move. This is not possible. It's not possible. It is not possible. And Deku kept getting closer. Every step sounded louder than any explosion. Each step was like the beating of a drum in his head. His heart was beating furiously. Not out of fear, not surprisingly. But out of pure and absolute rage. You always take what you want, Izuku said, his footsteps echoing in his head. You always think you have the right to destroy my things. No, 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 you're Deku. You can't talk to me like that. You have no right. But this time I'm not going to let you do it. Bakugo looked into her eyes. They weren't Deku's eyes. They were the eyes of a king. A king who does not back down. A king who stands up. A king who decides to take what belongs to him. No, no, no. Bakugo felt something inside him break. It was his pride. It was his ego. Deku reached out and took the notebook from her hand. He took it off. He took it off. As if it were nothing. As if Bakugo was nothing. Bakugo felt something burn in his chest. It wasn't the heat of his quirk. It was something else. Weak. I am weak. He made me look weak. When Izuku turned his back, Bakugo stared at him with wide eyes. I couldn't look away. That wasn't Deku. It couldn't be Deku. When did you become like this, Deku? The chains vanished. They didn't break. They didn't fall apart. They vanished into particles of golden light. As if they had never been there. Bakugo fell to his knees, breathing heavily. His body was trembling. He felt defeated. The other students were silent. They saw it too. They too saw the change. They also saw the invisible crown on Izuku's head. Bakugo looked at his hands. They were shaking, but he wasn't scared, he was furious. Furious because, for the first time in his life, someone had left him completely defenseless. Furious because he couldn't understand what had changed in Deku. Furious because, for a moment, he felt inferior. The chains. They weren't just chains. They were something more. A symbol. A humiliation. What the hell was that? He wondered, breathing heavily. He looked up at Izuku, who was now sitting in his seat, writing in his notebook as if nothing had happened. No, I won't let you win. It doesn't matter what you are now. It doesn't matter what power you have. You're still Deku. His hands began to glow with tiny sparks of explosion. But this time, his explosions didn't feel the same. They were unstable, irregular, out of control. Deku, I'm going to crush you. Do you hear me? He shouted at the top of his voice. But Deku didn't respond. He didn't look at him. He didn't say a word. And that was the part that hurt the most. It wasn't the humiliation of being tied up. It wasn't the look of others. It wasn't losing the notebook. It was that, for the first time, Deku didn't react to her screams. For the first time, Bakugo felt like a child yelling at a king who wouldn't listen. I'm not going to lose to you, Deku, he muttered through gritted teeth. No matter how many times you get that look, no matter how many chains you have. I'm going to win. I am the king here. I am the king. But as Bakugo slowly stood up, looking at his own hands, a voice whispered in the back of his mind. If you are a king, why were you chained? Bakugo couldn't answer. Musudafu Street. The sky was already beginning to turn shades of orange and purple, marking the end of the day. Aldera students were heading home in small groups, some alone, others in pairs. But Izuku Midoriya walked alone. I was in no hurry. I wasn't anxious. I was not afraid. No more. His mind kept going over what had happened that morning. Bakugo. The golden chains. The metallic sound of the bonds tightening. He brought a hand to his chest, feeling the warmth still pulsing inside him. The Bab-ilu, the key that opened the golden door. I don't regret it, he whispered, looking down at his own hand. He closed it into a fist, feeling the power flow through his veins. It wasn't like adrenaline or nervousness. It was something much older. Something pure. He didn't feel guilty. He was not ashamed. I didn't feel afraid. What I felt was natural. It was my notebook. I had no reason to apologize for defending what is mine. That thought filled him with a peace he had never felt in his entire life. It was as if I had finally remembered a forgotten truth. I don't have to ask permission to exist. The world had given him nothing. But now, he would take it all. Without asking permission. Without a doubt. Without fear. And that's when he saw them. Turning the corner of a lonely street, he saw them waiting. Like a trio of wolves waiting for their prey. Bakugo Katsuki. And his two lackeys, Tsubasa and Kojiro. They were standing there, blocking the street. Bakugo stood at the front, hands in his pockets, head tilted to the side, eyes narrowed, and a crooked smile on his face. Well, where do you think you're going, Deku? Bakugo asked, his voice calm, but with hidden fury in every word. You have something to explain to me, don't you think? The other two laughed. Yeah, Deku, you think you're really big now, huh? Tsubasa said, with a mocking smile. You thought you could just chain Bakugo up and get away with it, Kojiro added, cracking his knuckles with a wicked grin. But this time, something was different. Izuku didn't stop. He did not lower his head. He didn't slouch. He just looked at them. And he kept walking. Bakugo noticed the difference immediately. It wasn't the usual Deku. That wasn't the boy who trembled with every word. Don't ignore me, you bastard. Bakugo roared, sparks flying from his palms. He took a step forward, his hands snatched from his pockets. You think you can just tie me up once and that's it? I'll show you your place, Deku. Izuku looked at him. But this time, it was different. It wasn't the look of fear from before. It wasn't the pleading look of someone asking for mercy. It was the look of someone who doesn't recognize his enemy as a threat. Bakugo felt it deep in his chest. That look hurt more than any words. Why are you looking at me like that? If you want to stop me, Kachan, Izuku said, his voice firm, calm, but clear. Then come on and do it. That was all. A sentence. A simple sentence. But it was the spark that ignited the explosion. I'm going to break you, Deku. Bakugo shouted in absolute fury, his eyes filled with rage. She jumped towards him. Explosions echoed in the air. But Izuku didn't move. He did not back down. He didn't run. No more. Then he appeared. A golden glow. An opening in the air. A perfect golden portal. The low, deep sound was heard before the portal opened completely. VVVVVVMMMMM. Bakugo felt a chill run down his neck. He didn't know why, but his instinct screamed at him that something was wrong. What the? He muttered, feeling the pressure in the air. And then the sword appeared. A golden sword that seemed cut from the light itself. Shining, majestic, sacred. The tip of the sword was right at his neck. Just inches from your skin. He didn't move. It wasn't shaking. It was necessary, unbreakable. The world froze. Bakugo froze. His body refused to move. Not because he didn't want to move. But because I couldn't. It was as if every fiber of his being was screaming. Don't you dare move. The power of the sword dominated him. It wasn't just any sword. It wasn't a knife. It wasn't a weapon. He was an authority. It was divine power. It was a king's sword. What is this? Bakugo muttered, his throat dry. His body wasn't responding. His pride was broken for the second time that day. The sword flashed, and it vanished, as if it had never been there. The pressure disappeared, but Bakugo didn't move. I couldn't. Izuku kept walking. He walked past her as if she wasn't worth looking at. The Deku from before would have run. The Deku from before would have trembled. The Deku from before would have apologized. But Izuku Midoriya wasn't that kid. Don't follow me, Izuku said without looking back, his voice calm but firm. If you try to jump me again, next time it won't just be a warning. Bakugo didn't respond. He couldn't. His hands were cold. His heart was burning. It wasn't the sword that left him paralyzed. It wasn't the golden light. It wasn't power. It was Izuku's eyes. The look of someone who doesn't see Bakugo as a threat. The look of someone who had already won. Tsubasa and Kojiro froze, their bodies stiff, their eyes staring at Bakugo in fear. What was that? Tsubasa asked, his voice trembling. Kojiro gulped, looking at Bakugo. Hey, Kachan, what was that? What just happened? Bakugo didn't respond. He just looked at the path where Izuku had disappeared. And for the first time in his life, Bakugo Katsuki didn't know what to do. If you are the king, why do you kneel before him? The voice in his mind didn't go away. Not even the feeling of the sword on his neck. Izuku Yano era, Deku. And so, that was what I hated the most. Musudafu Street. The air was fresh and the sky still glowed with the orange hue of sunset. The world seemed calm, and for the first time, Izuku Midoriya felt at peace too. I wasn't thinking about Bakugo anymore. He no longer thought about his anger. I no longer thought about his approval. Bakugo Katsuki had lost power over him. I don't need to prove anything to you. I don't need to hear his voice. I don't need him to see me. Izuku's steps were light, his breathing was calm. He took his phone out of his pocket and looked at the screen. The message he'd sent to his mother was still there, sent and confirmed. I'll be late today, I'm going to visit my friend May. My friend. Those two words made his heart feel warm. My friend. I've never had the chance to say that before. Not classmate, not known amiga. Without realizing it, a smile formed on his face. A calm, sincere smile, and for the first time, he didn't feel alone. Taller de May Hatsume. The place had the same air of organized chaos as always. The sliding door was half open, as if waiting for him. There was no need to knock. Not this time. May was already waiting for him. He entered with the same calm with which he had walked through the streets. Without fear. Without anxiety. No nerves. I'm here, May, he announced as he pushed the door open with his hand, feeling the slight sound of metal moving. The sound of the door was the first thing he heard. The second sound was that of a piece of clothing falling to the floor. Flicker. Of the 3 times. There was May, with her back to him. In underwear. Her black school skirt was halfway down, hanging from her waist, as she peeled off the shirt over the top of her uniform. Her pink hair was loose, moving with every movement of her body. She was wearing a black bra, the same one that had traumatized Izuku yesterday, and matching underwear. Izuku froze in place. His heart stopped. His mind shut down. His eyes opened wide. It just can't be. His face turned red in an instant. Redder than ever. It's not happening. It's not happening. It's not happening. But it was happening. May turned around. I wasn't surprised. I wasn't upset. In fact, he didn't even seem to care. She looked at him for a second, with an expression of complete calm and naturalness. Oh, Izuku, welcome, he said as if nothing strange was happening. Izuku felt his soul leave his body. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, she screamed, her arms outstretched in front of her face, trying to block her vision. She stepped back so fast she almost tripped over the door. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything, I swear. May looked at him with her head tilted, a look of pure confusion. What are you apologizing for? He asked, taking off his shirt completely and throwing it into the pile of dirty clothes in the corner. You're not doing anything wrong. This is my house, remember. I can change wherever I want. Izuku didn't know whether to cry, scream, or faint. His brain was about to collapse. But why you? He stammered, his face still covered by his hands, his heart beating like a war drum. But you're in your underwear. May shrugged. So what? You've never seen someone change before. It's no big deal, he said with complete nonchalance as he slipped on a black sleeveless t-shirt. Besides, I told you to relax, mystery boy. There's nothing to see here, just May Hatsume in her natural form. Izuku felt like he was melting into the ground. Nothing to do with it. Everything was seen. Anyway, come here, May said, beckoning her with her hand. Today we're going to get serious. I have an idea for a controller for your portals. Izuku still didn't move. His body was as stiff as a statue. She's killing me. This girl is going to kill me. But that discomfort, that embarrassment, that chaos, it didn't feel bad. He felt alive. Izuku slowly lowered his hands from his face, taking a deep breath. Okay, fine. Sorry for interrupting, she said, her face still red. Interrupt what? There's nothing to interrupt, May replied, adjusting her spiral glasses as she leaned over her workbench and grabbed her overalls. Come on, mystery boy. Don't just stand there like a stone. We have history to make today. Izuku looked around the workshop. Chaos. The noise. The energy that could not be contained. And there was May. The hurricane that never stopped. The sun that never stopped shining. And he wasn't a shadow this time. No more. Izuku smiled. He really smiled. Yes, you're right, he said as he closed the door and stepped fully inside. We're going to make history. May turned to him, a big smile lighting her face. That's the attitude. Let's break the world's rules and make our own. And at that moment, Izuku realized something. It wasn't just a workshop. It was a home. A home where I didn't have to ask permission to be who I was. A home where he wasn't Deku. A home where he could build something with his own hands. So, Izuku, Mei said, a spark of excitement in her eyes. What do you want to build today? Izuku looked up, a spark of determination igniting in his eyes. Something they can never take away from us. Something they can never take away from us. The phrase bounced around in his mind. It wasn't just a casual remark. It wasn't just one of those things people say for the sake of saying it. Those words carried weight. As he moved his hands precisely over the metal casing of one of his babies, a small control unit with internal gears, his mind kept repeating the phrase. Something they can never take away from us. She knew exactly what that meant. Your home, your time, your effort, your name. They had tried to take it away from him before. The children at the orphanage called her weird. The adults called her crazy. Government officials called it a case of minimum subsidy. Nobody called her Mei. Nobody called her Mei Hatsume. Until now. But Izuku, he did. Without realizing it, his breathing became lighter. His body felt warmer, not from the heat of his workshop's furnace, nor from the heat of welding. It was something else, something I hadn't felt in a long time. Friend. Izuku called her friend, not the weird one. Not the crazy invention lady. Not the strange girl from the workshop. Simply Mei, solo Mei Hatsume, and that felt good. He. A small laugh escaped her lips. His fingers did not stop. The metal sizzled as the solder melted. The sound of the tool cutting the metal was music to his ears. The world was in chaos, but his heart was calm. He didn't let Izuku notice, of course. He couldn't let him notice. I couldn't show him weakness. Because she was Mei Hatsume. The world's next best inventor. There was no room for weakness in the mind of an inventor. Time to get to work, mystery boy. He said with a big smile as he held up the small metal casing he'd just soldered. Look at this. The base of your portal controller. Oh, yeah, I can see it now. Izuku raised his head from his notebook, his eyes wide with attention. Not confusion. No doubt about it. Of attention. Of curiosity. Really. Let me see it. He stood up from his seat and walked over to her, leaning down to look at the small device in her hands. Her green eyes shone with excitement. His eyes were not looking at a strange girl. They just looked at Mei. A Mei Hatsume. Here, look, this will be the core. Here's the receiver. This connection point will receive the resonance signals, he explained quickly, moving his fingers over each part, showing her each component. If we get the frequency right, we can make your portals respond to a button, or better yet, a series of control commands. Like a TV remote, but much cooler. Izuku looked at each part carefully, nodding his head. So it's like an access control. But instead of sending a radio signal, it sends a resonance signal that matches my connection to the portals, right? I blinked, and then he smiled. Exactly. That's it, Izuku. You got it right away. See, that's why I like you. You're not just mysterious guy, you're also smart guy, he said, grinning widely, his spiral eyes spinning a little faster than normal. Izuku scratched the back of his neck, his face red. It's not that bad. But her smile didn't disappear. Not this time. They sat together at the workbench, with the gears and components between them. Mei handed him the parts, and he carefully assembled them. Each piece fit perfectly. Tighten it tight, mystery boy. That pin has to fit exactly or it'll come loose from the vibration. I got it, Izuku said, tongue hanging out, 100% focused. The two laughed together. It wasn't just work. It wasn't just making babies. It was something else, something that no one could take away from them. Hours passed. They didn't even notice. The clock struck 7:30 p.m., but neither of them noticed. The outside world ceased to exist. The sound of welding. The click of the screws snapping into place. The small sparks that lit up the room for a few seconds. That was all that mattered. Mei glanced at Izuku as he worked. His face was in focus. Serious, but not tense. Focused, but not nervous. He's transformed too, she thought, watching his face. I never would have imagined the mysterious boy with a face like that. His heart felt warm again. It wasn't because of the welding. It wasn't because of the heat from the machines. It was something else. Hey, Izuku, she said suddenly, raising her voice to get his attention. What's wrong? He asked, looking at her. Mei stared at him, with a mischievous smile. Nothing. I just wanted to tell you I'm glad you came today. Izuku blinked. His face turned red again. Ah, I'm glad too, Mei, he said, looking down, with a small but genuine smile. Mei, not the weird girl. Not the crazy invention lady. Solo Mei, she smiled. He smiled with all his soul. Not the weird girl, smile who always pretended everything was okay. The son of Mei Hatsume. Solo Mei Hatsume. Then let's get to work. This thing is going to make history. He shouted, raising a tool in the air like a sword. Yeah, let's do something they can never take away from us. Izuku said forcefully, raising his fist in the air. That phrase hit her again. Something they can never take away from us. This time, he didn't hide it. This time, he let it show in his eyes. Yes, something they can never take away from us, he repeated, his gaze filled with determination. The spark that had been dormant for so long was finally ignited. It wasn't just the fire of inventors. It was something deeper. Something stronger. Because now, she wasn't alone. That night, Mei didn't cry. He didn't cry like he had cried before. She didn't cry because she felt alone. He didn't cry at all. Because now he had something that no one could take away from him. Your home, his workshop, your name, and now, a friend. Her name was not rare. She wasn't crazy. She wasn't a weird girl from the orphanage. Her name was Mei Hatsume. And no one would take that name away from him again. Mei Hatsume's workshop. Next day. The hum of welding filled the air, but Izuku was already used to that sound. The golden sparks of molten metal flew like tiny fireflies. The smell of hot metal and the faint aroma of burnt oil were no longer bothersome to him. He felt at home. Mei Hatsume sat cross-legged on the floor, adjusting a small glass screen on the edge of a metal bracelet. Her cross-shaped eyes rolled intensely as she concentrated on her work. She always looked so focused, Izuku thought, watching her from the corner of the workbench. But his admiration quickly faded. Hey, mysterious boy, Mei said suddenly, still staring at the screen. You need to start training your body, you know. You can't keep going like this. Izuku blinked, surprised by the sudden declaration. Train my body. What are you talking about, Mei? Mei left the bracelet on the bench and turned to him with a serious expression. I already analyzed it, Izuku, she said, grabbing her notebook and waving it in front of his face. Every time you open those portals, your body experiences massive strain. It's not just your brain, but your muscles and nerves as well. Your entire nervous system goes into overload mode. You know what that means, right? Izuku was silent for a second. I knew the answer, but I didn't want to say it. It means, if I keep abusing the portals, my body might collapse, he said, lowering his head. Exactly, Mei shouted with a huge grin, pointing at him. Bingo. That's exactly what will happen if you don't strengthen your body. You'll collapse like an old toaster after overloading it with current. Bam. OS over. Izuku gulped. He didn't like the comparison, but he couldn't deny it. He'd felt that pressure before. Every time he summoned multiple portals, his body felt heavier, his head ached, and his muscles felt stiff. It was as if every part of his body was screaming, stop, stop, stop. So, what do you suggest I do, Mei? He asked, scratching his head nervously. I'm not exactly strong, you know. Mei laughed. That's what we're going to change, mystery boy. He said, holding up the metal bracelet he'd been building. This is your new best friend. Izuku looked at the bracelet curiously. It was a simple device, with a square screen at the top and several small lights around it. It had adjustment straps that looked like flexible rubber, but with a much more durable design. What's that? He asked, leaning forward to get a better look. Mei smiled proudly. It was the smile of an inventor who was about to change the world. It's the Hatsume Power Performance Monitor version 1.0 feet. This little baby will record every time you use your portals and measure the strain on your body in real time. He said, holding it in both hands like a precious jewel. Real time? Izuku asked with a shocked expression. Yes, exactly, Mei replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Look, every time you open a portal, this monitor will measure the amount of effort you put into your muscles, nerve impulses, and brain activity. We'll be able to see how much energy you're using. And best of all, I'll be able to make adjustments to optimize your control and prevent you from collapsing. Izuku stared at the bracelet with wide eyes. It was brilliant. Mei, this is incredible, he said, looking up at her directly. Mei gave a thumbs up with a confident smile. Of course she is. What did you expect from the world's next greatest inventor? Izuku smiled. I couldn't help it. It was contagious. So, how do we start? He asked determinedly. Mei smiled even wider. This time, his smile had a mischievous touch. With physical training, of course. Your body has to match your power. So get ready to sweat, mystery boy. Izuku shuddered. That doesn't sound good, he muttered, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. But there was no turning back. Come on, Izuku. One more portal. One more. Izuku was breathing heavily. Sweat ran down his forehead. I can't take it anymore. Mei, my arms, my legs, everything feels so heavy. He gasped, leaning forward with his hands on his knees. The bracelet on her wrist was flashing a green light. The small screen displayed numbers in real time. Heart rate, 145 BPM. Muscle pressure, 78%. Brain activity, 92%. Risk of overload, 15%. Mei looked at the data with a satisfied smile. You're okay, mystery boy. You're not going to collapse yet. Just a little bit more. I want to see if you can reach 20% risk. 20%. Mei, that sounds dangerous. Izuku protested, his eyes wide. Mei was unfazed. Not even a little. If you don't push your body to the limit, you'll never know how far you can go, Izuku. She said with a serious smile, looking him straight in the eyes. Listen, mysterious boy, you have this power now. It's not just an ability. It's part of your body. If your body can't handle it, then that power will control you. If you want to control it, you have to be stronger than it is. Izuku stared at her. If your body can't handle it, then that power will control you. That phrase struck something in his heart. I didn't want to be controlled again. Not by Bakugo. Not for the world. Not for anyone. You're right, Mei, he said, clenching his fists. I won't let it control me. Mei nodded with a big smile. Then open that portal, mysterious boy. Show me how much you can endure. Izuku braced himself. He took a deep breath. He closed his eyes. He felt the warmth in his chest. He felt the world open up. And then he did it. VVVVVVMMMMM. A golden portal opened over his shoulder. This time, it wasn't unstable. It wasn't chaotic. It wasn't because his emotions overflowed. It was precise and intentional. Mei smiled with satisfaction. Yeah, that's it, Izuku. She muttered to herself. Because this time, I wasn't just seeing a friend. I was watching someone who was taking control of their destiny. And in her heart, she knew that no remote control, not even one she invented, would be stronger than that. The sun was shining high in the sky. Parents and students gathered at the school's main entrance, some taking photos, others excitedly talking about their future plans. The end of high school was here. For most, this was the beginning of adulthood. For others, it was just another day. For Izuku Midoriya, it was a dividing line. He looked at the school uniform he was wearing. For the last time. It was the uniform he'd worn every day while enduring the mockery, humiliation, and contempt of his peers. It was the clothes of the old version of himself. The Izuku who was waiting for someone to come and save him. The Izuku who asked for permission to exist. That Izuku was no longer here. His eyes fell on the school entrance. He saw several of his classmates. He saw Bakugo. But something had changed. Bakugo used to be like a sharp-eyed wolf, always on the lookout for his prey. Always looking for an excuse to explode. But now, Bakugo didn't look at him. It wasn't because I didn't see it. It was because he didn't dare. He no longer has control over me, Izuku thought, with a calm he'd never felt before. Neither him nor anyone else. He walked with his head held high, without fear, without anxiety. Shameless. The students said goodbye to each other, some crying, others hugging. But Izuku didn't stop. He had nothing more to say to that school. There was no resentment. There was no hatred. Just nothing. He looked up at the sky, where white clouds were slowly passing by. What will I do now? He asked himself. The answer came quickly. Whatever you want. For the first time, I was free. Midoriya residence. The sound of the door closing echoed through the house. Izuku dropped his school bag by the entrance, took off his shoes, and looked at the place he had called home for so many years. Something had changed here too. The walls were no longer filled with All Might posters. The space that was once covered in merchandise, action figures, magazines, photos, and posters, was now empty. Everything was gone. I had sold it. All figures. All posters. Everything I had once collected with so much love. It was difficult at first. But then it became easy. Every time she looked at All Might's face, she heard the words that shattered her world. You better give up. You can't be a hero without a quirk. No, no more. He wasn't going to let those words define him. With the money he got, he did something else. He helped his mother. He paid the overdue bills. He paid for electricity, water and gas. He paid the rent debt. When he did, he saw something in his mother's eyes that he hadn't seen in a long time. Relief, tranquility, and with what was left over, he made something else. He bought something important. Taller de Mei Hatsume. The sound of a delivery cart's wheels echoed down the street. A man dressed in a shipping company uniform stood in front of Mei's workshop. Delivery service for Mei Hatsume. The man shouted, looking at the table on his delivery device. Mei walked out of the workshop with a confused look, dressed in her oil-stained overalls and wearing her glasses. Huh, delivery, for me, she asked, tilting her head, clearly confused. The man pointed to the giant box on the back of his truck. It was huge. Yes, yes, here it is. Order made out to Mei Hatsume. Full payment and everything. Where do you want it, miss? The man asked, looking at the waybill. Mei blinked several times, processing the situation. I ordered that. I don't remember ordering anything. No, 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 said a voice behind her. Era Izuku. There he was, with a calm smile on his face, his hands in his pockets. You didn't ask for it, Mei. I asked for it. Mei's eyes widened. She turned quickly to him, looking at him as if he had just said the strangest thing in the world. What did you do, mystery boy? He asked, frowning. Izuku walked up to the side of the truck, pointing at the huge cardboard box with the words, orthopedic bed, in large letters. I bought this for you, he said without hesitation. Mei didn't know what to say. No, I didn't know how to react. Why did you do that? He asked, still processing what was happening. Izuku looked into her eyes. There was no hesitation. There was no doubt. Because the one you had was horrible, he replied with a calm smile, but his eyes were full of sincerity. And you deserve better, Mei. The world stopped for a moment. Mei's lips pressed together. Her eyes opened a little wider. That heat, that damn heat in his chest came back. Her throat felt tight. His eyes began to burn. I didn't know what to do. No one had ever done that for her before. No one had thought of her that way. Not the weird one. Not the crazy invention lady. Not the girl from the orphanage. Solo Mei Hatsume. Hey, don't go crying now, Izuku said with a small laugh, raising his hands. If you don't like it, I can return it, but I thought you could use something more comfortable. I can help put it together too. Mei laughed. He laughed out loud. It was a genuine laugh. It wasn't the wild laughter of the crazy girl. It was Mei's laughter. Ha ha ha, you're a fool, mysterious boy. Do you know how much one of those beds costs? He said, wiping his eyes with the sleeve of his overalls, grinning from ear to ear. You should have bought gears or tools with that money, not a bed for me. Izuku smiled, not taking his eyes off her. Tools wear out, May, he said calmly. But I want to give you something no one can take away from you. May felt something break inside her. It wasn't pain. It wasn't sadness. It was the weight of loneliness, fading away. She walked over to Izuku and, without saying a word, hugged him tightly. You're an idiot. A big idiot, he said, his voice shaking, his eyes closed. I know, Izuku replied, smiling. Midoriya residence. The world was still asleep, but Izuku was already awake. The clock on his nightstand flickered with a dim, silent light, displaying the exact time, 4 a.m. The alarm sound didn't go off. I didn't need it. His body woke up on its own. A month had passed. 1 month since he met Mei Hatsume. 1 month since he started training seriously. A month since he left behind the Deku of always. He got out of bed in one motion, without complaint or hesitation. It was no longer a weak body. It felt different, stronger, lighter, firmer. The wooden floor creaked beneath her feet as she quietly left her room so as not to wake her mother. I didn't want to worry her. I didn't want to give her any more reasons to cry. He headed to the kitchen, where he had a glass of water ready to drink. He drank the water in one gulp. Fresh, cold, pure. Everything felt clearer. Everything felt right. Abandoned park. The park was dark, but at that hour, the darkness no longer frightened him. I didn't need to see everything. I just needed to know where his hands and feet were. He stood in the center of the empty park, surrounded by the dark trees swaying in the wind. The morning air was chilly, but he didn't care. The cold was part of the routine now. He stretched slowly, feeling the tension in his muscles as his arms rose above his head. They weren't the same muscles he'd had a month ago. His body had changed. The arms, once thin and weak, now showed slight definition. The muscles in his legs were firmer, more agile. His hands, which used to tremble, were now strong. Okay. Time to get started, he muttered to himself. First phase. Cardio. Run. Not just a jog, but a purposeful run. Run with the same intensity you would use to escape from an enemy. 5 laps around the park. He didn't stop even once. The cold air filled his lungs, but his breathing was steady. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. His heart was pounding, but he no longer felt suffocated. His body had adjusted. 4 laps, 5 laps. He didn't stop. He didn't need to stop. He passed the same point where he had started and continued running. His body no longer asked for rest. No more excuses. No more limitations. Second phase. Strength. 30 push-ups. 30 sit-ups. 30 squats. Without pauses. The cold floor felt hard against her palms as she slowly lowered her body. 1, 2, 3. His mind did not complain. Neither does his body. It wasn't the body of someone who was looking to be a hero, for a dream. It was the body of someone who would take his own destiny. 30, 30, 30. His muscles burned, but he didn't complain. Pain meant progress. Third phase. Portal control. Izuku sat in the lotus position, closing his eyes. This part was the most important. I can't rely on power alone. Power without control is a disaster. He took a deep breath. He felt the warmth in his chest. The same warmth he felt the first time Babalu's key was activated. Open the door. VVVVVVMMMMM. The air vibrated around him. The golden glow illuminated the darkness. A portal opened next to him. A perfect, clean, undistorted entry. Perfect, he said, smiling. Now for the hard part. Open another one. VVVVVVMMMMM. A second door appeared over his left shoulder. Double control. Double concentration. The first time he consciously tried to open 2 portals at the same time, he nearly fainted. His brain felt as if it were under constant pressure. But now I could do it. Open one more. VVVVVVMMMMM. A third door. 3 at a time. His breathing slowed. His body began to sweat again. Each door was a direct connection to his mind and body. The portals turned slowly. They were more stable than before. Perfect. Close the first one. The first portal vanished. Close the second one. The second portal disappeared, leaving only clean air. Close the third. The last portal vanished in a burst of golden particles. Silence. Only the wind. Izuku took a deep breath. There was no collapse. There was no pain. He felt strong. He felt alive. Come on. One more time, he said, his eyes full of determination. And he did. He did it again, and again, until the sun began to illuminate the tops of the trees. Midoriya residence. When he returned home, his body was drenched in sweat. But he didn't feel tired. It didn't feel like before. I didn't feel like I was going to fall apart. This body was different. This body was his. He walked into the bathroom, taking off his shirt and letting the hot water fall on his back. Steam filled the room. The scars were there. The little bruises from training too hard. The small cuts from the falls in the park. But he did not look at them with sadness. He looked at them with pride. Because now, every mark on her skin had a purpose. Every wound meant he was getting stronger. As the water fell on his face, he closed his eyes and remembered a phrase. A phrase that had been engraved in his mind. Take it all. That was what Gilgamesh had told him. That was what he had done. I wouldn't ask permission. I wouldn't expect someone to tell me, you can do it. I would just do it. Take it all. The power. The control. The future. He opened his eyes slowly, feeling the warmth of the water on his skin. And he saw something in the mirror. He didn't see Deku. He didn't see the boy without a quirk. He didn't see the weak child. See Izuku Midoriya. He saw the boy who was going to take the world into his own hands. I'm not invisible, he said softly, looking at his reflection. And this time, he believed it. He really believed it. Taller de Mei Hatsume. You're late, mystery boy. Mei shouted from inside her workshop, her face covered in soot and a big grin on her face. The next version of your controller is ready, and this time it has lasers. The sound of metal clashing with metal filled the air. The hum of welding echoed like a constant spark, illuminating the workshop in flashes of blue and white light. Izuku Midoriya was lifting weights. This wasn't an ordinary barbell. It was a custom-designed training machine designed by Mei Hatsume. The machine featured built-in pressure sensors, real-time strength tracking, and overload alerts. Come on, mystery boy, one more representative. Mei shouted with her usual enthusiasm, without taking her eyes off the welding she was doing. Sweat ran down Izuku's face. His arms trembled, but he did not give in. 20, 21, 22, he counted as he lowered and raised the bar. His muscles tensed with every movement. He wasn't the same boy he'd been 2 months ago. Strength and control, that was the lesson Mei had taught him. His physical strength had increased. His control over the Gate of Babylon portals had improved. 23, he gasped, his arms shaking. That's it, mystery boy. One more and you can call yourself a hero. Don't give up now, Mei shouted, a wild grin on her face, her pink hair a mess and her glasses fogged up from the heat of the welding. Izuku gritted his teeth, not because I was in pain, but because I didn't want to fail. 24, 25, the bar returned to its support, resonating loudly. Izuku slumped back, breathing heavily, but smiling. I did it, he gasped, raising an arm in victory. Mei laughed. Of course you did. What did you expect? You're my training partner, mystery boy. The sound of welding stopped. Silence. Just breaths. And then, the noise of the world. Izuku looked around, observing the workshop. The dirty clothes were still piled in the corner. The refrigerator was half open, revealing its contents, frozen pizzas and energy drinks. He frowned. I've seen this before. Chaos. Disorder. Loneliness. It wasn't the first time I'd seen a space like this. He had seen it in his own home, when his mother was overworked to pay the bills. And I had seen it in Mei's eyes. He stood up slowly, wiping his sweat with a towel. His gaze fell on Mei. She was completely absorbed in her work, soldering the circuitry of the performance monitor version 1.8.2. Her spiral eyes rotated precisely, like a clock, analyzing every tiny detail. But something wasn't right. How many sleepless nights had he spent? How many times had I eaten only frozen pizza? How many times had she told herself it didn't matter? Not this time, Mei, Izuku said, his voice firmer than usual. Mei stopped welding, turning her head curiously. What's up, mysterious boy? Are you going to break another strength record? We can make version 1.9 if you want. Izuku shook his head. No, I want you to come to my house tonight. I blinked. He didn't understand it at first. Huh, what for? He asked, tilting his head, as if the very idea were strange. Izuku took a deep breath. It's my birthday. I want you to have dinner with us. Mei stopped moving. He put down the tool he was holding. I'm fine. I don't need that, he said with a casual smile, wiping his face with the sleeve of his overalls. I have to finish this monitor today. Besides, I have pizza here. Izuku didn't back down. Not this time. I won't accept you having pizza for dinner again, Mei, he said, with a firmness that even surprised Mei. She looked up, her spiral eyes fixed on him. Izuku's expression was clear. Come to my house, Mei, he said, crossing his arms. Just tonight. This isn't about the coach. This isn't about the workout. It's about you. She didn't know how to respond. Because no one had ever spoken to her like that before. You're an idiot, mystery boy, he muttered, his face hidden behind his glasses. But it's okay. Just this once. Izuku smiled. Midoriya residence. The scent of katsudon filled the house. Steam rose from the pot, mixing with the homely warmth. Oh, welcome, welcome, Inko said with a big smile, wiping her hands on an apron. Her eyes lit up when she saw Mei. So this is Mei, the girl Izuku couldn't stop talking about. The eccentric genius. The girl from the workshop. But now I really saw her. He did not see the inventor. He didn't see the genie. He saw a girl who hadn't eaten a home-cooked meal in a long time. Thank you for inviting me, Mrs. Midoriya, Mei said, with a small bow that seemed odd for someone so loud. Inko looked at her tenderly. No need to say thank you. Any of Izuku's friends are welcome here. Dinner began. The sound of plates being filled. The aroma of freshly made katsudon. Izuku took his first bite and smiled. This is perfect, Mom, he said, his eyes closed, savoring the taste. Mei took her first bite of rice and breaded meat. He chewed slowly. And then, something changed. His eyes opened wide. His throat closed. Tears streamed down her cheeks before she could stop them. It's hot, he murmured, his lips trembling. The warmth of the food. The warmth of the house. The warmth of a family. I haven't felt this in years. I'm sorry, she said, wiping her eyes vigorously. I don't know why I'm crying. Mei's tears and sobs echoed around the table. They weren't silent tears. They were deep, uncontrollable sobs, as if all the weight she'd carried for years had finally broken. Izuku was the first to react. Without hesitation, he dropped his chopsticks on the table and ran to her side. He knelt beside her, placing a firm but gentle hand on her back. Mei, what's wrong? Are you okay? He asked, his voice filled with concern. There was no doubt on his face. No confusion, just genuine concern. Mei couldn't speak. I just cried. He cried and muttered one word over and over again. Thank you, thank you, thank you, she said with a broken voice, as if that word was the only thing left in her heart. Thank you. Izuku didn't say anything. He didn't pressure her to talk. He just leaned down and hugged her. It wasn't a clumsy hug, it was the hug of someone who didn't know what to do. He was firm. He was sincere. It was warm. I wasn't trying to fix her. I was just there for her. And then he felt another hug. His body trembled. I didn't expect the second one. Inko Midoriya wrapped his arms around her from the other side. A woman she didn't even know completely was hugging her with all the love of a mother. It's okay, baby, it's okay, Inko said in the softest voice Mei had ever heard. Her hand stroked Mei's messy hair as she held her tightly. You don't have to say anything now. Just cry if you need to. Those words broke everything. Mei couldn't hold it back anymore. Sobs burst from her chest with all the force she had been holding back for years. Not only did I cry. She cried as if she was washing away all her pain. All the isolation. All the loneliness. All the uncertainty. Izuku didn't let go of her. Inko neither. The room filled with tears and gasps. But nobody moved. Nobody judged her. The world did not stop. But for Mei Hatsume, that moment was everything. The scent of catsudan still filled the house. The sound of rain began to gently tap against the windows, creating an additional calm in the environment. Mei had stopped crying, but her eyes were red and swollen. He wiped his eyes with the sleeve of his overalls, still trembling slightly. His heart was still pounding, but this time it wasn't from anxiety. It was a relief. She felt lighter, more calm, more alive. Izuku and his mother were by his side. They didn't look at her with pity. Only with warmth. "Are you feeling better?" Inko asked in the sweetest voice in the world, placing a cup of hot tea in front of Mei. Mei nodded slowly. "Yeah. Sorry, I don't usually do this," he mumbled, scratching the back of his head with a small, embarrassed smile. Inko shook her head. "There's nothing to apologize for, honey. Sometimes, you just have to let it out." Silence, a gentle silence. Not awkward. It was the kind of silence that only existed in a home. Izuku looked at Mei calmly. "If you want to talk, we're here." Mei was silent for a moment. She looked at the teacup in front of her, feeling the warmth seeping through the porcelain. That warmth reminded him of the hot meal he had just eaten. The warmth he felt in Izuku and Inko's hugs. "I hadn't felt that in years." "It's no big deal," he said with a nervous smile, moving the spoon around in his tea. "It's just, I haven't felt this way in a long time." Izuku tilted his head, confused. The fact that... Mei took a deep breath. He prepared to say it. The warmth of a home. Izuku felt a blow to his heart. Inko looked at Mei with eyes full of concern. "Mei, you live alone, right?" Inko asked in a soft but serious tone. Mei nodded slowly. "Yes, I live alone. Since a year ago, since I turned 14. Inko put a hand over her mouth, her eyes filled with sadness. "But, what about your parents?" Mei didn't look at her. "Miro has it. I don't have one," she replied in the calmest voice she'd used that night. "I'm an orphan. I grew up in an orphanage until I was 14. Then, by law, I was given my own apartment. I do get an allowance, but it's not enough for much." Izuku felt a lump in his throat. I knew Mei lived alone. I had seen him in his workshop. I'd seen it in frozen food and unwashed clothes. But I didn't know this. I didn't know she had been alone all this time. Completely alone. "It's not that bad," Mei said, trying to laugh, but it came out more like a forced exhalation. "I can fix things, I can build what I need. I can take care of myself." Inko Midoriya couldn't stand it. He walked slowly towards Mei and leaned down to hug her once more. Mei didn't resist. "You shouldn't have to do this alone, honey," Inko murmured, her voice shaking. "You shouldn't have to do this alone." Tears began to form in Mei's eyes again. But this time, they didn't feel heavy. This time, they felt light. Inko slowly pulled away, her hands on Mei's shoulders. He looked into her eyes directly. "Listen, Mei," she said in a firm voice, like a mother making an unbreakable promise. "As long as you have Izuku as a friend, this house is your home too." "Okay." Mei remained silent, and then, he nodded. "With tears in my eyes." He nodded vigorously. Izuku smiled. Not a nervous smile. Not a forced smile. A real smile. Because now, Mei wasn't alone. No more. That night, Mei slept on the couch at the Midoriya residence. It was not a restless dream. She didn't wake up startled. He didn't feel the need to continue working on Performance Monitor version 1.8.2. And in the kitchen, Inko and Izuku shared a silent glance. "Do you think she'll be okay, Mom?" Izuku asked, looking toward the couch where Mei was sleeping. Inko looked at her son with pride. She approached him, placing a hand on his head and stroking his hair. "I don't know, Izuku," she said with a smile full of love. "But I know she won't be alone now." And that was enough. Because, for the first time in years, Mei Hatsume slept peacefully. This time, she wasn't alone. This time, someone listened to her. This time, someone saw her. Inko Pav. Midnight. The world was calm. The rain tapped softly against the window, the rhythmic sound filling the room with a sense of tranquility. On the living room sofa, Mei Hatsume was fast asleep. She was wrapped in a warm blanket Inko had brought from her room. Her body, always in motion, was now still. Her hands, always welding, were now relaxed. She looked so small, so fragile. Inko couldn't sleep. Since he went to bed, his mind had been going over the same image. Mei's tears running down her face. The heart-rending sobs. The word I couldn't stop repeating, thank you. That crying wasn't the crying of someone who was just excited about a meal. It was the cry of someone who had carried the weight of the world for too long. Orphan. That word was etched in his mind. Inko got out of bed with a sigh, pulling her robe closer to her body. The cold of the night felt more intense this time. He didn't turn on the lights. I didn't want to wake anyone up. He walked towards the living room with slow steps. There, he saw her. Mei, the girl who always spoke with energy and enthusiasm, was now asleep like a lost child. Inko approached slowly, kneeling beside him. He looked at her. He really looked at her. He didn't see the genius inventor Izuku was talking about. He didn't see the eccentric girl who was obsessed with her babies. He saw a girl alone, a girl who had been abandoned by the world. And fury ignited in his chest. Inko lowered her head and pressed her lips together, trying to hold back her tears. I couldn't cry. I shouldn't cry, but I couldn't help but remember. Remember Hisashi. Remember the moment he told her Izuku wasn't worth it. He doesn't have a quirk. He'll be a burden. Put him in an orphanage. It's best for both of us. Inko refused. He refused with all his being. I won't abandon my son. He's my son, with or without a quirk. It doesn't matter. She yelled at Hisashi, tears streaming down her face that day. Hisashi left. He didn't look back, but Inko stayed. Inko stayed with Izuku, and he never regretted it. Never. And now, here it was again. Another abandoned girl. Another girl left behind by the world. Not again, she thought, feeling anger and sadness rise in her chest. I won't let another girl go through that. No matter the cost, no matter what I have to do. This time, he wouldn't fail. Mei stirred a little in her sleep, her lips murmuring something Inko couldn't hear. The expression on his face was calm, but there was also a slight tension. How many times had she had to sleep alone, afraid of the next bill, the next debt, the next meal? Inko clenched her fists tightly. No, not this time. I wouldn't allow that to continue. She leaned toward Mei and, with all the love of a mother, gently stroked her pink hair, moving the strands away from her face. You're not alone, darling, he whispered, his voice full of emotion. I'll never leave you alone again. The sun was just beginning to rise. The rain had stopped. The house smelled of freshly baked bread and hot miso soup. Mei slowly opened her eyes. He blinked several times, feeling the softness of the blanket on his body. Where am I? She thought, feeling disoriented for a moment. The aroma of food hit her. The aroma of hot soup. His stomach growled immediately. No frozen pizza. No energy drinks. Real food. He rubbed his eyes and sat up, looking around the room. Izuku was in the kitchen, helping his mother. Inko was stirring a pot of miso soup while Izuku was carefully chopping some vegetables. Good morning, Mei, Izuku said, turning to her with a smile. Did you sleep well? Mei blinked several times. I didn't know what to answer. Yeah, I think so, he said with a small smile, scratching his head, feeling a little clumsy. I slept. Much better than I expected. Inko turned around with a smile as warm as the soup she was making. That makes me happy, darling, she said sweetly, as she poured the soup into several bowls. Come on, dinner's ready. It's time for us to have breakfast together. Mei looked at the table. It wasn't empty. It wasn't dirty. There were no cans of energy drinks or pizza wrappers. It was a family table. A real table. He slowly walked over and sat next to Izuku. The three of them together. Like a family. Inko served Mei's bowl with special care. He placed each ingredient with precision, as if he were creating something special just for her. Here you go, honey, Inko said, placing the bowl in front of Mei with a radiant smile. Eat all you want. Mei felt something on her chest. The same heat he felt the night before. He took the chopsticks carefully. He looked at the bowl for a moment. This feels good. He took the first bite. The hot broth filled his mouth. Heat spread through his body. And once again, the tears began to fall. Inko and Izuku looked at her, but didn't say anything. There was no need to say anything. Mei covered her face with one hand, but didn't stop. "It's so good," she said through tears. "It's been so long since I've had something like this." Inko leaned forward, placing a hand on Mei's head, stroking her hair once more. "Eat all you want, Mei," he said tenderly. "You don't have to do it alone again." Mei cried, but this time, it wasn't because of loneliness. It was because of the warmth. For certainty. For the home I had found. When Mei left for the workshop, Inko looked at Izuku with a determined expression. "Izuku," he said firmly. Izuku looked at his mother, noticing the seriousness in her eyes. "What's up, Mom?" Inko took a deep breath. "I want you to talk to Mei. Tell her that, if she wants, she can stay with us." Izuku looked at her in surprise. "Really, Mom?" Inko nodded with a small smile. "Really, son, I've seen enough of her. I won't let another little girl be alone again." Izuku smiled, feeling the same pride he had always felt for his mother. "I will, Mom, I will." The sound of the door closing echoed through the house. Izuku had run off, with an emotion he hadn't seen in years. Inko stood in the doorway, staring at the closed door for a moment. "I knew exactly where I was going. He'll go give Mei the news." He couldn't help but smile. It was a soft, warm smile, full of pride. "My son has grown so much." But that warmth slowly faded. Her mind took her back to the past. To a memory that I had never been able to forget. 11 years ago, Midoriya residence. The sound of a suitcase being dragged across the floor filled the hallway. "Hisashi, please wait, you don't have to do this," Inko cried, tears streaming down her cheeks, her body shaking with despair. Hisashi did not stop. He didn't even look at her. "I've made my decision, Inko," he said with a coldness he hadn't shown before. He adjusted his coat, closed his suitcase, and lifted it with one hand. "I can't stay here and waste my time with a kid who doesn't have a quirk. He has no future." The words stabbed her straight in the heart. "Don't say that. He's your son, Hisashi. He's our son," she cried, her voice filled with desperation, clutching his arm. "It doesn't matter if he has a quirk or not, he's your blood. He's your son." Hisashi finally looked at her, but his eyes showed no emotion. Only indifference. "The world doesn't work like that, Inko," he said coldly. "A child without a quirk is dead weight. He won't become a hero, he won't become anything. You know that too." Inko's eyes widened in horror. "No, I'm not going to abandon him. No matter what you say, I won't do it." Hisashi shrugged, tired of the conversation. "Then keep him," he said, turning away without looking back. "But don't ask me to do it." The door closed with a loud bang. Inko stood there, her breathing shaky and her eyes full of tears. The house was silent. Too much silence. She felt a tug on her dress. He turned around and saw Izuku. A boy of just 4 years old, with big eyes full of tears, looking at her in fear. "Dad. Is he gone?" she asked, her voice shaking, clutching her mother's robe. Inko slowly knelt down, hugging Izuku with all the strength she could muster. "Yes, darling. But don't worry," she said, her voice broken but determined. "No matter what happens, I'll never leave you, never." Midoriya residence. Present. Inko opened her eyes. He didn't realize he had closed them. The memory was still so vivid. As if it happened yesterday. Arranged marriages, she thought, clutching the apron in her hands. They called it the grand quirk inheritance strategy. It was a term that sounded so clean and elegant, but it was nothing more than cruelty in disguise. Years ago, marriages between people with powerful quirks became popular. The idea was to create a perfect generation of children with superior quirks. Two parents with compatible quirks would marry for the sole purpose of having children with powerful, or potential hero, quirks. It seemed like a power play, but in reality, it was a tragedy for many children. Children who did not meet their parents' expectations. Children who did not inherit quirks. Children who weren't worth it. Children who were abandoned in orphanages. The news called them the discarded children. It was a common story. Families who abandoned their children in orphanages because they did not fulfill the purpose of union. It's not those kids' fault, Inko thought, her voice filled with pain in her mind. He remembered Mei. He remembered Izuku. They were both children that the world considered defective. But not for her. Izuku was never a mistake. Mei was never a mistake. And I wasn't going to let another little girl grow up believing that. Not again. Inko walked into the living room. The morning sun shone softly, illuminating the space with a warm light. There was no doubt in his heart. He had already made his decision. The door opened forcefully. Izuku walked in with a big smile on his face. Mom, she's accepted. Mei accepted, he shouted, breathing heavily, clearly excited by the news. Inko turned around, smiling at her son's happiness. Really, honey? Are you coming to live with us? He asked, his voice full of emotion. Izuku nodded vigorously. Yes. He said he had to pack some things from his workshop, but he'll be here tonight. He said he can't believe it. He was crying again, but this time he was smiling. Inko felt a warmth in her heart. A warmth I hadn't felt for a long time. So this time, I saved another girl. She approached Izuku, surrounding him with a strong hug. A hug full of love. Thank you, Izuku, she said, her voice shaking, holding her son tightly. Thank you for being the kind of person who never gives up on others. Izuku blinked, surprised. But then he smiled. I learned it from you, Mom, he replied with a calm smile. Inko let out a small laugh, her eyes filled with tears, but not sadness. Of relief. Of pride. Of hope. That night, Mei arrived with a small suitcase and Izuku helped her carry her bed. I didn't have much, but what he had, he brought everything. When she entered the Midoriya residence, Inko greeted her with a big smile. Welcome home, Mei. I blinked. His eyes opened slowly, as if he couldn't process the words. Welcome home. Yes. Home. She murmured, clutching her suitcase tightly, biting her lip to keep from crying again. Izuku gently punched him on the shoulder. Come on, Mei. We have a room that needs your personal touch, he said with a big smile. And this time, Mei didn't cry, but he did smile. He smiled so hard his cheeks hurt. Because for the first time, she was not an orphan. She wasn't the weird girl from the workshop. She wasn't the girl the world discarded. Ahura, era Mei Hatsume. And finally, I had a home. The sun was just beginning to light up the sky. The autumn breeze filtered through the kitchen window, bringing with it the fresh scent of dried leaves. The sound of the knife hitting the cutting board echoed softly. The aroma of miso soup filled the kitchen. Inko Midoriya stood by the stove, a calm expression on her face. He moved the spoon with precision, tasting the flavor before nodding in satisfaction. At the kitchen table, Mei Hatsume was folding the freshly washed clothes. It wasn't her clothes, it was everyone's clothes. He had changed. But this time, not because someone forced her to do it. This time, he did it by choice. Mei's pink hair was tied up in a different way. It was no longer disheveled and loose in all directions. Now, she wore it up in a style similar to Inko Midoriya's. It had been difficult at first, but Inko taught him how to do it step by step. Sometimes they would sit together in front of a mirror, and Mei would watch Inko's every move with her hands. That's it, honey. Don't pull too hard on the elastic, or it'll break, Inko told her patiently as she helped her arrange the last strand. Mei didn't know why, but those little lessons made her happy. Not because she wanted a new hairstyle, but because, for the first time, someone took the time to teach her something with love. Now, every time she looked at her reflection, she didn't just see Mei the inventor. I saw Mei Hatsume, part of the Midoriya family. Clothes no longer piled up in messy heaps. In his old workshop, dirty clothes piled up until he had nothing left to wear. So, she would grab everything at once and take it to a public laundromat, staying there for hours while she waited. But now, it wasn't like that anymore. Every week, Mei took care of the laundry for everyone. It wasn't an order from anyone, it was not an obligation. It was his decision. If this is my family, then I want to help take care of it, she said the first time she carried the dirty clothes into the laundry room. Inko tried to stop her, but Mei was more stubborn than any rusty screw. It doesn't matter if I'm the newest one here, Mrs. Midoriya, May said with a mischievous smile as she placed her hands on her hips. This is my home now, and I want to do my part. Inko couldn't say no, and, secretly, he felt a small pang of pride. May couldn't wait to be left without anything to wear. She no longer did laundry alone, in silence, in a cold, empty laundry room. Now I washed with purpose. Now she washed for her family. The click of the front door echoed through the house. May raised her head. I knew who he was. Izuku Midoriya. He walked in, wiping the sweat off with a towel around his neck. His breathing was deep, but controlled. The smell of autumn was still on her clothes. I had been training 3 hours, every day, without missing a single time. He was no longer the fragile child. His body had transformed. Her arms, once thin, now had definition. Her legs were strong, firm. He wasn't just Izuku, the boy without a quirk, anymore. Now it was Izuku, the boy who trained harder than anyone. Welcome back, mystery boy, May said, smiling as she placed another folded T-shirt on the couch. Izuku smiled. It was a smile of tiredness, but also of satisfaction. Good morning, May. Good morning, Mom, he said, taking the towel off his head. He looked tired, but not exhausted. It was the good kind of tired, the kind you feel after working hard. Inko smiled, looking at him proudly. Go take a shower, Izuku. Breakfast will be ready in a few minutes. May chuckled. Yes, mystery boy, I don't want the sweaty hero sent to ruin the taste of breakfast. Izuku raised an eyebrow and smirked. At least I'm training, you crazy inventor, she replied with a defiant smile. May burst out laughing. And I build machines to make your training more effective, mystery boy. Don't complain. The two exchanged competitive glances. But there was affection in that rivalry. Izuku went to take a shower, and the house returned to its usual rhythm. The aroma of rice, miso soup, and grilled fish filled the house. May sat at the table next to Izuku and Inko. The three of them shared the meal together. The sound of chopsticks moving, plates gently tapping on the table, and the occasional, of satisfaction filled the room. It was nothing like the days when May only ate frozen pizza in her workshop. May, your hair looks beautiful today, Inko said, smiling at her from across the table. May blushed slightly. He lowered his head, looking at his rice. Thanks. I did it myself this time, she said with a small smile of pride. Inko smiled tenderly. It looks perfect on you, darling. May's chest felt warm, the kind of warmth that doesn't come from food, but from something much deeper. After breakfast, May got up, took her and Izuku's plates, and carried them to the sink. Inko tried to stop her. No, honey, I'll take care of it, Inko said, her hands raised. But May shook her head. No, Mrs. Midoriya, I can do it. Inko tried to protest. But you already did the laundry today. May looked at Inko with a mischievous smile. Her eyes, full of light, but also of determination. It's what family does, isn't it? She said with a mischievous smile as she started washing the dishes. Inko stood still. He couldn't say anything. Her eyes filled with tears. But this time, they weren't out of sadness. They were proud. They were of love. Yes, honey, that's what family does. May felt the weight of those words. But this time, it wasn't a weight that crushed her. It was the weight of something else. Something firm. Something stable. The weight of knowing that, finally, I had a home. That night, May lay in her bed, her body relaxed and her hair tied back in its new style. He looked at the ceiling. He did not feel loneliness. He didn't feel anxiety. He didn't feel the emptiness. He felt the heat, the warmth of a home. He closed his eyes with a smile on his lips. I'll make breakfast tomorrow, she muttered to herself. Days later, the table was ready. The smell of freshly brewed green tea filled the room. The atmosphere was calm, but there was also a slight sense of seriousness in the air. Inko looked at the table carefully, adjusting the position of the cups. Today would be an important conversation. A conversation about the future. Izuku, May, come to the table, please. He called in a firm but kind voice. From the living room, Izuku appeared first, with a towel around his neck, still somewhat sweaty from his workout. Mei arrived shortly after, her glasses perched on her head and a screwdriver in her hand. "What's wrong, Mom?" Izuku asked as he sat down on one of the chairs, taking the towel to wipe away his sweat. "Do we have a secret mission?" Mei teased with a mischievous smile, adjusting her glasses on her head as she sat next to Izuku. "If it's a secret mission, I'll need plans, materials, and a decent budget." Inko laughed softly, but her expression turned serious again. He sat opposite them, his hands clasped on the table. "It's not a secret mission, Mei. It's more important than that," she said in a firm voice, looking at both young men with a gaze that only a mother could give. Izuku and Mei looked at each other, sensing the seriousness in his tone. "I want to talk to you about your future," he said calmly, but his gaze was firm and determined. "Preparatory school starts in April, and I want to know what you plan to do." The two looked at each other. Their expressions changed. Izuku lowered his head slightly, rubbing the back of his neck. Mei leaned back, holding her screwdriver, spinning the tip with her fingers. "I haven't given it much thought," Mei admitted with a small, nervous laugh, glancing to the side. "I always went to the schools that came with my subsidy. You know, the ones that are cheap and don't ask much of the students." Inko frowned slightly. "Mei, darling, you have more options now than that," he said, his voice soft but firm. "If there's a school you want to go to, don't let the subsidy limit you. You have a family now that will support you." Mei blinked, surprised by those words. He lowered the screwdriver and looked at it in his hands. "I don't know," he admitted, his eyes somewhat uncertain. "I always thought I'd just go to school, get the necessary grades, and go back to the shop. I never thought about where I want to go, only where I can go." Inko felt a pang in her heart. I had heard that same phrase before. I had heard many mothers in the neighborhood say the same thing about their children. Children who didn't dream about where they wanted to go, only about where they would be allowed to be. "No more of that, Mei," Inko said firmly, placing her hand over Mei's. "No more taking whatever you're given. This time, you can decide." Mei looked at Inko's hand on hers. His heart felt lighter. "Decide, huh?" he murmured with a small smile. Inko looked at Izuku this time. "Izuku, what about you, darling? Have you thought about your future?" Izuku tensed a little. I knew this question was coming. "I've been training, and training. But," he said, his voice a little lower. He looked down at the table, staring at his own teacup. "I don't know what to do with all this training." Mei looked up, looking at him intently. It was rare to see Izuku hesitate. "What do you mean you don't know?" Mei asked, leaning forward. "What have you been training for, then?" Izuku clenched his fists on the table. "To be strong. To be someone who doesn't depend on anyone else," she answered truthfully, her voice stronger this time. "But I never thought about what I would do with that strength. I never thought about where I want to go." Mei's words echoed in his head. "I didn't think about where I wanted to go, just where I could go." Izuku looked at his mother. He looked at Mei. "I guess I always thought I'd just keep training," he admitted with a nervous smile, scratching his head. Inko sighed and then smiled. It was a smile of understanding. "Izuku, Mei," he said, looking at both of them lovingly. "Don't worry about not having all the answers now. You don't have to decide everything today, but I want you to know something." Inko leaned toward them, her voice full of strength. "They have the right to choose their own path. It doesn't matter if it's a prestigious school, a public school, or a technical school. You both have talent, strength, and something that can't be bought: determination. So please, don't limit yourselves to where you can go. Think about where you want to go." The words floated in the air. Mei was silent for a few seconds. "Izuku too." "So," Mei said, with a small, mischievous smile. "If I want to go to UA, does that count as where I want to go?" Izuku looked up sharply. His eyes opened wide. "UA?" he asked, as if he couldn't believe it. Mei smiled even wider, resting her elbow on the table and her chin on her hand. "Yeah, why not? They have amazing facilities, resources, and I can create my babies without restrictions. Besides, if Mystery Boy comes, I don't plan on being left behind." Izuku looked at her with a mixture of surprise and excitement. For the first time, he saw a clear path in front of him. UA. Huh, he muttered, slowly clenching his fists. It's not about where I can go, it's about where I want to go. Inko watched them both with a smile. I had seen it in his eyes. The spark. The determination. Do you both want to go to UA? He asked, with a smile he couldn't hide. Mei and Izuku looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Yes, they said in unison. Inko felt a warmth in her chest. The kind of warmth only a mother feels when she sees her children find their purpose. Then we'll work together to get you there, Inko said with a smile full of love and pride. Both of you. Because, from now on, you're not alone anymore. Mei smiled. Izuku smiled. This time, it wasn't the world that was pushing them. This time, they chose their own path. The atmosphere was different that night. It wasn't full of laughter or jokes, there was an air of concern. Inko was sitting at the kitchen table, reviewing documents. Paperwork. Invoices. Registration documents. The UA forms were on the table. They shone with a special weight, the most prestigious school in the country. The best for heroes. But also the most expensive. Inko tried to smile, but she couldn't hide the concern in her eyes. I was trying to figure out how to cover registration, exam fees, and the costs of initial materials. Inko let out a long sigh, looking at the list of expenses. We can do it. We can do it, she said to herself, but her voice didn't sound convinced. From the entrance, Izuku and Mei watched her, their eyes met. They didn't say anything, they didn't have to do it. They knew what Inko was thinking, they knew I was worried about money. I can't stand seeing her like this, Izuku said, his expression growing frustrated as he clenched his fists. Mei crossed her arms and looked up at the ceiling. TCH, I hate this, he said, twirling a screwdriver between his fingers. It's stupid that something like money can decide someone's future. He watched the scene in silence. His eyes, normally full of enthusiasm, narrowed with a serious expression. She knew that look. I had seen her before. He saw it in the caretakers of the orphanage. He saw it in his own reflection, the days when he wondered if there would be enough food for the month. Izuku noticed it too. He saw the way his mother held the papers tightly, as if she were holding onto something much bigger. I couldn't allow it. He couldn't allow that burden to fall solely on his mother. He was no longer the child who stood silently by as the world crushed him. Izuku remained silent, but this time, he didn't look down. This time, he looked at Mei. I think I can do something, he said in a serious tone, as if the idea was difficult for him. Mei looked at Izuku curiously. What do you mean, mysterious boy? Izuku took a deep breath. I hadn't talked about this with anyone, not even Mei. I can bring gold, he said, looking Mei straight in the eyes. I blinked. He didn't understand it at first. What did you say? He asked, leaning forward as if he hadn't heard correctly. Izuku gritted his teeth, his body tensing. Gate of Babylon, my golden portals, not only let me summon weapons, I can also summon treasures. Gold coins, jewels, things that look valuable. I've done it before, but... Mei leaned forward, her eyes narrowed. Not because he was doubting, but because his brain was calculating all of the possibilities. And why did you never tell me? She asked, almost offended. Because we can't do anything with it, Mei, Izuku replied, his voice thick with frustration. We can't just take gold bars to a store and say, I want to sell this. The authorities would ask questions. They might investigate us. I don't want Mom to get in trouble. Mei was silent for a moment. His eyes lit up. His brain started working at full speed. How big can the gold you summon be? He asked, with a mischievous smile that Izuku didn't like at all. It varies depending on my intentions. Coins, jewels, sometimes brick-sized ingots, he replied, tilting his head in concern. Mei snapped her fingers, as if everything suddenly clicked into place in her head. That's all we need, he said, with a toothy grin. Izuku raised an eyebrow, his eyes filled with doubt. What do you mean, Mei? She leaned toward him, her expression a mixture of excitement and mischief. If the system doesn't let us sell gold, then we don't sell it. Izuku looked at her in confusion. I did not understand. So, what do we do? Mei smiled mischievously. We've caught the system's attention. Come to my room tonight, Mei whispered calmly. Understood, Mei. The only sound was Mei's computer keyboard. Izuku was standing behind her, watching the screen with a serious look. Mei wrote with impressive speed. His fingers flew over the keyboard as lines of code filled the screen. The main monitor displayed the image of the UA logo. Are you sure about this, Mei? Izuku asked as Mei kept typing. Mei nodded. If we're going to make them listen to us, we have to be loud. They're not going to listen to two normal kids. But. Izuku raised his left hand. The heat in his chest ignited. You're going to hear from someone who can do this. VVVVVVMMMMM. The air vibrated. The golden glow illuminated the workshop. A golden portal appeared in front of Izuku, and slowly, from within, a single gold coin emerged. It fell into his hand with a small clang. Mei looked at the coin for a second. It wasn't the first time I saw her. But this time, he understood the true power they had. Pure gold. Not an imitation. Not a copy. Real, pure, tangible gold. But they couldn't use it. They couldn't sell it without raising suspicion. It's ironic, Mei said, continuing to type. You have the ability to create infinite wealth, but the world won't let you use it. Yeah, Izuku replied with a tired smile, closing the portal. So, how about we use the gold in another way? Mei smiled. His cross eyes shone. Exactly. And nothing attracts more attention than gold. The code on the screen stopped. Mei gave a final blow to the keyboard. There you go, he said with a victorious smile. We're in. The screen flickered. The UA logo faded. And the database was opened. We could get into the student records. We could see the profiles of the heroes. We could do a lot of things, Mei said with a mischievous smile. But they didn't. Izuku leaned forward, calmly looking at the screen. They wouldn't touch the records. They wouldn't erase anything. They wouldn't falsify anything. We're not here to do that, Izuku said firmly. Mei nodded. I knew exactly what I wanted to do. Let's leave a message, Mei said with a smile. He began to write. Not a code, not a trap, a message. A message they knew someone would see. Not just anyone. Nezu. Nezu, the director of UA. A being whose intelligence far exceeded that of any average human. If anyone was going to see this, it would be him. The message appeared on the screen. The white letters shone against the black background. We are not here to harm anything. We are not here to steal anything. We are here to prove something. A boy who can create gold. A girl who can break into any system. We are here because we have something to show. Busquin and Izuku Midoriya and Mei Hatsume. We look forward to your response. Mei smiled proudly as she pressed the enter key. Message sent, he said, raising his arms as if he'd just won a battle. Now, all we have to do is wait. Izuku smiled. It was the first time I felt in control. If they want to see us, they'll come to us. Midoriya residence. The next day. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Inko, who was preparing breakfast, wiped her hands and headed for the door. I wasn't expecting any visitors. He opened the door. And there it was. A mouse. No, it wasn't a mouse. Era Nezu, the director of the UA. With her small figure dressed in a black suit, she looked at Inko with a polite and courteous smile. Good morning, Mrs. Midoriya, he said in a calm and controlled voice. I'm Principal Nezu from UA. May I speak with you, Izuku Midoriya, and Mei Hatsume, please? They should be parsed. The name, UA, echoed in his head. And then, he understood. Oh, my God, she muttered, covering her mouth with one hand. Izuku and Mei, who were sitting at the table, looked at each other. They had succeeded. Nezu was here. We did it, they both thought at the same time. Nezu walked in with a calm smile, his legs crossed behind his back. He didn't seem angry. He didn't seem bothered. He seemed curious. He sat down at the table elegantly and looked at the two young men. So, they caught my attention. I'm here. Show me what you have. Izuku raised his left hand. The heat in his chest ignited. With pleasure. Nezu's presence filled the room. Despite being small, sitting on the living room cushion, his presence was immense. The director of UA was not a person you could easily fool. He was not one to waste his time. His small but shrewd eyes darted from side to side, observing every corner of the room. He did not look with contempt, nor with judgment. I looked with curiosity. With analysis. Inko sat at the opposite end of the room, hands clasped, looking at her son with concern. I didn't understand everything that was happening, but I knew it was important. In front of Nezu, Izuku and Mei sat next to each other. There was no nerves on their faces, just a firm determination. "Well, young people," Nezu said in a controlled but polite voice. "I assume you're ready to explain your message to me." Izuku took a deep breath. This was the moment. "Principal Nezu, before we begin, I want to thank you for coming," he said calmly, leaning forward slightly. "We know it's not easy to get your attention." Nezu smiled slightly, tilting his head. "Don't worry, young people. It's not every day I receive a message this direct and interesting. I decided it was worth seeing what it was all about." Mei leaned forward, a sly smile on her face. "So, since you're here, how about we show you why we took the liberty of hacking into your system?" Nezu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He liked confidence. He liked boldness. "Go ahead, surprise me," she said with a smile, clasping her tiny paws in front of her. Izuku looked at his mother and nodded. "Mom, can you bring the suitcase?" Inko looked at Izuku in surprise. "The suitcase? Are you sure, Izuku?" Izuku nodded. "Yes, it's time to show him everything." Inko hesitated for a moment, but got up and went to her room. Izuku rubbed his hands together nervously as he waited. Mei leaned towards him. "Mystery boy, are you sure about this?" he whispered, adjusting his glasses on his head. "Once we show him, there's no turning back." Izuku looked at her with determination. There was no doubt in his eyes. "I don't want to live hiding this forever, Mei," he said, with a calmness he hadn't displayed before. "If we want to get into UA, we have to do it head on. And if we're going to negotiate, we have to do it from a position of strength." Mei smiled sideways. He liked that answer. "Well said, mysterious boy." At that moment, footsteps were heard. Inko returned. The suitcase was large, one of those you use for long trips. But what made it remarkable was not its size, but its weight. Every step he took, a small clang could be heard from inside. As if something metallic was moving inside. Izuku immediately stood up and helped his mother place the suitcase on the table in front of Nezu. The sound of the impact was deep and loud. Thud. The suitcase was heavy. No, not just heavy. It was dense. Nezu's eyes narrowed. His interest intensified. "Interesting," he murmured, leaning forward, his eyes fixed on the suitcase. Izuku bent down, unlocked the locks, and lifted the lid. The sound of metal scraping against the edge of the suitcase was clear. Then the light in the room reflected something. A golden glow. A pure and brilliant shine. Whether pure gold coins. Not once, not twice. Hundreds. Piled inside the suitcase, mixed with brightly colored jewels, rubies, emeralds, and sapphires. It was an impressive sight. The silence in the room became absolute. Inko covered her mouth, still amazed at the amount of gold and jewels. He hadn't realized how much his son had accumulated. Nezu raised one of his eyebrows with an expression that combined surprise, astonishment, and a hint of admiration. "Well, I didn't expect that," he said with a smile, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "I'd like to hear the explanation for all this." Izuku sat down, his eyes full of seriousness. This was the moment of truth. "Principal Nezu, this is part of my quirk," he said with complete calm, looking directly into the principal's eyes. Nezu tilted his head, his ears twitching slightly. He didn't say anything. He just watched. "My quirk is called Gate of Babylon," Izuku explained, his voice steady and firm. "I can access a space connected to me, and within that space are objects of great value. Gold, jewels, and weapons." Nezu narrowed his eyes. "Weapons," that word made him pay even more attention. "Weapons?" he asked, tilting his head. Izuku nodded. I couldn't lie to him about everything. "Yes, ancient and legendary weapons," he said, looking at Mei, who nodded approvingly. "But weapons aren't my goal. I want to use this, for my future, for my family's." Nezu didn't speak immediately. He looked at the suitcase. He looked at Izuku. He looked at Mei. His eyes sparkled. Not with greed, with calculation, with understanding. A boy who can access legendary riches and weapons. A girl who can hack into the UA database with ease. Nezu smiled. His smile was calm, but dangerous. And what do you want from me? He asked, looking at both of them. Izuku looked at Mei for a moment. She nodded. They had rehearsed this part overnight. Izuku leaned forward. His eyes were full of resolution. We want to get into UA, he said calmly. We want a chance to show what we're capable of. We don't want charity. We want to be given the opportunity to compete. Nezu remained silent. He let those words hang in the air. And in return, what do you offer? He asked in a curious voice. Izuku looked at the open suitcase, then at Nezu. What UA needs isn't just strong students. It needs students who will make a difference, he said, holding up a gold coin between his fingers. I can be that difference. Nezu laughed softly, not a mocking laugh, a laugh from someone who sees potential. Interesting, he said with a smile, showing his white teeth. Very, very interesting. He leaned forward, his eyes full of cunning. Bien, Izuku Midoriya, Mei Hatsume. Let's talk about your future. The silence was absolute. The only sound was the ticking of the clock on the wall. Nezu didn't speak immediately. I didn't need to do it. His mind was processing everything. Simulation after simulation. Variable after variable. Future after future. First, he observed Izuku. The boy with determined eyes. Firm, but humble. Direct, but with respect. Nezu had a skill that few could match. The ability to analyze personalities and calculate the probabilities of their future actions. Could he be a thief? Could he be a scammer? No, his way of speaking was too sincere. He didn't try to exaggerate his case, he showed no signs of nervousness or lying. If Izuku was a con man, he would have shown signs of evasion. But instead, Izuku was transparent and open. A boy who possesses untold riches, but doesn't use them for his own benefit. Nezu had already calculated that detail. If someone had access to pure gold of this quality, there would be many ways to exploit it. I could sell it on the black market. I could melt it down and create ingots to resell. I could use it to manipulate the local economy. But Izuku Midoriya didn't do any of those things. He saved it. He protected him. And now, he used it to negotiate his future. Not out of greed, not by power, for his family, for the future. That already said a lot about him. Then, he looked at Mei Hatsume. She was harder to assess. His eyes were always moving. Always watching. Always analyzing. His style was controlled chaos. To a normal mind, she would seem strange, or eccentric. Huro para Nezu. For Nezu, that meant only one thing, potential. A mind in constant motion. A brain that never stopped for a second. If Mei had wanted, she could have sold her hacking skills to anyone. He could have stolen identities, he could have infiltrated bank accounts, he could have brought down the security of entire companies. But he didn't. I hadn't done it, and that said all I needed to know. She wasn't a criminal, she was a creator, an inventor. A person who does not destroy systems, but improves them. Finally, his eyes fell on Inko Midoriya. The mother. The pillar. His expression said it all. Worry. Where? But never despair. Nezu studied her silently. She was not a greedy mother. He wasn't the kind of person who would exploit his son's ability for his own benefit. If he were, he would have pressured Izuku to sell the gold. I would have found a buyer. But he didn't. Inko protected her son. And now she stood there, looking at Nezu, not with greed or ambition, but with a mother's concern. Worried about the future of these children. Of both. He didn't say a word during the negotiation. But his silence said it all. She trusted Izuku. She trusted Mei. And now, she waited. Not to get something, but to see if the world trusted them too. Nezu closed his eyes for a moment. Simulation after simulation. Calculation after calculation. If I accept these two, what could happen? Scenario 1. Izuku uses his quirk to get rich. Unlikely. The evidence shows that he hasn't done that so far. Scenario 2. Mei uses her hacking skills to take control of UA's infrastructure. Unlikely. His track record shows he only hacks for purpose, not for fun or harm. Scenario 3. Both work together and become an unstoppable force of innovation and power. Probability. High. Nezu opened his eyes. He had made his decision. The silence was broken. Very well, Nezu said with a sly smile, clasping his small paws together in front of him. I have a proposition for you. Izuku and Mei's eyes widened in attention. Both were ready to negotiate. First, I want to commend your boldness, Nezu said with a small laugh. It's not every day two students call me so directly. They could have sold all that gold and lived comfortably. But they chose something more difficult, honesty. This is a parrot, and that comes from your mother's upbringing. Very impressive, Mrs. Midoriya. Inko blushed slightly and lowered her head modestly. I'm just doing what I can for my children, Principal Nezu. Nezu nodded, satisfied, and it shows. The director looked back at Izuku and Mei. This time, his gaze was more intense. Izuku Midoriya, Mei Hatsume. He said calmly, leaning forward slightly. You two have something not all students have, a vision. You don't just want power, you want control over your own future. Nezu smiled slyly, and that's exactly what I want in my students. Izuku felt his chest fill with emotion. Mei clenched her fists tightly, smiling with her teeth showing. My proposal is this, Nezu said, his voice serious. You'll enter UA as students. You won't get special treatment, but... Nezu raised a paw, his gaze shrewd. I would like to make a contract with both of you. Izuku and Mei's eyes widened in surprise. I want UA to be your home of innovation, he said with a grin that resembled a sly fox's. Every invention, every weapon, every tool you pull from that gate of Babylon, and every machine you build in that workshop. I want UA to be a part of it. Mei tilted her head, her brain working rapidly. What exactly does that mean, Director? It means that if you create something revolutionary at UA, UA will be your partner. Not the owner. Your partner, Nezu replied, staring at them. UA will fund your inventions, and in return, you'll get a share of the profits. Izuku and Mei looked at each other. Both understood the weight of the proposal. They weren't losing control, they were gaining an ally. A powerful ally. Nezu extended a paw towards them. So, young people, do we have a deal? Izuku, Miro and Mei. May I meet Izuku? What do you say, Mei? Izuku asked with a smile. Mei smiled wildly, bumping her hand into Nezu's. Director, you have a deal. Izuku squeezed Nezu's hand as well. We're going to build something amazing. Nezu laughed. He knew he had just made the best investment of his life. The gold was still there. Shiny, bright, heavy. The sunlight streaming through the window made each coin glow as if it were made of fire. The perfectly carved jewels seemed to contain small worlds of color within them. But for Nezu, it wasn't just coins. They were an opportunity. Izuku and Mei had proven their integrity by not using the gold to selfishly gain power. They had shown intelligence by presenting themselves to him instead of selling him out. But now, the question remained. What would they do with that gold? Nezu gently tapped the table with his small paws, making a soft but rhythmic sound. It was his way of thinking. Good, he said in a calm but penetrating voice. His shrewd gaze fell on Izuku and Mei. Now that we've negotiated the terms of your entry into UA, one crucial question remains. Mei and Izuku's eyes focused on Nezu. They both knew what was coming. Nezu leaned forward slightly, his small eyes shining with cunning. What do you plan to do with this gold? The question hung in the air, like a cloud of invisible weight. Inko looked at Izuku with a worried expression. I knew this decision would define more than just the gold. It would be your child's first big decision as an adult. Izuku clenched his fists, thinking hard. I had considered many options before this. I could sell the gold little by little. I could use it to buy equipment for Mei. But now, there was another option on the table. An option I hadn't considered before. Mei was the first to speak. Of course it would be. We could use it to fund our inventions, he said, with a mischievous smile as he adjusted his glasses. If we had a state-of-the-art workshop, my babies would be unstoppable. Nezu nodded slowly, looking with interest. A logical approach. But, Mei, a state-of-the-art workshop requires more than tools. It requires consistent resources, security, management, and, above all, a controlled space. Mei pursed her lips, understanding what Nezu was implying. A private laboratory would be better than any workshop you could build on your own. Nezu looked back at Izuku. The real decision was in their hands. The gold came from his power. The control was his. Nezu could see Izuku's internal struggle. But, to his surprise, he saw no doubt. He saw no fear. He just saw a boy, thinking. Finally, Izuku raised his head and looked at Nezu with a steely gaze. If you allow us to use this gold as an investment in our future, then I want it to be used to create a private laboratory at UA, he said firmly. Nezu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. I didn't expect such a direct and well-thought-out answer. And why a private lab? He asked, testing Izuku's resolve. Izuku took a deep breath and explained with absolute calm. Because if I train with Gate of Babylon, I need space to summon weapons and learn how to control them. I can't do that in a normal gym, he said, clenching his fist slightly. And Mei needs a workshop with access to materials, high-end technology, and precision tools. If we have that, we can create something bigger than ourselves. Nezu smiled with satisfaction. That was the answer I was looking for. The real test wasn't just to see what they would do with the gold. It was to see if they could see beyond themselves. Interesting, Nezu said as he leaned forward, his eyes full of shrewdness. Very interesting. Inko looked at Izuku with a mixture of surprise and pride. She had never seen her son speak with such confidence. That wasn't the kid who used to sit quietly in corners. This was someone completely new. Nezu stood up from his cushion, walked slowly towards the open suitcase and looked at the gold with a smile. Not with greed, with understanding. Fine, he said, his voice clear and firm. I'll take this gold, but not for myself, nor for UA. Nezu raised a paw and pointed at both of them. I'll invest it in you, he said with a sly smile. This gold will become the funding to create a private laboratory at UA. It will be yours, but under UA supervision. You will be the only ones with full access, but we will maintain it, protect it, and ensure you have everything you need to grow. Mei's eyes widened. Really? Full access? My own lab? Access to UA materials? He asked, his eyes shining with excitement. With some conditions, of course, Nezu said, raising a paw. First, you'll have to pass the entrance exam, like any other student. Mei's smile disappeared for a moment. But only for a moment. If that's all, then no problem, Mei said, crossing her arms with a big smile. If I have to crush everyone on the test, I will. Izuku smiled too. His confidence had grown stronger since the day he met Mei. I expected nothing less, he said, looking at Nezu resolutely. Nezu nodded, satisfied with the answer. And the second condition, he said, with an even more cunning smile. I want to see results. I don't mind if you fail the first time, but I want to see that both of you are constantly improving. It's not about being perfect. It's about being consistent. Mei smiled arrogantly. Director, if you're looking for results, you're talking to the right person. Izuku also nodded. If you give me the chance, I won't let you down. Nezu laughed softly, his eyes full of cunning and satisfaction. Then we have a deal, he said, extending a paw toward both of them. Mei didn't wait. He immediately bumped Nezu's paw with his hand, smiling big. Deal, Director. Izuku looked at Nezu's paw and shook it tightly. He was no longer the kid who needed someone to tell him he could be a hero. He was no longer the child who waited for the approval of others. Era Izuku Midoriya, the one who took control of his life. Deal, Director Nezu, he said firmly. Nezu looked at them both with a smile that was not of satisfaction, but of expectation. I knew I had found two key pieces for the future of the UA. Welcome to the game, Izuku Midoriya and Mei Hatsume, he said, with a sly fox-like smile. It'll be a pleasure to see how far you can go. That night, the gold went with Nezu. But Izuku and Mei didn't feel like they had lost anything. Because they had not lost gold. They had gained something more valuable. An opportunity. The aroma of roast turkey filled the house. The warmth of the oven and the soft sound of pots bubbling on the stove created a calm, homey atmosphere. The Christmas decorations were simple, but beautiful. Green garlands hung on the walls, small colored twinkling lights surrounded the window frame, and in the corner of the room, the Christmas tree was decorated with red, gold, and silver baubles. But what stood out most was the gold star at the top. Hatsume was sitting on the sofa, hugging a pillow tightly. His gaze was fixed on the Christmas tree. I had seen Christmas trees before. I had seen them in shop windows. I had seen them in other children's homes when I was in the orphanage. But I'd never had one for her. Never. And now, he was here. In front of your eyes. In your home. It wasn't just a tree. It was proof that he now had a home. A family. Her eyes began to fill with tears. But May didn't want to cry. Not this time. Don't cry, May, she told herself, gritting her teeth. If you cry now, you'll look like a child. But no matter how hard he tried, the heat in his chest was too strong. Not of sadness, of happiness. Inko noticed the way May looked at everything, especially the tree. She didn't say anything. I didn't need to do it. Mothers always know. May, do you want to help me set the table? Inko asked in a calm, kind voice. May blinked rapidly, wiping away the tears that were trying to form. He smiled his typical mischievous smile. Sure, Mrs. Midoriya, tell me what to do. He replied energetically as he approached the kitchen. Inko laughed softly, pointing at the plates and cutlery. You can start by placing the plates on the table. And then, we can serve the drinks. May nodded and got to work. But this time, he wasn't building an invention. I was building something bigger. A memory. His first Christmas memory. The sound of the front door was heard. I'm here, Izuku shouted from the entrance. The door closed behind him, and the sound of a paper bag being placed on the entryway table was heard. May looked towards the entrance and smiled. I couldn't help it. It was almost a reflex now. Izuku entered the room with a calm smile, holding a cake box in both hands. She had a scarf wrapped around her neck and her cheeks were red from the cold. The cake arrived safely, he said, holding up the box like a trophy. May laughed and walked towards him, shaking her head. If you had dropped that cake, there's no way I could fix it, mystery boy. Izuku smiled, his eyes shining in the warm Christmas light. Not in a million years would I drop this cake, May. She crossed her arms, looking him up and down. Really? Because it looks like you almost slipped on the driveway. Izuku blushed slightly, looking away. That doesn't count. The snow is treacherous. They both laughed. The house felt warmer with their laughter. Inko watched them from the kitchen, with a smile that only a mother could have. I saw them both and how there was something more. Something special between them. Okay, kids, stop messing around and go wash your hands. Dinner's almost ready, Inko said in a firm but loving voice. Yes, Mrs. Midoriya, May and Izuku answered in unison, running towards the bathroom like little kids. Inko stared at the door they had come out of, with a calm and happy expression. For the first time in a long time, her home felt complete. A family dinner was served. The turkey was in the center of the table, surrounded by sides of mashed potatoes, roasted vegetables, and a multitude of small plates of salads and freshly baked bread. The cake was at the end of the table, waiting its turn. Izuku, May and Inko sat around the table. The Christmas lights flickered behind them, filling the room with soft, warm colors. Inko clasped her hands and looked at her two children. His voice was soft, but strong. Before we begin, I want to say something. May and Izuku looked at Inko curiously. This year has been different. This year has been difficult. But it has also been one of the best years of my life. Inko's eyes began to fill with tears, but her smile never disappeared. I want to thank you both. Izuku, for not giving up. May, for letting us be your family. The silence was filled with emotion. The words felt like a warm blanket over all of them. May bit her lip, her eyes beginning to sparkle. She pressed her lips together tightly, but she couldn't hold back the tears. This time, he didn't care. Thank you, Mrs. Midoriya, he murmured, his voice broken but full of love. Thank you, for accepting me. Inko covered her mouth with her hands, tears falling down her cheeks. He quickly stood up and walked towards May, hugging her tightly. You don't have to say it, honey, but thank you. Izuku watched the scene in silence, his heart filled with pride. He looked at the Christmas tree, the golden light reflecting off the glass balls. I didn't need gifts this year. I already had everything I wanted. Dinner was over. The leftovers were stored. The cake was almost finished. Izuku got up from the room. Mei stood up with him, but before he could move, she stopped Izuku to show him the object in her hand. It was a small green branch. A branch with small red berries. A mistletoe. Izuku looked at her in surprise. Where did you get that? She asked, a mixture of nervousness and curiosity. Mei lifted the mistletoe with a mischievous smile. I found him among the decorations, mysterious boy. He moved towards Izuku with slow but sure steps. He raised the mistletoe over their heads. You know the rule, right? He said with a mischievous smile. Izuku froze. His mind went blank. His face turned red, redder than the turkey they ate that night. Mei, wait a second. He stammered, raising his hands nervously. But Mei didn't wait. She wasn't the kind of girl I was expecting. With a soft, confident smile, he leaned forward. And, in that instant, under the mistletoe, Mei Hatsume gave Izuku Midoriya his first kiss. It wasn't a long or exaggerated kiss. It was smooth, sincere, perfect. When he pulled away, their eyes met. Mei smiled with a small spark of pride. Merry Christmas, mystery boy, she whispered before turning and walking back into the living room with a quiet laugh. Izuku froze, his hands still raised, his face completely red. Merry Christmas, Mei, he murmured, with a silly smile that wouldn't leave his face for the rest of the night. The tower far from time, midnight, December 24th. A place out of time. A place where the present, the past and the future blend together. Merlin sat on his stone throne, surrounded by a thick, constant mist. The sound of the ethereal wind echoed in the distance, like a whisper of 1,000 voices. Fu, his little furry companion, was lying near his feet, his tail lazily wagging. His eyes looked at Merlin with a judgmental look, as usual. But this time, Merlin wasn't paying attention to Fu. I couldn't, not this time. His attention was fixed on the vision in front of him. A fragment of the future projected in the white fog. It was a simple, but powerful scene. A warm house. A family reunited. A shared dinner. But his eyes weren't focused on the food or the Christmas tree lights. No, his eyes were fixed on them. Izuku Midoriya and Mei Hatsume. She watched the way Izuku carried the tray of dishes with a smile. He saw the way Mei moved with a confidence that only someone surrounded by love could have. And then, he saw it. The mistletoe. The kiss. Merlin smiled widely, a laugh escaping his mouth without him being able to stop it. Oh, how I love the irony of life, he murmured as he leaned back in his throne, letting out a carefree laugh. The world trampled him, rejected him, denied him, and now he's there, forging his own destiny. Her eyes sparkled with a spark of emotion. Not for love, not for romance. But simply by seeing how destiny changed. Fate had always been a constant for Merlin. Location. The sleeping beast. The certainty that once seemed immutable. Ord era inevitable. ORT was the final catastrophe. An event that neither heroes nor gods could stop. Merlin had seen it all. Chaos. Fear. The end. But now, Merlin looked at the scene again. She saw Izuku, his face reddened from the kiss, but with a genuine and pure smile. He saw Mei, laughing with a mixture of mischief and pride. He saw the warmth in the house. He saw the light. The future changed. Hey, he murmured with a sly smile, his violet eyes filling with understanding. The future is no longer set in stone. What was once a certainty is now merely a possibility. Fu raised his head, looking at him curiously. What chance? He seemed to say with his judgmental look. Merlin leaned forward, placing his elbows on his knees and his chin on his clasped hands. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the vision. Location. The final threat. The last piece of the end of the world. The awakening of Ord had always been inevitable. An event that no matter how much the heroes tried to change it, always came. The stars were falling. The sky was divided. The world was breaking. Merlin had accepted that future. I had always accepted it. But now he wasn't so sure. The boy who was crushed by the world. The boy the world rejected. The boy who once thought about jumping off a building. Merlin laughed loudly this time, his voice echoing through the mist of his tower. Fu raised his head, looking at him with a frown. And now look at him, Fu, Merlin said, pointing at Izuku's image in the mist. Look at him, he didn't just get up. He's changing the world with every step he takes. Fu let out a soft grunt, as if unimpressed. But Merlin just laughed harder. Fate itself crumbles before him. Oh, the irony. Oh, the sweetness of uncertainty. The flames of the future that once seemed eternal were now faltering. The fire was no longer as strong. It was no longer inevitable. Merlin saw the spark. No, it wasn't Izuku's spark. It was the spark he lit in others. In Mei, in Ink, in Nezu, in all those who had seen him change and grow. The fire no longer burned alone. Now it was a flame that could change the darkness. Merlin leaned back in his throne again, his expression calm but satisfied. Her violet eyes looked with a mixture of wonder and amusement. Izuku Midoriya, the anomaly the world never saw coming. Fu let out a small hue of agreement. Even Fu knew something had changed. Before, there was only certainty, Merlin said, his voice softer, as if speaking to himself. Ord would awaken, the stars would fall, the world would die. He looked into the future once more. This time, the fog did not show the awakening of Ord. It did not show the inevitable destruction. It didn't show the sky falling. This time, the fog only showed one possibility. Not a certainty. Just a possibility. Now, I'm not so sure, he said with a small, satisfied smile. The world rejected him, but he didn't reject the world. And because of that, fate itself begins to doubt. Fu stood up, jumped into Merlin's lap, and stared at him with a judgmental expression. Oh, are you judging me, Fu? Merlin asked with a playful smile as he stroked Fu's head. Don't look at me like that. You know as well as I do that this is more interesting than any fairy tale. Fu snorted, but didn't leave. Merlin looked at the image of Izuku and Mei once more. The warmth of the Christmas light filled the mist. The boy without a quirk. The boy without a future. The boy without hope. Merlin smiled with a heart full of satisfaction. Now I could no longer see Ort's awakening as a sure thing. Now there was something else. Something unexpected. The boy who once wanted to jump. Now he is building a world where Ort is no longer a certainty. He laughed softly, resting his head on the palm of his hand. The heroes, the gods, the kings, the monsters, they had all failed. But one child, just one, was changing everything. Happy holidays, Izuku Midoriya, she murmured with a satisfied smile. Your mere existence has defied even the stars. The mist slowly dissipated, but Merlin didn't close it. Not this time. I wanted to see more. I wanted to see how far it would go. Merry Christmas, anomaly of fate, he said with a mischievous smile, his eyes full of emotion. Keep dancing at the edge of the world. The winter cold was felt in every corner of the city. But inside the Midoriya residence, the atmosphere was warm. It wasn't just the heat from the heater. It wasn't just the soft blankets or the aroma of hot chocolate. It was something more, something that grew with each passing day. Izuku began to notice things, little things, details that had always been there, but he hadn't seen before. The sound of Mei's footsteps, the way her pink hair moved when she bent down to pick up a tool, the way her eyes lit up whenever one of her babies worked. No, it's not that he hadn't noticed before, it's that he never realized how much he cared. She realized that he had always been watching her. Since the day he dragged him to his workshop, since the moment he saw her grease-covered hands, since the time he saw her smile while eating his mother's katsudon. I had always seen her. Only now I understood. Every time she looked at him with those energetic eyes, she felt something in her chest. At first, he mistook it for nerves. Later, he understood that it was something more. It was warmth. It was love. The days passed. The weeks turned into moments filled with small gestures, an extra smile here, a shared laugh there, a small touch of hands that lasted a second longer than necessary. Kisses became part of his daily life. At first, he was shy, a stolen kiss here, a quick kiss there. But it didn't feel weird. It didn't feel forced. It felt right. Every time their lips met, Izuku felt his chest heat up. Not with the same spark that Gate of Babylon used. Not with the same determination he used to train. It was different, it was soft but powerful, it was something I had never felt before, and the best thing of all was that May felt the same. There was no need for words. She always took the initiative, stealing kisses when he least expected them, sometimes when he was drinking water, other times when he was writing in his quirk analysis notebook. Izuku blushed every time, but he no longer ran away, he no longer avoided looking into her eyes, because now he knew what she felt and he was okay with it. Inko didn't need to be a genius to notice the changes, she was a mother, after all. First, he noticed how May and Izuku were spending more time together. It wasn't just training or studying anymore, sometimes they would sit together in the living room, doing nothing, just enjoying each other's company. Inko watched as May rested her head on Izuku's shoulder as they watched a movie. She saw how Izuku no longer got nervous or tense, just accepted the closeness. One night, while washing the dishes, he saw them together in the living room. They weren't talking. Izuku was reading one of his notebooks, May was checking mechanical parts. But their legs were slightly touching, just that, but that was enough for Inko to understand. It was love, and I was happy for them. My children have grown up, she said softly as she looked at the scene. He said nothing. He didn't interrupt, he just let love blossom. February 14th, Valentine's Day. The day arrived with the scent of chocolate in the air. Izuku didn't think much of it at first. For him, it was just a normal day, until May walked into his room. She was wearing her usual uniform, but there was something different about her. No, not in her clothes, in her gaze. Her eyes were brighter than ever. Izuku felt it. The atmosphere was different. He felt heavier, but not uncomfortably so. May approached him with a smile that was no longer the smile of the mischievous inventor. It was a sincere smile, a smile of someone who had made a decision. Mysterious boy, he said in a soft but firm voice. Izuku looked up, putting his notebook aside. What's wrong, May? Something wrong? He asked, looking at her curiously. May shook her head. She stood in front of him, hands on hips. For the first time, her smile disappeared. I don't want to be just your friend anymore, mystery boy, she said in a clear, confident voice. Izuku's heart skipped a beat. He felt a chill run down his spine. What do you mean? He asked nervously, his face already starting to turn red. May smiled again. It was a small, soft smile, not her usual mischievous smile. I want to be more to you, Izuku, she said as she raised her hand toward him. Izuku stared at her, his mind racing in 1,000 directions, his heart pounding, as if he was facing a battle. But this time, he didn't feel confused, he didn't feel scared, he didn't feel lost. He knew it, he had always known it. Izuku stood up slowly, looking at her with eyes full of emotion, not of doubt but of love. He took her hand tightly, firmly, the same firmness he used when they trained every day, the same firmness he used when he faced Bakugo for the first time. This time, he wouldn't stop, he wouldn't hide, he wouldn't regret it. I want to be more for you too, May, he said in a clear, strong voice, full of love and determination. May looked up, surprised by the force in his words, her face turning red for the first time. So what are you waiting for, mystery boy? She said with a mischievous smile as her eyes filled with excitement. Izuku smiled. He didn't back down this time. He leaned forward, holding her face in his hands. They looked at each other for a moment, and this time, it wasn't May who took the initiative, it was Izuku. He leaned in and kissed her. It wasn't a stolen kiss, it wasn't a shy kiss. It was a kiss full of love, of acceptance, and a promise that they would always have each other. The world felt warmer in that moment. There was no snow, no cold, only the warmth of their shared love. When they broke apart, May touched his lips, her eyes shining brightly. Izuku looked away, his face completely red. Happy Valentine's Day, May, he said with an awkward but sincere smile. May laughed softly, laughed with all the love she had in her heart. Happy Valentine's Day, mystery boy. Kaleidoscope dimension, outside of space and time. Infinity stretched out in all directions. Parallel universes, countless worlds and timelines intersected, diverged and converged in an eternal dance. In the midst of this immensity, a solitary figure floated in the void. Zelrecht Schweinberg. The wizard of 1,000 possibilities. The bearer of the second magic, kaleidoscope. His eyes, which had seen the birth and death of countless worlds, watched intently a small light in the distance. A light that shouldn't be there. Oh, what's this? He murmured with an intrigued smile as his voice echoed in the void. In front of him, a small, unstable sphere of light flickered. It wasn't the only light in the void. There were thousands of them, each representing a different world, a different future. But this light was special. This light had been off. Zelrech knew it. I had seen this world before. He had seen his destiny. A world where the certainty of destruction was absolute. A world where Ort had awakened. A world that had fallen. When a world is consumed by inevitability, its light goes out. It becomes a dead world. A world that no longer has possibilities. This world had been one of those. Zelrech saw it all. The exact moment the world died. The exact moment Izuku Midoriya was crushed by his hero's words. The words that defined the end. The words that closed all possibilities. You better give up. You can't be a hero without a quirk. The words echoed even through the kaleidoscope. The world shut down in that instant. Fate became immutable. With those words, the future closed. There were no other alternatives. There were no more roads. There was only one ending. The awakening of Ort. The certainty of the end. Zelrech had shrugged at that point. It wasn't the first time I'd seen a world go dark. It wouldn't be the last. But now, something was happening. Something that shouldn't have been possible. The light was coming back. At first, it was a small flash. Just a blink. A flash so tiny he almost didn't notice it. But it wasn't just a blink of an eye. It was the birth of a new possibility. Oh, that doesn't happen every day. He murmured, with a smile that only someone like him could have. He leaned forward, extending his hand. With a simple movement, the light of the world appeared in front of him, floating at eye level. It blinked with a strange warmth. Unstable, but alive. No, more than alive. Possible, curious. What changed? He asked, his eyes scanning the light. Then, he saw it. A small fragment of the story that unfolded in that world. The fragment that changed everything. The golden throne of Gilgamesh. The king of Uruk, in the twilight of his life, with his gaze fixed on the future. The king who had always despised humanity for its weakness. Deciding for the first time to trust someone. Zelrech let out a laugh, short but intense. It was so typical of Gilgamesh. The king of heroes, the man who despised false heroes, had decided to trust a child the world had discarded. That golden idiot, trusting a child, who would have thought? He laughed, shaking his head in disbelief. But I guess that's the kind of thing kings do when they get old. He watched the light a little longer. And then, he saw her. With Hatsume, the girl with pink hair. The girl who, by definition, was also discarded by the world. A weirdo, an eccentric, a girl with no future. But she didn't give up. He never gave up, not even when she lived alone in a dusty workshop. Not even when his birthday passed without a single greeting. Zelrech smiled even wider. 2 children the world had ignored. 2 children the world had tried to crush. Now, together, they were rebuilding the light of their world. No, they weren't just rebuilding it. They were making it shine brighter than before. Zelrech looked closely at the exact moment Izuku and Mei first met. The moment the spark was ignited. The moment when the future dead began to change. Oh, right, that was all, he murmured with a satisfied smile. The destiny of a world does not change with explosions. It doesn't change with wars. It doesn't change with brute force. Change with small moments. A child determined not to jump. A girl who wasn't afraid to pull someone else into her workshop. A mother who decided not to abandon a couple of children. Zelrech snapped his fingers. The light of that world began to expand. New futures, new possibilities, new stories opened up. ORT's awakening was no longer a certainty. The end of the world was no longer guaranteed. Now it was a possibility, not a destiny. And that changed everything. A world returning from the dead. Zelrech said, watching the light shine brighter. I can't remember the last time I saw something so interesting. Dying worlds do not return. That's the rule. Dead worlds don't get second chances. But this world was defying the rules. It's not just Gilgamesh, he murmured with a sly smile. It wasn't even just Izuku. He looked at Mei once more. He saw her with a smile while holding a tool in her hand. He saw her lifting a mechanical piece, her mind already thinking about her next creation. One spark isn't enough to start a fire, Zelrech said, his smile wider than ever. It takes 2 sparks to start an explosion. Gilgamesh lit the first spark. Hurrah Mei. Mei turned on the second one. Zelrech let out a laugh that echoed through the kaleidoscope. A laugh full of emotion and delight. So this is what an anomaly in death itself looks like, he said with a big smile. If this world keeps changing, maybe it's worth a visit. He reached out toward the light. Not to change it. Not to control it, just to take a closer look. So, Izuku Midoriya. With Hatsume, show me more. Show me how 2 rejected children can change the fate of a dead world. The light flickered once more, and this time, it never went out. Ort is no longer a certainty. The end ceased to be a destination. And a world that had died. It began to shine. The world that was once bright. The world that was once great. The world that once believed in the word, hero. He remembered the first time he saw him. At first, he watched with curiosity. It was natural. I was always curious about worlds where heroes were more than just a legend. Where the heroes were not servants, nor shadows of history. Where the heroes were real. What he saw at first was promising. A modern world where heroes not only existed, but walked among the people. Heroes with extraordinary powers, with names, with faces. Heroes who protected the innocent and confronted the villains. Heroes in the modern age. Zelrech murmured back then, with an intrigued smile. What an interesting concept. A world where the word, hero, still had meaning. A world where children watched heroes on television in awe. A world where heroes were real, not just stories from old tales. But things started to change. Curiosity turned to disappointment. The heroes he had seen were not what he expected. They were no longer the protectors of the people. They were not knights of justice nor warriors of virtue. They were celebrities. They were fashion icons. They were products of an industry. Zelrech watched the way they paraded at television events. How they competed for advertising contracts. How their missions were broadcast live, not out of duty, but for audiences. He saw how people stopped seeing heroes as saviors, and started seeing them as idols. He saw how heroes became brands. Not in symbols, not in examples. Just entertainment. Ah, another world that fell into the trap of fame and glory, Zelrech said with a bitter smile. Nothing new, but I expected more from you. But it wasn't the end. I could still see hope. I could still see children watching television with eyes full of dreams. Children who believed in the word, hero. That hope did not last long. Because what he saw next did not disappoint him. It was disgusting. Children. Abandoned children. Children not only forgotten by society, but actively discarded. Zelrech saw the quirk marriage system. He saw children who did not live up to their parents' expectations. Children who were not born with strong or useful quirks. Children who did not fulfill their parents' purpose. He saw them being taken to orphanages. He saw them cry silently in cold, empty rooms. He watched them cling to the hope that someone would pick them up. But nobody did. Nobody. It wasn't a monster who left them orphans. It wasn't a battle against a villain that separated them from their families. They were the same heroes. It was the parents. It was the families who decided that children who did not meet their expectations were waste. Zelrech felt disgust. Not even monsters are that cruel, he said coldly, his eyes glowing with a faint red light. Monsters kill out of hunger or instinct. But this is deliberate. The world that once seemed bright to him now seemed putrid. The heroes were no longer heroes. They were executors of the system. Pretenders who looked the other way. And then, the final thrill came. Pity. Zelrech felt deep pity for that world. Because I knew what was coming next. When the concept of hero dies, Alaya can no longer intervene. The counterforce cannot move without heroes to represent it. In a world where the word hero has no meaning. Humanity no longer has a way to fight the end. The end has come. Ort woke up. The world shut down. Zelrech closed his eyes at that moment. It wasn't the first time he saw a world fall into darkness. It wouldn't be the last. Goodbye, little world. You were not the first, and you will not be the last. He turned off the light of that world and continued to observe others. Because there was no point in looking at a world that was already doomed. But now that light had returned. Bright, radiant, unstable, but alive, Zelrech looked back at the world he once despised. This time, his expression was different. What changed? What the hell did you do, little world? He asked with a smile full of amazement. He saw the image of a child. A boy who had been crushed by the words of his hero. A child who had reached the edge of the abyss. But this time, the boy didn't jump. Not this time. VOA Gilgamesh, the king of heroes who never interferes. The king of arrogance, holding out his hand. You, Gilgamesh, reaching out to a child. You, who despise humanity, betting on a child. Ha, ha 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 ha. Oh, this is too good. By Mei Hatsume, he saw his spark of invention. She saw how her relationship with Izuku changed not only her own destiny, but that of the entire world. And then, he saw something else. He saw the word that had been missing for so long. The word that had lost its meaning in that world. Hero. That word, which had lost all meaning, was now in Izuku. It wasn't a brand. It wasn't a fame contract. It was a promise. A silent promise. Ah, I see, Zelrech murmured, leaning back into the emptiness of the kaleidoscope. Then you will be the spark that ignites the darkness. He looked at the flickering light once more. But this time, he didn't look at her with disappointment or pity. He looked at her with pride. Let's see how much you can shine, Izuku Midoriya. You don't just challenge Ort. You challenge destiny itself. And for the first time in a long time, Zelrech felt excited. Because that world, that little world that had been extinguished. Now I had a chance. Show me more, little world. Show me how far a child who was once rejected can go. In front of the UA. Main entrance, March 1st, 7:30 a.m. The UA building rose before them like a tower of possibilities. A place where dreams were born and forged into reality. The main entrance was filled with applicants, each with their own dreams and goals. Some were nervous, others excited. The air was charged with energy and anticipation. In the middle of the crowd, Izuku Midoriya and Mei Hatsume stood, holding hands. Izuku wore his casual uniform, fitted after months of training. His muscles were toned, his posture erect, his gaze firm. He was no longer the shy boy who once dreamed of being a hero from a distance. Mei stood beside him, dressed in her signature-fitted, technical-style uniform. Her pink hair was pulled back in a messy bun, with loose strands falling over her face. Her eyes shone with the excitement of an inventor ready to conquer the world. On his wrist, Izuku wore the quirk activation monitor designed by Mei. A compact, functional and elegant piece of technology. It was not just a tool, but a testament to the teamwork between the two. Izuku lightly squeezed Mei's hand and looked at her. His face showed no trace of nervousness, only confidence. Ready to conquer your future, Mei? He asked with a calm smile. Mei smiled back, her eyes shining with determination. More than ready, mystery boy. And you, ready to show everyone who you really are? Izuku nodded. There was no doubt in his heart. There was no fear in his mind. I was ready. Inside the main building, applicants were divided into groups based on the courses they were applying for. Izuku and Mei walked together to the intersection where they had to part ways. The hero's course was on the left. The support course, on the right. Izuku stopped and turned to Mei, still holding her hand. He looked at her with a mixture of pride and affection. See you later, Mei. I trust you'll make it. Mei smiled, shaking her head with a hint of amusement. She raised her wrist, revealing a monitor identical to Izuku's, designed for herself. Of course I'll do it. This monitor doesn't just measure parameters, it also detects opportunities, he said with a mischievous smile. Izuku laughed softly. He always found comfort in Mei's trust. Then, without hesitation, he leaned toward her and kissed her forehead. Good luck, Mei. She blinked, surprised for a moment. Then her smile became softer, warmer. "We don't need luck, mystery boy. We have determination." With a final handshake, they parted ways, walking toward their respective destinations. Izuku found himself in a waiting room alongside dozens of other applicants. Everyone was focused, some muttering strategies, others reviewing notes. The room was full of murmurs. Names of professional heroes were mentioned here and there. But Izuku wasn't paying attention to the others. His thoughts were clear. I had trained for this moment. I had worked for this moment. And now, the only thing left was to prove it. While he waited, he looked at his monitor. May had calibrated it that same morning. The screen displayed his vital signs. Heart rate, stable. Stress level, low. Physical parameters, optimal. "Don't fail me now, Gate of Babylon," he murmured to himself, feeling the familiar warmth in his chest. When his group was called, he stood up calmly. He took a deep breath, feeling the determination in every step he took. There was no turning back. Meanwhile, May was in a different room, surrounded by other support course applicants. Unlike the hero course applicants, this room was filled with sketches, plans, and prototypes. May opened her folder and took out the blueprints for her quirk activation monitor. It was his letter of introduction. His pride, the result of endless hours of work and passion. He looked around. Some students reviewed their own inventions, while others talked about the technologies they hoped to create in the future. May smiled to herself. There was no competition here. Only opportunities. Only possibilities. "It's time to show them who I am," he said softly, his smile growing as he adjusted his spiral glasses. When his group was called, he stood up with the same confidence he always carried with him. "I wasn't afraid. I had no doubts." He knew exactly who he was and what he could do. The exam was about to begin for both of them. Izuku was ready to demonstrate his strength and control over Gate of Babylon. May was ready to show the world that her ingenuity and creativity could change the future. Outside, the sun rose over the horizon, bathing UA in a golden light. It was a new day, a new beginning, and for Izuku and May, it was the first step towards their dreams. Combat Test Area, UA. The air was filled with tension and the sound of gears. The robots moved along the fake streets, their mechanical movements rumbling against the pavement. Izuku took a deep breath. His plan was clear. Destroy enough robots to accumulate points and avoid the one with 0 points. I didn't need any more distractions. Golden weapons emerged from the Gate of Babylon portals behind him with precision. Spears, swords, daggers and other tools of destruction flew towards the robots. Every blow was calculated, every movement intentional. One 3-point robot, destroyed. Another 2-point robot, eliminated. Keep moving, Izuku thought as his weapons flew in a golden display. I had trained for this. He had worked to perfect his control over Gate of Babylon. May was always by his side, adjusting his monitor, helping him understand the limits of his quirk. As he destroyed robots, his monitor screen displayed real-time data. Heart rate, elevated but stable. Exertion level, optimal. Activation energy, balanced. Everything was going according to plan. Until the rumble came. At first, it was a distant sound. A crack, like the roar of thunder. Then the ground began to shake. Izuku looked up. In the distance, he saw the shadow of the 0-point robot. Gigantic, monstrous, taller than the buildings that surrounded it. His movements caused debris to fall with each step. Izuku clenched his fists. I knew it wasn't worth facing him. There were no points at stake. It was not part of the objective. There's no need to risk it. It's pointless, he thought as he began to back away. But then, he heard it. A scream. Aid. The scream came from a girl trapped under the rubble. Izuku quickly turned towards the direction of the sound. He saw her. A brown-haired girl, struggling to free herself as the robot advanced toward her. His mind sprang into action. The calculations were simple. If he didn't do something, the girl would be crushed. I can't leave her there. Without thinking, Izuku ran towards her. He activated Gate of Babylon as he did so, feeling the familiar warmth in his chest. From the golden portals came Enkidu's chains, bright and shining, as if they were alive. With a quick movement the chains wrapped around the 0-point robot, immobilizing it. The robot stopped for a moment, but it wasn't enough. The chains began to shake as the robot struggled against them. Enkidu was designed to contain divine beings, and this robot lacked divinity. Soon, the chains began to give way. This isn't enough. I need more, Izuku thought, forcing his mind to search the gate of Babylon. That's when he saw it. A golden sword, larger than any weapon he had summoned before. A golden sword that seemed to be made of solid light, shining with immense power. Sul Sagana, he murmured. The sword that cuts the horizon. A divine weapon, capable of splitting even the heavens. Izuku extended his hand, and the sword responded. The portal expanded, and Sul Sagana began to emerge, imposing and majestic. The sword fell with tremendous force, hitting the 0-point robot directly. The sound was deafening, a roar that shook the entire testing area. The robot was destroyed in an instant. His body crumbled under the weight of the sword, becoming a twisted pile of metal. But the impact didn't end there. The fake buildings around them collapsed, falling like dominoes. The area was covered in dust and debris. Izuku ran towards the girl trapped under the rubble. Carefully, she used Enkidu's chains to lift the pieces of concrete that kept her trapped. "Are you okay?" he asked, his voice thick with concern. The girl, Ochako Uraraka, still stunned, nodded slowly. "I could hardly believe what had happened. Thank you for saving me," he murmured, his eyes filled with gratitude. Izuku smiled, reaching out to help her up. "I couldn't leave you there. Come on, we have to get out of here." He helped her walk away from the area as the dust began to settle. In the distance, sirens announced the end of the test. Izuku looked around. The area was in ruins, but the other aspirants were safe. His monitor flickered, showing high but stable effort levels. "I had reached my limit, but I had made it back to the meeting point." When he returned to the meeting point, the other aspirants looked at him with a mixture of astonishment and fear. They had seen what he did. They had seen the power he unleashed. Izuku, however, paid no attention to them. His focus was on one thing, Mei. When he found her waiting for him near the entrance, he couldn't help but smile. She smiled too, adjusting her glasses as she looked him up and down. "You destroyed buildings, didn't you?" he asked, with a mischievous smile. Izuku laughed softly. "I couldn't deny it. Maybe a little." Mei leaned toward him, holding his face with both hands. Her spiral eyes shone with excitement. "That's my mystery boy." He gave her a quick kiss, ignoring the curious glances around him. Izuku blushed, but didn't look away. "How did it go for you?" he asked, quickly changing the subject. Mei held up her plans, smiling proudly. "I impressed everyone with my instructor. I'm sure I'll get into the support course." Izuku nodded, feeling a wave of relief and pride. They had done the best they could. Now, all that remained was to wait for the results. "We did it, Mei," he said, taking her hand firmly. She squeezed his hand in response. Together, they had overcome the first major obstacle. And together, they were ready to face whatever came next. UA Observation Room. During combat test. The room was filled with monitors, each showing a different battlefield. The teachers watched with interest, taking notes on the candidates and evaluating their skills. At Delta Field, Bakugo Katsuki was in his element. Their explosions were powerful, precise and destructive. Robot after robot fell under his relentless attack. "That kid has great control over his quirk," Aizawa commented, watching with a mix of interest and apathy. "But his attitude needs a lot of work. He's explosive, both in personality and ability," Midnight replied with an amused smile. "He could make a great hero, if he learns not to intimidate everyone around him." Meanwhile, at Lambda Field, something completely different was happening. First, it was a golden flash. Then a burst of light illuminated all the monitors, momentarily blinding the cameras. When the images returned, all the robots in the area had been destroyed. Golden weapons pierced the mechanical wreckage, stuck in the ground like monuments of destruction. The room fell silent. The teachers looked at each other, astonished. "What was that?" Ectoplasm asked, leaning forward to get a better look. Nezu laughed, his small but high-pitched laugh filling the room. "I had been waiting for this moment." He had bet on Izuku Midoriya and Mei Hatsume, and now, his bet was paying off. "That, my dear colleagues, is Izuku Midoriya," he said with a sly smile, his eyes shining with excitement. Aizawa leaned towards the screen, watching Izuku's figure amidst the destruction. The golden weapons floating around him slowly dissipated, returning to the golden portals behind him. "I've never seen a quirk like this. It seems limitless." "It's not just his quirk that makes him special," Nezu replied, still smiling. "It's his determination, his intelligence, his ability to adapt. Izuku isn't like the other challengers." The other teachers nodded, still processing what they had just seen. However, not everyone shared his enthusiasm. In a corner of the room, All Might watched silently. His eyes were fixed on the monitor that showed Izuku Midoriya. "I remembered that day. The day he told a quirkless kid to give up. That he couldn't be a hero without a quirk." He remembered Izuku's expression at that moment. Despair, the anguish, the dream that shattered before their very eyes. And now, that same boy stood in the middle of a battlefield, shining like a golden flash. All Might clenched his fists, a mixture of pride and guilt growing in his chest. "I had made a mistake. A mistake I could never undo. That kid, I underestimated him," he muttered to himself, his voice barely audible. Nezu, who was watching All Might from the corner of his eye, spoke. "You did it, Toshinori. But Izuku Midoriya isn't the type of person to stay down for long." All Might turned to Nezu, surprised that he had heard his words. The little director smiled slyly, but also with understanding. "That child is an anomaly, an exception to all the rules. He is someone who defies the odds, who takes what is denied and turns it into strength." All Might looked back at the screen. He watched Izuku run towards the 0-point robot, watched him use the golden chains to immobilize it, watched him call forth a gigantic sword to destroy it. And then, she saw him save the girl trapped under the rubble. Without a doubt, without thinking twice, the true meaning of being a hero. When the exam was over, the room erupted in murmurs and discussion. The teachers couldn't stop talking about what they had seen. "That Midoriya, he's got potential," Snipes said, leaning back in his chair. "He doesn't just have power, he has instinct. He didn't hesitate to save that girl, even if it meant putting himself at risk." "It's impressive," Midnight admitted, licking her lips. "But such great power can also be dangerous if left unchecked." Nezu raised a paw, silencing the room with a gesture. His sly smile remained on his face. "Izuku Midoriya will be a challenge for us, no doubt. But he will also be our greatest opportunity for the future of this academy." The teachers nodded, accepting Nezu's words. All except All Might, who remained silent, staring at the monitor that now showed a replay of the events. In his mind, there was only one question. What if I had given him a chance from the beginning? But it didn't matter. What mattered now was that Izuku Midoriya was proving that All Might's words weren't the end of his story. They were just the beginning. "Prove yourself, young Midoriya," All Might murmured, a hint of hope in his voice. "Make me eat my words." The sun was beginning to set, turning the sky a warm orange. Izuku and Mei walked together, their hands intertwined, their steps synchronized. They had spent the day facing the challenges of the UA entrance exam. They were both exhausted, but their confidence in their abilities made the fatigue seem insignificant. Izuku looked at Mei out of the corner of his eye. Her pink hair captured the sunset light in a way that made it even more vibrant. Her smile was soft, calm, a rarity for someone who was always full of energy. It was then that a thought crossed Izuku's mind. "My weapons," he suddenly exclaimed, stopping in his tracks. Mei looked at him, blinking curiously. Izuku put a hand to his head, remembering the scene at Lambda Field. He had left the golden weapons and Sul Sagana in place. He closed his eyes, concentrating on the connection to the Gate of Babylon. He felt the familiar pull in his chest, as if the guns were an extension of himself. A few seconds later, all the weapons in the Lambda Field began to disappear in motes of golden light, returning to their place in Gate of Babylon's vast arsenal. Meanwhile, the teachers continued to review images of the destruction at Lambda Field. The monitors still showed the rubble of buildings and the remains of robots, along with the golden weapons stuck in the ground. Suddenly, the weapons began to disappear one by one, turning into golden particles that dissipated into the air. "What?" just happened?" Aizawa asked, frowning as he looked at the monitor. "Looks like the guns are coming back." "Where?" Midnight commented, leaning forward with interest. Nezu, however, started laughing again. A high-pitched, almost hysterical laugh filled the room. "Oh, those two kids are a sight," he exclaimed, smiling toothily. "I'm pretty sure Mei Hatsume was the one who reminded Izuku to put away his toys." The teachers looked at each other, intrigued. "Mei Hatsume?" Snipe asked, raising an eyebrow. "Who is she?" Nezu looked at them with a shrewd expression, his eyes shining with excitement. "She's his partner, his support, the inventor behind the monitor Izuku wore on his wrist during the test." Ectoplasm tilted his head, intrigued. "A monitor that measures quirk parameters. That's not something you find every day." "Exactly," Nezu replied, his tone filled with satisfaction. "It's the creative mind that complements Izuku's power. Together, they're an unstoppable force." All Might remained silent, watching the monitors with a mixture of wonder and reflection. I could see the synergy between those two kids, even without having met them both directly. It was something special. Izuku opened his eyes, letting out a sigh of relief. "I knew the weapons had returned to Gate of Babylon." "All set," he said with a shy smile, looking at Mei. She watched him for a moment, then started to laugh. A genuine laugh, full of fun. "You forgot your toys in the field, mystery boy," he said with a laugh, adjusting his glasses. Izuku blushed, scratching the back of his neck nervously. "It's not my fault. I got distracted when I saw you at the exit," he muttered, looking away. Mei stopped, stopping laughing for a moment. Her smile softened as she looked at him. Without saying anything, she leaned towards him and kissed him gently on the cheek. "You're a mess, but you're my mess," he said with a mischievous smile. Izuku couldn't help but smile too. He took her hand again, feeling that no matter what happened, she would always be by his side. "Let's go home, Mei." Together, they continued walking toward their future, confident that they had given their best. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.